Chapter 16. Doctor. Seward's Diary. It was almost midnight when we entered the churchyard. The night was dark, with some moonlight between the heavy clouds. We walked close together, with Van Helsing leading. I was worried that Arthur would be sad being so close to Lucy's tomb, but he seemed okay. The mystery of the situation helped him not feel so much sadness. The professor unlocked the door. He went in first, and we followed. He closed the door. He lit a lantern and pointed at the coffin. Arthur stepped forward. Van Helsing asked me, "Were you here yesterday? Was Miss Lucy's body in this coffin?" It was. The professor then said to the others, "You hear, and yet no one believes me." He took off the lid of the coffin. Arthur was pale but did not speak. He saw the crack in the lead part of the coffin. His face turned red for a moment, then went very white. He was still silent. Van Helsing pushed back the lead, and we all looked inside. The coffin was empty. For a few minutes no one spoke. Quincy Morris spoke first. "Professor, I promised for you. Your word is all I need. I wouldn't usually ask this. I would not want to show doubt. But this is a mystery beyond honor or dishonor. Is this your doing? I swear that I did not remove or touch her. What happened was this. 2 nights ago, my friend Seward and I came here. We had a good reason. I opened that coffin, which was sealed, and we found it empty, just like now. We waited and saw something white come through the trees. The next day we came here during the day, and she was in the coffin. Was she not, friend John?" "Yes. That night we were just in time. One more small child was gone, and we found the child unharmed, thank God. Yesterday I came here before sundown. The undead can move at sundown. I waited all night until the sun rose. But I did not see anything. This was probably because I had put garlic and other things around the doors. The undead cannot stand these things. Last night, there was no leaving. So tonight, I took away the garlic, and that is why we find the coffin empty. But stay with me. So far, much is strange. Wait with me outside, unseen and unheard. Stranger things are still to come." He closed his lantern. "Now, outside." He opened the door. We went out, with him coming last and locking the door. Oh, the fresh night air felt pure after the terror of that tomb. It was good to see the clouds moving and the moonlight. It was like the happiness and sadness of a man's life. It was good to breathe the fresh air. There was no smell of death. It felt good to see the red light in the sky beyond the hill. It was good to hear the sound of a big city far away. We were all quiet and overcome. Arthur was silent. He was trying to understand the meaning of the mystery. I was patient. I almost believed Van Helsing's ideas again. Quincy Morris was calm. He was a brave man who accepts all things and risks all he has. He could not smoke, so he chewed some tobacco. Van Helsing was busy. First, he took out some thin, white biscuits from his bag. They were wrapped in a napkin. Then he took out some white stuff, like dough. He crumbled the biscuit into the dough. He rolled this into thin strips. He put them in the cracks of the door. I was confused. I was close to him and asked him what he was doing. Arthur and Quincy came close too. They were curious. He said, "I am closing the tomb, so the undead cannot enter." "And that stuff will do it?" Quincy asked. "Is this a game?" "It is." "What are you using?" Arthur asked. Van Helsing took off his hat and said, "The host. I brought it from Amsterdam. I have permission to use it." This answer shocked us all. We felt that we could not doubt the professor. He was using a very sacred thing for this purpose. We waited in silence near the tomb. We were hidden from anyone who might come. I felt sorry for the others, especially Arthur. I had been there before, but my heart still felt heavy. The tombs looked so white. The trees looked so dark and sad. The wind and the trees sounded mysterious. The sound of dogs far away sounded so full of sadness. There was a long time of silence. Then the professor made a sharp sound. "Says! Says!" He pointed. Far down the path of yew trees we saw a white figure. It was a faint white figure. It held something dark to its chest. The figure stopped. A ray of moonlight fell on the clouds. It showed a dark-haired woman. She was wearing a burial dress. We could not see her face. It was bent down over a child. The child had light hair. There was a pause. The child made a sharp little cry, like a sleeping child or a dog dreaming. We started to move forward, but the professor held up his hand. We could see him behind a tree. We stopped. Then the white figure moved forward again. It was close enough for us to see clearly. The moonlight was still on her. My heart grew cold as ice. I heard Arthur gasp. We saw that it was Lucy Westenra, but she was changed. Her sweetness was gone. It was replaced with cold cruelty. Her purity was replaced with desire. Van Helsing stepped out. We all followed him. The four of us stood in a line in front of the tomb door. Van Helsing raised his lantern. He opened the light. The light fell on Lucy's face. We could see that her lips were red with fresh blood. The blood had dripped down her chin. It had stained her white burial dress. We were full of horror. I could see that even Van Helsing was shaking. Arthur was next to me. If I had not grabbed his arm, he would have fallen. When Lucy saw us, she made an angry sound like a cat. Her eyes looked at us. They were Lucy's eyes, but they were bad and full of fire from hell. My love for her turned to hate. If I had to kill her then, I could have done it happily. Her eyes blazed with light. Her face had a smile of desire. Oh God, it made me shudder. With a careless movement, she threw the child to the ground. She was cold like a devil. She had been holding the child tightly to her chest. She had been growling over it like a dog over a bone. The child cried out and lay there moaning. This cold act made Arthur groan. When she came toward him with her arms out and a smile of desire, he fell back and hid his face in his hands. She kept coming toward him. She said in a lazy, desiring voice, "Come to me, Arthur. Leave these others and come to me. My arms are hungry for you. Come and we can rest together. Come, my husband. Come." Her voice was sweet like a devil's. It was like the sound of glass when it is hit. It went through our brains even though the words were for someone else. Arthur seemed to be under a spell. He moved his hands from his face and opened his arms wide. She was about to jump to him, but Van Helsing quickly held a small golden cross between them. She moved back from it. Her face was suddenly ugly and full of rage. She ran past him as if to enter the tomb. When she was a foot or two from the door, she stopped. It was as if some strong force stopped her. Then she turned. The moonlight and the lamp showed her face. The beautiful color of her face was now gray. Her eyes seemed to shoot out sparks of fire from hell. Her eyebrows were wrinkled. Her beautiful, blood-stained mouth was an open square, like masks from ancient Greece and Japan. We saw a face that meant death. For a whole minute, she stood there. It felt like forever. She was between the cross and the sacred things on the tomb. Van Helsing broke the silence. He asked Arthur, "Answer me, my friend. Should I continue my work?" Arthur fell to his knees. He hid his face in his hands. He answered, "Do as you will, friend. Do as you will." There can be no horror like this ever again." He groaned sadly. Quincy and I moved to him at the same time. We took his arms. We heard the click of the lantern closing. Van Helsing held it down. He came close to the tomb. He began to remove some of the sacred things he had put in the cracks. We watched in horror. When he stepped back, we saw the woman, with a body as real as ours, pass through the crack where even a knife could not go. We all felt a sense of relief when we saw the professor calmly put the strings of dough back on the edges of the door. When this was done, he lifted the child. He said, "Come now, my friends. We can do no more until tomorrow. There is a funeral at noon. We will all come back after that. The friends of the dead will be gone by 2 o'clock. When the sexton locks the gate, we will stay. Then there is more to do, but it will not be like tonight. As for this little one, he is not hurt much. By tomorrow night, he will be well. We will leave him where the police will find him, like the other night. Then we will go home." He came close to Arthur. He said, "My friend Arthur, you have had a hard time. But later, when you look back, you will see how it was needed. You are in the bitter waters now, my child. By this time tomorrow, with God's help, you will have passed them. You will have drunk of the sweet waters, so do not be too sad. Until then, I will not ask you to forgive me." Arthur and Quincy came home with me. We tried to cheer each other up on the way. We had left the child in a safe place. We were tired, so we all slept more or less well. 29th of September night. A little before 12 o'clock, the three of us, Arthur, Quincy Morris, and I, went to meet the professor. It was strange to see that we all wore black. Arthur wore black because he was in deep mourning. We others wore black without thinking about it. We reached the churchyard at 1:30. We walked around and kept out of sight. We waited until the gravediggers finished their work. The sexton thought all people had gone and locked the gate. Then the place was ours alone. Van Helsing did not bring his small black bag. He brought a long leather bag, like a cricket bag. It looked heavy. When all was quiet and the last steps faded up the road, we followed the professor to the tomb. He opened the door with a key, and we went in. We shut the door behind us. He took a lantern from his bag and lit it. He also lit 2 wax candles. He melted the ends and stuck them on other coffins. Their light was enough for our work. He lifted the lid of Lucy's coffin again. We all looked in. Arthur shook like a leaf. The body lay there in its strange beauty of death. But there was no love in my heart now. I felt only hate for the foul thing that wore Lucy's face without her soul. I could see Arthur's face grow hard as he looked. Soon he spoke to Van Helsing. "Is this really Lucy's body, or only a demon in her shape?" "It is her body, and yet not her body," said the professor. "Wait a little, and you will see her as she was, and as she is." As she lay there, she seemed like a nightmare of Lucy. She had pointed teeth. Her red mouth looked full, stained, and cruel. It made us shake to see it. Her whole look was fleshly and without spirit. It was like a wicked joke made against Lucy's sweet purity. Van Helsing, as always, worked in a careful, tidy way. He took many things from his bag and set them ready. First he took a soldering iron and some solder. Then he took out a small oil lamp. When he lit it in a corner, the gas burned blue and very hot. Then he laid out his knives. Last he put down a round wooden stake. It was about 2½ or 3 inches thick and about 3 feet long. One end was hardened in fire and sharpened to a point. With the stake came a heavy hammer like one used to break coal. I am a doctor, and a doctor's tools often give me strength for work. But these tools brought fear to both Arthur and Quincy. Still, they were brave and kept quiet. When all was ready, Van Helsing said, "Before we do anything, listen to me. This is old knowledge, from the ancients and from all who study the powers of the undead. When people become undead, a curse comes with the change. They cannot die in the normal way. They go on age after age and take new victims. They make the evils of the world grow. All who die from the bite of the undead become undead too and feed on others. The circle grows and grows, like rings in water when a stone is thrown. Friend Arthur, if you had met that kiss you know of before poor Lucy died, or again last night when you opened your arms to her, then, when you died, you would in time have become one of them, a Nosferatu, as they call it in Eastern Europe. You would have made more undead for all time. The sad path of our dear lady has only begun. The children whose blood she took are not yet too hurt. But if she lives on as undead, she will take more and more of their blood. By her power over them, they will come to her. She will draw their blood with that wicked mouth. But if she truly dies, then all this will stop. The little wounds on their throats will heal. They will go back to their games and never know what happened. The best thing of all is this. When this undead is made to rest as truly dead, the soul of the poor lady we love will be free again. She will not do evil at night and grow more low by day. She will take her place among the angels. So it will be a blessed hand that strikes the blow and sets her free. I am ready to do it. But is there one among us who has a better right? Will it not be a joy to think later, in the quiet of sleepless nights, it was my hand that sent her to the stars. It was the hand of him who loved her best. It was the hand she would have chosen if she could choose. Tell me if there is such a one. We all looked at Arthur. He saw the kindness in the offer. He saw that his hand should be the one to give Lucy back to us as a holy memory, not an unholy one. He came forward. His hand shook and his face was white as snow, but his voice was brave. My true friend, from my broken heart I thank you. Tell me what to do, and I will not fail. Van Helsing put a hand on Arthur's shoulder. Brave lad, be strong for a moment, and it will be done. This stake must be driven through her. It will be terrible. Do not think otherwise. But it will last only a short time. After that, you will rejoice more than you have pain. You will leave this tomb as if you walk on air. But once you begin, you must not stop. Think that we, your true friends, stand round you. Think that we pray for you the whole time. Go on, said Arthur in a rough voice. Tell me what to do. Take this stake in your left hand. Hold the point over the heart. Take the hammer in your right. When we begin our prayer for the dead, I will read, I have the book here, and the others will follow. Then strike in God's name, so that all will be well with the dead we love, and the undead will pass away. Arthur took the stake and the hammer. When his mind was set on the act, his hands did not shake at all. Van Helsing opened his prayer book and began to read. Quincy and I followed as best we could. Arthur set the point over the heart. I saw the small dent it made in the white flesh. Then he struck with all his strength. The thing in the coffin twisted. A horrible, cold scream came from her red mouth. The body shook and bent in wild shapes. The sharp white teeth bit together till the lips tore. The mouth was smeared with red foam, but Arthur did not stop. He looked like a figure of Thor. His arm rose and fell without a tremble. He drove the mercy-bearing stake deeper and deeper. Blood from the pierced heart welled up and spurted around it. His face was firm and duty shone from it. The look gave us courage. Our voices grew strong in the small vault as we prayed. Soon the writhing and shaking grew less. The teeth stopped biting. The face grew still. At last the body lay quiet. The terrible task was over. The hammer fell from Arthur's hand. He stumbled and would have fallen if we had not caught him. Great drops of sweat stood on his brow. His breath came in short gasps. It had been a fearful strain. Without a more than human reason, he could not have done it. For a few minutes we cared for him and did not look at the coffin. Then we looked, and a soft cry of surprise passed from one to another. We stared so eagerly that Arthur rose from the ground where he had sat. He came to look too. A glad, strange light grew on his face. It chased away the horror that had been there. In the coffin we saw not the foul thing we had feared and hated. We saw Lucy as we had seen her in life, with a face of sweet and pure beauty. It was true there were marks of care and pain and wasting, as we had seen in her life, but these were dear to us. They showed her truth to what we had known. We all felt the holy calm that lay like sunlight on her thin face and form. It was a sign of the greater calm that would last forever. Van Helsing came and put his hand on Arthur's shoulder. "And now, Arthur, my friend, dear lad, am I not forgiven?" The strain broke, and Arthur took the old man's hand. He raised it to his lips and kissed it. "Forgiven. God bless you for giving my dear one her soul again and giving me peace." He put his hands on the professor's shoulders. He laid his head on the old man's chest and cried in silence while we stood still. When he lifted his head, Van Helsing said, "Now, my child, you may kiss her. Kiss her dead lips if you wish. She would have wanted it if she could choose. She is not a snarling devil now. She is not a foul thing for all time. She is no more the devil's undead. She is God's true dead, and her soul is with him." Arthur bent and kissed her. Then we sent him and Quincy out of the tomb. The professor and I sawed off the top of the stake, leaving the point in the body. Then we cut off the head and filled the mouth with garlic. We soldered the lead coffin and screwed down the lid. We picked up our things and went out. The professor locked the door and gave the key to Arthur. Outside, the air was sweet. The sun shone. The birds sang. All nature seemed set to a new note. There was joy and peace everywhere. We felt rest in our own hearts for one reason. Our joy was gentle, but it was real. Before we left, Van Helsing spoke again. "My friends, one part of our work is done. It is one of the most painful for us, but a greater task remains. We must find the author of all this sorrow and stamp him out. I have clues we can follow. The task is long and hard. There is danger and pain. Will you help me? We have learned to believe, all of us. Is it not so? Since we believe, we see our duty. Yes. Do we promise to go on to the bitter end?" We took his hand, each in turn, and we made the promise. Then the professor said, as we began to move away, "2 nights from now, meet me and dine together at 7 o'clock with friend John. I will invite 2 others, 2 you do not yet know. I will be ready to show all our work and unfold our plans. Friend John, come home with me. I have much to ask and much for you to help with. Tonight I leave for Amsterdam, but I will return tomorrow night. Then our great quest begins. First I will tell you much, so that you may know what to do and what to fear. Then we will make our promise again. A terrible task is before us. Once our feet are on the iron of the plow, we must not turn back." We stood together in the light of day, tired and quiet. We had set our dear Lucy free. Now we turned our minds to the dark one who had begun this evil. We knew we must be brave. We knew we must be steady. We walked away from the tomb and kept our promise in our hearts. Chapter 17. Doctor. Seward's Diary. When we came to the Berkeley Hotel, Van Helsing found a telegram waiting for him. "Am coming up by train. Jonathan at Whitby. Important news. Mina Harker." The professor was very happy. "Ah, that wonderful Madam Mina," he said. "A pearl among women. She comes, but I must go away. She must go to your house, friend John. You must meet her at the station. Send her a telegram while she is on the way so she can be ready." After we sent the wire, he had a cup of tea. While he drank, he told me about a diary that Jonathan Harker kept when he was abroad. He gave me a typed copy of it, and also a copy of Mrs. Harker's diary at Whitby. "Take these," he said, "and study them well. When I return, you will know all the facts, and we can begin our search better. Keep them safe. There is much treasure in them. You will need all your faith, even you who have lived through such a day as today. What is told here," he put his hand, heavy and grave, on the papers, "may be the beginning of the end for you and me and many others, or it may ring the death bell of the undead who walk the earth. Read everything with an open mind. If you can add anything to the story, do so. It is all important. You have kept a diary of these strange things, have you not? Yes. Then we shall go through all of them together when we meet." He made ready to leave and soon drove off to Liverpool Street. I went to Paddington and got there about 15 minutes before the train arrived. The crowd thinned in the usual busy way of an arrival platform. I began to feel uneasy, afraid I might miss my guest. Then a sweet-faced, neat young woman came to me. After a quick look, she said, "Doctor Seward, is it not? And you are Mrs. Harker," I said at once, and she held out her hand. "I knew you from dear Lucy's description, but—" She stopped, and a quick blush came to her face. The blush came to my face too, and we both felt at ease. It was a silent answer to her own. I took her luggage, which had a typewriter, and we took the Underground to Fenchurch Street. First I sent a wire to my housekeeper to prepare a sitting room and a bedroom at once for Mrs. Harker. In due time we arrived. She knew the place was a lunatic asylum. Still, I saw that she could not help a small shudder when we went in. She told me that, if she might, she would come to my study soon, as she had much to say. So here I am, finishing my entry in my phonograph diary while I wait for her. I have not yet looked at the papers Van Helsing left with me, though they lie open before me. I must get her interested in something so that I may have time to read them. She does not know how precious time is, or what a task lies before us. I must be careful not to frighten her. Here she is. Mina Harker's Journal. 29th of September. After I had put myself in order, I went down to Dr. Seward's study. At the door, I stopped a moment, for I thought I heard him talking with someone. As he had asked me to be quick, I knocked. When he called, "Come in," I entered. To my great surprise, he was alone. On the table opposite him stood what I knew at once, from description, to be a phonograph. I had never seen one and was very interested. "I hope I did not keep you waiting," I said. "I stayed at the door, for I heard you talking and thought someone was with you." "Oh," he said with a smile, "I was only entering my diary." "Your diary?" I asked in surprise. "Yes," he said. "I keep it in this." He put his hand on the phonograph. I was excited and said quickly, "Why, this is better even than shorthand." May I hear it say something? Certainly, he said at once and stood to set it to speak. Then he paused, and a troubled look spread over his face. The fact is, he began awkwardly, I only keep my diary in it, and as it is almost quite about my cases, it may be awkward. That is, He stopped. I tried to help him. You helped to attend dear Lucy at the last. Let me hear how she died. For all that I knew of her, I shall be very grateful. She was very, very dear to me. To my surprise, he said, with a horror-struck look, Tell you of her death? Not for the wide world. Why not? I asked, for a grave, terrible feeling came over me. He paused again. I saw he tried to find an excuse. At last he stammered, You see, I do not know how to pick out any one part of the diary. Even as he spoke, an idea came to him. He added in a different voice and with the simple air of a child, That's quite true upon my honor. Honest Indian, I could not help smiling. He made a face and said, I gave myself away that time. But do you know, though I have kept the diary for months, it never once struck me how I should find any one part of it when I wanted to look it up? By now I was sure the diary of a doctor who attended Lucy might add much to our knowledge of that terrible being. So I said boldly, Then, Doctor, Seward, you had better let me copy it for you on my typewriter. He grew very pale and said, No, no, no. For all the world I would not let you know that terrible story. Then it was terrible. My first thought was right. For a moment I stood thinking. As my eyes moved round the room, looking for something to help me, they fell on a large bundle of typewriting on the table. His eyes followed mine. When he saw the parcel, he understood my thought. You do not know me, I said. When you have read these papers, my diary and my husband's too, which I have typed, you will know me better. I have not held back a single thought of my heart in this cause. But you do not know me yet. I must not expect you to trust me so far. He is a man of noble nature. Dear Lucy was right about him. He stood up, opened a large drawer, and showed many metal cylinders covered with dark wax, all in order. He said, You are quite right. I did not trust you because I did not know you. But I know you now, and I should have known you long ago. I know that Lucy told you of me. She told me of you too. May I make the only amends I can? Take the cylinders and hear them. The first 6 are personal to me. They will not horrify you. Then you will know me better. Dinner will be ready by then. Meanwhile, I will read some of these documents, and so I shall better understand certain things. He carried the phonograph himself to my sitting room and set it for me. Now I shall learn something pleasant, I am sure. It will tell me the other half of a true love story of which I know one half already. Dr. Seward's Diary. 29th September. I was so taken up with Jonathan Harker's wonderful diary and with his wife's that I let the time pass. Mrs. Harker was not down when the maid came to say dinner was ready, so I said, She is perhaps tired. Let dinner wait an hour. And I went on with my work. I had just finished Mrs. Harker's diary when she came in. She looked sweetly pretty, but very sad, and her eyes were red with tears. This moved me much. Of late I have had reason to cry, God knows, but I could not find that relief. Now the sight of those kind eyes, bright with recent tears, went straight to my heart. So I said gently, I fear I have distressed you. Oh no, not distressed, she said, but I have been moved more than I can say by your grief. That machine is wonderful, but it is cruelly true. It told me, in its very tones, the pain of your heart. It was like a soul crying to Almighty God. No one must ever hear those words spoken again. See, I have tried to be useful. I have copied the words on my typewriter, and now no other need listen to your heartbeat as I did. No one need ever know, shall ever know, I said in a low voice. She put her hand on mine and said very gravely, "Ah, but they must. But why?" I asked. Because it is part of the terrible story. It is part of dear Lucy's death and of all that led to it. In the fight before us, to free the earth from this terrible monster, we must have all the knowledge and all the help we can get. I think the cylinders you gave me held more than you meant me to know, but I can see that in your record there are many lights to this dark mystery. You will let me help, will you not? I know all up to a certain day. Your diary took me only to the 7th of September. I can already see how poor Lucy was beset and how her dreadful fate was being worked out. Jonathan and I have worked day and night since Professor Van Helsing saw us. He has gone to Whitby to get more facts, and he will be here tomorrow to help us. We need have no secrets among us. Working together, in perfect trust, we will be stronger than if any of us were left in the dark. She looked at me with a pleading look, yet with brave and firm bearing. I gave in at once. "You shall," I said, "do as you wish. God forgive me if I do wrong. There are terrible things yet to learn, but if you have gone so far on the road to poor Lucy's death, you will not wish to stay in the dark. No, the end, the very end, may bring you a small peace. Come, there is dinner. We must keep each other strong for what is before us. We have a cruel and dreadful task. When you have eaten, you shall learn the rest, and I shall answer any questions, if there is anything not clear to you, though it was clear to us who were there." Mina Harker's Journal. 29th of September. After dinner, I went with Dr. Seward to his study. He brought back the phonograph from my room, and I took my typewriter. He gave me a comfortable chair and set the phonograph so I could touch it without getting up. He showed me how to stop it when I wished to pause. Then, very kindly, he took a chair with his back to me so I might be free, and began to read. I put the forked metal to my ears and listened. When the terrible story of Lucy's death and all that followed was done, I lay back, weak. I am not given to fainting, thank heaven. But when Dr. Seward saw me, he cried out, ran to a cupboard and brought a small bottle. He gave me some brandy, and soon I was better. My brain was in a whirl. Only one bright ray came through all the horror. My dear Lucy was at last at peace. Without that thought, I do not think I could have borne it without a scene. It is all so wild and strange and secret that, if I had not known of Jonathan's time in Transylvania, I could not have believed. Even so, I did not know what to believe. So I turned to another task. I took the cover off my typewriter and said, "Let me write this all out now. We must be ready for Dr. Van Helsing when he comes. I have sent a telegram to Jonathan to come here when he arrives in London from Whitby. In this matter, dates are everything. If we get all our notes ready and put every item in order of time, we shall have done much. You tell me Lord Godalming and Mr. Morris are coming too. Let us be ready to tell them when they come." So he set the phonograph to run slowly, and I began to type from the start of the 7th cylinder. I used carbon paper and made 3 copies, just as I had done with all the rest. It was late when I finished. Dr. Seward went on his round of the patients. When he returned, he sat near me and read, so I did not feel too lonely while I worked. How good and thoughtful he is. The world seems full of good men, even if there are monsters in it. Before I left him, I remembered what Jonathan put in his diary about the professor's worry when he read something in an evening paper at the station at Exeter. Dr. Seward keeps his newspapers, so I borrowed the files of the Westminster Gazette and the Pall Mall Gazette and took them to my room. I remember how much the Daily Graph and the Whitby Gazette, of which I had made cuttings, helped us to understand the terrible events at Whitby when Count Dracula landed. So I shall look through the evening papers since then. Perhaps I shall find new light. I am not sleepy, and the work will help to keep me calm. Dr. Seward's Diary. 30 September. Mr. Harker arrived at 9 o'clock. He had got his wife's wire just before starting. He is very clever, if one may judge by his face, and very full of energy. If this journal is true, and by my own strange experience it must be, he is also a man of great nerve. That going down to the vault a second time was a brave deed indeed. After reading his account, I was ready to meet a fine, strong man, but I met a quiet, businesslike gentleman who came here today. Later. After lunch, Harker and his wife went back to their room. As I passed a little while ago, I heard the click of the typewriter. They are working hard. Mrs. Harker says they are putting every bit of evidence in time order, like knitting a long scarf. Harker has the letters between the man who received the boxes at Whitby and the carriers in London who took them. He is now reading his wife's typed copy of my diary. I wonder what they think of it. Here it is. It is strange that I never thought that the very next house might be the Count's hiding place. Goodness knows we had enough clues from our patient, Renfield. The bundle of letters about the buying of the house were with the typescript. If only we had had them earlier, we might have saved poor Lucy. Stop! That way lies madness. Harker has gone back to his notes and is joining them again. He says that by dinner time they will show a full story, all in one piece. He thinks I should see Renfield in the meantime, because until now he has been like an index to the Count's coming and going. I do not yet see this clearly, but when I look at the dates, I suppose I shall. It is a good thing Mrs. Harker put my cylinders into type. We could never have found the dates otherwise. I found Renfield sitting quiet in his room, hands folded, smiling kindly. For the moment, he looked as sane as any man I ever saw. I sat down and spoke with him on many things, and he answered in a natural way. Then, on his own, he spoke of going home. He has never, to my knowledge, spoken of this during his stay here. He even spoke with calm hope about getting his discharge at once. I believe that if I had not talked with Harker and had not read the letters and the dates of Renfield's outbreaks, I might have been ready, after a short watch, to sign for him to go. As it is, I am darkly suspicious. All those outbreaks were in some way tied to the Count being near. What then does this perfect calm mean? Can it be that his instinct tells him the vampire will win at last, and so he rests? Wait! He himself is a eater of small life, and in his wild cries at the chapel door of the empty house, he always spoke of Master. This seems to support our idea. However, after a while I went away. He is just a little too calm now to be safe to question deeply. He might begin to think, and then, who knows? So I went away. I mistrust these quiet moods. I told the attendant to watch him closely, and to have a strait waistcoat ready if needed. Jonathan Harker's Journal. 29th of September, in the train to London. When I got Mr. Billington's polite message that he would give me any help in his power, I thought it best to go to Whitby and make my questions on the spot. My aim now was to trace that dreadful cargo of the Count's to its place in London. Later we may be able to deal with it. Billington Jr., a nice young man, met me at the station and took me to his father's house. They had decided I must stay the night. They are very kind, with true Yorkshire hospitality. They give a guest everything and let him do as he likes. They all knew I was busy and that my stay was short. Mr. Billington had all the papers ready in his office about the shipment of the boxes. It gave me a shock to see one of the letters I had seen on the Count's table before I knew his evil plans. Everything had been thought out with care and done in a neat, exact way. He had prepared for every chance problem that might stand in his path. To use an American word, he had taken no chances. The exact way his orders were carried out was only the natural end of his care. I saw the invoice and wrote it down. 50 cases of common earth to be used for experimental purposes. I saw also the copy of a letter to Carter Patterson and their reply. I got copies of both. This was all the information Mr. Billington could give, so I went to the port and saw the Coast Guards, the customs officers, and the harbor master. They all had something to say about the strange coming of the ship. It is already a local story, but no one could add to the simple words, 50 cases of common earth. Then I saw the station master. He kindly put me in touch with the men who had actually received the boxes. Their count matched the list exactly, and they had nothing to add except that the boxes were main and mortal heavy, and that moving them made a man very thirsty. One of them said it was a pity there was no gentleman, such like as yourself, squire, to show thanks with a drink. Another said the thirst they got then had not quite gone away even now. I need not say that I made sure before leaving to end this complaint for good and in a fitting way. 30 September. The station master gave me a line to his old friend, the station master at King's Cross. So when I arrived in the morning, I could ask about the arrival of the boxes. He also put me at once in touch with the right officials. I saw that their count matched the original invoice. Here, chances to grow abnormally thirsty had been fewer, but a noble use of them was still made, and again I had to settle the matter after the fact in the usual way. Then I went on to Carter Patterson's main office. They were most polite. They looked up the entry in their daybook and letter book, and at once called their King's Cross office for more details. By good luck, the men who did the carting were waiting for work, so the official sent them over. He also sent, by one of them, the waybill and all the papers about the delivery of the boxes at Carfax. Here again, the count matched exactly. The carrier's men were able to add a few facts to the short written words. These facts were almost only about the very dusty nature of the job and the great thirst that follows such dust. When I gave a chance, by means of a few coins, to ease this thirst later, one of the men said, "That house, governor, is the strangest I ever saw. Blimey, it hasn't been touched for 100 years. The dust was so thick you could sleep on it and not hurt your bones. The place was so neglected you might have smelled old Jerusalem in it. But the old chapel, that took the cake, that did. Me and my mate, we thought we'd never get out fast enough. Lord, I wouldn't take less than £1 a minute to stay there after dark." Having been in the house, I could well believe him. But if he knew what I know, I think he would ask for even more. One thing I am now sure of, all the boxes that came to Whitby from Varna by the Demeter were safely put in the old chapel at Carfax. There should be 50 of them there, unless some have been taken away since, as I fear from Dr. Seward's diary. I will try to find the carter who took the boxes from Carfax when Renfield attacked them. If I follow this clue, we may learn a lot later. Mina and I have worked all day. We have put all the papers in order. Mina Harker's Journal. 30 September. I am so glad that I can hardly hold it in. It is, I think, the reaction from the long fear I had. I feared that this terrible matter and the opening of his old wound might hurt Jonathan. I saw him leave for Whitby with a brave face, but I was sick with worry. The effort has done him good. He was never so firm, never so strong, never so full of fire as he is now. It is just as dear, good Professor Van Helsing said. He is true grit. He grows better under strain that would break a weaker nature. He came back full of life and hope and a will to act. We have everything ready for tonight. I feel almost wild with excitement. I suppose one should pity anything that is hunted, but that is it. This thing is not human, not even a beast. To read Dr. Seward's account of poor Lucy's death and what followed is enough to dry up the springs of pity in one's heart. Later, Lord Godalming and Mr. Morris came sooner than we thought. Dr. Seward was out on business and had taken Jonathan with him, so I had to see them. It was painful to me, because it brought back all dear Lucy's hopes of only a few months ago. Of course they had heard Lucy speak of me, and it seems Dr. Van Helsing, too, has been praising me as Mr. Morris said, blowing my trumpet. Poor fellows, neither of them knows that I know all about the proposals they made to Lucy. They did not quite know what to say or do, since they did not know how much I knew. So they spoke of safe, plain things. But I thought it over and decided the best thing was to bring them up to the present at once. From Dr. Seward's diary, I knew they had been at Lucy's true death. I need not fear to tell them more before the time. So I told them, as well as I could, that I had read all the papers and diaries, and that my husband and I had typed them and had just finished putting them in order. I gave each a copy to read in the library. When Lord Godalming got his and turned the pages, it makes a good big pile. He said, "Did you write all this, Mrs. Harker?" I nodded. He went on, "I do not quite see the drift of it, but you are all so good and kind, and you have worked so hard and so well, that all I can do is to accept your ideas without question and try to help you. I have already had one lesson in accepting facts that should make a man humble for life. Besides, I know you loved my poor Lucy." Here he turned away and covered his face with his hands. I could hear the tears in his voice. Mr. Morris, with gentle feeling, laid a hand for a moment on his shoulder and then walked quietly out of the room. I think there is something in a woman's nature that lets a man speak out his heart before her without feeling that it lessens him. When Lord Godalming found himself alone with me, he sat on the sofa and gave way freely. I sat beside him and took his hand. I hope he did not think me too bold. If he ever thinks of it again, I hope he will never think so. I wrong him to doubt. I know he never will. He is too true a gentleman. I said to him, for I could see his heart was breaking, "I loved dear Lucy, and I know what she was to you and what you were to her. She and I were like sisters. Now she is gone. Will you let me be like a sister to you in your trouble? I know you have deep sorrows, though I cannot measure them. If pity and care can help you, will you let me help a little, for Lucy's sake?" At once the poor dear man was overcome by grief. It seemed all the pain he had borne in silence broke out. He grew almost hysterical. He raised his open hands and beat his palms together in pure agony. He stood up and sat down again. The tears ran down his face. I felt deep pity and opened my arms without thinking. With a sob, he laid his head on my shoulder and cried like a tired child. He shook with feeling. We women have something of the mother in us. It lifts us above small matters when the mother spirit is called. I felt this big, sorrowing man's head on me, as if it were the head of a baby that may someday lie on my breast. I stroked his hair as if he were my own child. I did not think how strange it was. After a little while his sobs stopped. He raised himself and said he was sorry, though he did not hide his feeling. He told me that for many days and nights, long days and sleepless nights, he had been unable to speak to anyone as a man must in his time of sorrow. There was no woman to give him sympathy, and with this strange sorrow round him he could not speak freely to any man. "I know now how I have suffered," he said as he dried his eyes. "But I do not know yet, and no one can ever know, how much your sweet kindness has been to me today. I shall know better in time. Believe me, though I am not ungrateful now, my thanks will grow as I understand. You will let me be like a brother to you, will you not, for all our lives, for dear Lucy's sake?" "For dear Lucy's sake," I said, and we clasped hands. "Yes, and for your own sake," he added. "For if a man's respect and thanks are ever worth the winning, you have won mine today. If ever there comes a time when you need a man's help, you will not call in vain. God grant no such time may ever come to you to break the sunshine of your life, but if it does, promise that you will tell me." He was so earnest and his sorrow so fresh that I felt it would comfort him. So I said, "I promise." As I went along the corridor, I saw Mr. Morris looking out of a window. He turned when he heard my steps. "How is Art?" he said. Then, seeing my red eyes, he added, "Ah, I see you have been comforting him. Poor old fellow, he needs it. No one but a woman can help a man when his heart is hurt, and he had no one to comfort him." He bore his own pain so bravely that my heart ached for him. I saw the manuscript in his hand, and I knew that when he read it he would see how much I knew. So I said, "I wish I could comfort all who suffer in the heart. Will you let me be your friend? Will you come to me if you need comfort?" You will know later why I say this. He saw I was in earnest. He bent, took my hand, and kissed it. It seemed poor comfort for so brave and unselfish a soul, and, without thinking, I bent and kissed him. Tears came to his eyes, and his voice caught for a moment. Then he spoke quite calmly. "Little girl, you will never regret that true-hearted kindness as long as you live." Then he went into the study to his friend. "Little girl," those were the very words he had used to Lucy, and oh, how he showed himself a friend. 30 September. I got home at 5 o'clock. Lord Godalming and Mr. Morris had already come. They had read the typed copies of the diaries and letters that Mr. Harker and his wonderful wife had made and set in order. Mr. Harker had not yet come back from seeing the carrier's men that doctor. Hennessy wrote to me about, "Mrs. Harker gave us tea. For the first time since I have lived here, this old house felt like a home." When we finished, Mrs. Harker said, "Doctor, Seward, may I ask a favor? I want to see your patient, Mr. Renfield. Please let me see him. What you wrote of him in your diary interests me very much." She looked so kind and so pretty that I could not refuse. There was no reason to refuse, so I took her with me. When we went into his room, I told him that a lady wished to see him. He only said, "Why?" "She is going through the house and wants to see everyone," I said. "Oh, very well. Let her come in. But wait 1 minute while I tidy the place." His way to tidy was strange. He quickly swallowed all the flies and spiders in the boxes before I could stop him. It was clear he feared someone would take them, or he was jealous. When he finished this disgusting act, he said cheerfully, "Let the lady come in," and sat on the edge of his bed with his head lowered, but his eyelids raised so he could watch her as she came in. For a moment I feared he might try to hurt her. I remembered how quiet he was just before he attacked me in my study. I stood where I could hold him at once if he tried to spring. She came in with an easy, gentle manner. Mad people respect easy manners. She walked to him smiling and held out her hand. "Good evening, Mr. Renfield," she said. "You see, I know you for doctor. Seward has told me of you." He did not answer at once. He looked at her closely with a hard frown. Then the look changed to wonder, and then to doubt. To my great surprise, he said, "You are not the girl the doctor wanted to marry, are you? You cannot be, for she is dead." Mrs. Harker smiled sweetly. "Oh, no. I have a husband of my own. I married him before I ever saw Doctor Seward. I am Mrs. Harker." "Then what are you doing here?" "My husband and I are visiting Doctor Seward." "Then do not stay." "But why not?" she asked. I thought this way of talking might not be pleasant to her any more than to me, so I joined in. "How did you know I wanted to marry anyone?" I asked. He turned his eyes from Mrs. Harker to me and back again, and said with contempt, "What a foolish question." "I do not see that at all, Mr. Renfield," said Mrs. Harker, at once speaking for me. He answered her with courtesy and respect, very different from the scorn he gave me. "You will, of course, understand, Mrs. Harker, that when a man is so loved and honored as our host is, everything about him interests our little community. Dr. Seward is loved by his household, his friends, and even his patients. Some patients are not very stable in mind, and so they twist causes and effects. Since I have myself lived in a lunatic asylum, I must notice that some inmates tend to the errors called non causa and ignoratio elenchi." I opened my eyes wide at this new side of him. Here was my own special patient, the clearest case of his kind I had ever seen, speaking plain philosophy, and with the manner of a gentleman. I wondered if Mrs. Harker's presence had touched some chord in his memory. If this new phase came of itself, or from her quiet power, she must have a rare gift. We talked for some time. He seemed quite reasonable, so after she looked at me for leave, she led him to his favorite subject. Again I was surprised. He spoke about it calmly, like a sane man. He even used himself as an example. "Why, I myself am a case of a man with a strange belief." No wonder my friends were alarmed and had me put under control. I used to think that life was a real, lasting thing, and that by eating many living creatures, however low, one might make life longer. At times I believed it so strongly that I tried to take human life. The doctor here will say it is true that once I tried to kill him, so I could make my life stronger by taking his life into my own body through his blood, relying, of course, on the words of Scripture, "For the blood is the life," though a seller of a certain quack drink has made that truth common and cheap. Is that not so, doctor? I nodded, too amazed to do more. It was hard to believe I had seen him eat spiders and flies only 5 minutes before. I looked at my watch. It was time to go to the station to meet Van Helsing. I told Mrs. Harker we must leave. She came at once and said to Mr. Renfield, "Goodbye. I hope I may see you often when things are pleasanter for you." To my surprise, he said, "Goodbye, my dear. I pray God I may never see your sweet face again. May He bless and keep you." I went to the station to meet Van Helsing. I left the 2 boys behind. Poor Arthur looked more cheerful than he had since Lucy first fell ill. Quincy was more like his bright self than for many a day. Van Helsing jumped from the carriage with quick steps like a boy. He saw me at once and ran to me. "Ah, friend John, how goes all?" "Well?" "Good. I have been busy. I come to stay if I must. All my affairs are settled. I have much to tell. Madam Mina is with you?" "Yes." "And her fine husband? And Arthur and my friend Quincy are with you too?" "Good." On the way to the house, I told him what had happened and how my diary had helped because Mrs. Harker said to type it. He cried, "Ah, that wonderful Madam Mina! She has a man's brain, a brain such as a man should have if richly gifted, and a woman's heart. God made her for a purpose, I believe, when He made that good mix. Friend John, up to now, luck has made that woman a help to us, but after tonight, she must have nothing to do with this terrible affair. It is not good that she runs so great a risk. We men are set, yes, pledged, to destroy this monster. But it is not a woman's part. Even if she is not harmed, her heart may fail at so many horrors. Later she may suffer in waking nerves and in dreams. And she is a young wife, not long married. There may be other things to think of. If not now, then soon. You tell me she has written all. Then she must advise with us. But tomorrow she says goodbye to this work, and we go on alone." I agreed with him. I told him what we had found while he was away. The house Dracula bought is the one next to my own. He was amazed and deeply troubled. "Oh, if we had known it before," he said, "we might have reached him in time to save poor Lucy. But the milk that is spilt does not cry afterwards, as you say. We will not think of that. We go our way to the end." He fell silent till we reached my gate. Before we went to get ready for dinner, he said to Mrs. Harker, "Friend John tells me that you and your husband have put all things in exact order up to this moment." "Not up to this moment, Professor," she said quickly, "but up to this morning." "But why not to now?" "We have seen how much light the small things bring. We have told our secrets, and no one is the worse." Mrs. Harker blushed, took a paper from her pocket, and said, "Doctor, Van Helsing, will you read this and tell me if it must go in? It is my record of today. I, too, have seen the need to write down all at once, even small things. But there is little in it except what is personal. Must it go in?" The professor read it gravely and handed it back. "It need not go in if you do not wish. But I pray that it may. It can only make your husband love you more, and make all of us honor, esteem, and love you more." She took it back with another blush and a bright smile. So, up to this very hour, all our records are complete and in order. The professor took one copy to study after dinner and before our meeting at 9 o'clock. The rest of us had read everything. When we meet in the study, we will all know the facts, and we can make our plan of battle against this terrible and dark enemy. Mina Harker's Journal, 30 September. We met in Dr. Seward's study 2 hours after dinner, which was at 6. We formed ourselves, without thinking, into a kind of board or committee. Professor Van Helsing took the head of the table. Dr. Seward showed him to the chair. He made me sit next to him on his right and asked me to act as secretary. Jonathan sat next to me. Opposite were Lord Godalming, Doctor, Seward, and Mr. Morris. Lord Godalming sat next to the professor and doctor. Seward sat in the middle. The professor said, I think, take it that we all know the facts in these papers." We all said yes. He went on, "Then I will tell you what kind of enemy we face. I will also tell you some of this man's history that has been learned for me. Then we can talk of what to do and make our plan. There are such beings as vampires. Some of us have proof that they exist. Even if we did not have our own sad experience, the teachings and the records of the past are proof enough for sane people. I admit that at first I was a skeptic. If I had not trained myself through long years to keep an open mind, I could not have believed until the fact thundered in my ears. See, I prove. Alas, had I known at the first what I know now, had I even guessed him, one precious life would have been spared to many of us who loved her. But that is gone. We must work now so that other poor souls do not perish while we can still save. The Nosferatu does not die like a bee when he stings once. He is stronger, and, being stronger, he has more power to do evil. The vampire among us is as strong as 20 men. He has more than mortal cunning, for his cunning has grown through ages. He still has the aids of necromancy, which means the working of the dead, and all the dead he can reach are at his call. He is brute and more than brute. He is devil in hardness, and he has no heart. He can, within limits, appear when and where he chooses, and in any of the forms that are his. He can, within his range, direct the elements, the storm, the fog, the thunder. He can command all the lesser animals, the rat, the owl, the bat, the moth, the fox, the wolf. He can grow, and he can become small. At times he can vanish and come unknown. How then do we begin our strike to destroy him? How shall we find where he is? And having found it, how can we destroy him? My friends, this is much. It is a terrible task. There may be results that make even the brave tremble. If we fail, he must win. Then where do we end? Life itself is nothing. I do not heed it. But to fail here is not only life or death. It is that we become like him, foul things of the night, without heart or conscience, feeding on the bodies and souls of those we love best. For us, the gates of heaven are shut forever. Who shall open them to us again? For all time we go on, hated by all, a blot on God's sunshine, a thorn in the side of him who died for man. But we are face to face with duty. Must we shrink? For me, no. But I am old, and life, with its sunshine, fair places, birdsong, music, and love, lies far behind me. You are young. Some of you have known sorrow, but there are still fair days ahead. What say you? While he spoke, Jonathan took my hand. I feared that the terror of our danger was too much for him when I saw his hand move out, but it gave me life to feel his grip, strong, sure, and firm. A brave man's hand can speak for itself. When the professor finished, my husband looked into my eyes and I into his. We did not need words. I answer for Mina and myself, he said. Count me in, Professor, said Mr. Quincy Morris, short and clear. I am with you, said Lord Godalming, for Lucy's sake, if for no other. Dr. Seward nodded. The professor stood up and laid his golden crucifix on the table. He held out his hands on each side. I took his right hand. Lord Godalming took his left. Jonathan held my right with his left and stretched across to Mr. Morris. So, as we all held hands, our solemn promise was made. My heart felt icy cold, but it did not once occur to me to draw back. We sat down again. Dr. Van Helsing spoke with a kind of cheer that showed the serious work had begun. We must do it as gravely and as businesslike as any other task. Well, he said, you know what we fight. But we, too, are not without strength. We have the power of joining together, a power denied to the vampire. We have the tools of science. We are free to act and think. the hours of day and night are equally ours. So far as our powers reach, they are free, and we may use them. We have self-devotion in a cause, and an end that is not selfish. These things are much. Now let us see how far the vampire's general powers are limited, and how far this one is limited. Let us consider the rules that bind the vampire in general, and this one in particular. All we have to guide us are traditions and superstitions. At first, they do not seem much when the matter is one of life and death, indeed of more than either, yet we must be content. First, because we must. We have no other means. Second, because, after all, these things are everything. Does not belief in vampires rest on them for others, though, alas, not for us? A year ago, which of us would have received such a thing in our scientific, skeptical, matter-of-fact century? We even scoffed at a belief that we saw proved before our eyes. Take it, then, that the vampire and the belief in his limits and his cure rest on the same base for the moment. For let me tell you, he is known everywhere that men have been. In old Greece, in old Rome, he flourishes in Germany, in France, in India, even in the Chernoses, and in China, far from us in all ways, he is feared to this day. He has followed the wake of the berserker Icelander, the devil-begotten Hun, the Slav, the Saxon, the Magyar. So we have much to act on, and much that men believe is justified by what we have seen in our own unhappy experience. The vampire lives on and cannot die by the mere passing of time. He can flourish when he fattens on the blood of the living. More, among us we have seen that he can even grow younger. His powers grow fresh when his special food is plenty. But he cannot flourish without this diet. He eats not as others. Even friend Jonathan, who lived with him for weeks, never saw him eat. Never. He throws no shadow. In a mirror he makes no reflection as Jonathan saw. He has the strength of many in his hands. Remember Jonathan, when he shut the door against the wolves, and when he helped him from the coach. He can change himself to a wolf, as we learn from the ship that came to Whitby when he tore the dog. He can be as a bat, as Madam Mina saw him at the window at Whitby, as friend John saw him fly from the house so near to us, and as my friend Quincy saw him at Miss Lucy's window. He can come as mist, which he makes. The brave ship's captain proved this of him. But from what we know, the distance of that mist is limited, and it can only be around himself. He comes on moonlight rays as fine dust, as Jonathan saw those sisters in the castle of Dracula. He can become so small. We ourselves saw Miss Lucy, before she was at peace, slip through a hair-breadth space at the tomb door. He can, once he finds the way, come out of anything or into anything, no matter how close it is bound or even fused with fire. Solder, you call it. He can see in the dark, which is no small power in a world that is half shut from light. Ah, but hear me to the end. He can do all these things, yet he is not free. Number. He is more a prisoner than a galley slave, more than a madman in his cell. He cannot go where he likes. He who is not of nature must still obey some of nature's laws. Why, we do not know. He may not enter a place at first unless someone of the house invites him, though later he may come as he pleases. His power ceases, as all evil power does, at the coming of day. Only at certain times has he a limited freedom. If he is not at the place where he is bound, he can only change himself at noon, or at exact sunrise, or at exact sunset. So we are told, and in our record, we have proof by signs. Thus, while he can do as he will within his limits when he has his earth home, his coffin home, his hell home, the unhallowed place, as when he went to the grave of the suicide at Whitby. Still at other times he can only change when the time comes. It is also said he can only pass running water at the slack or at the full of the tide. Then there are things that so hurt him that he has no power. Garlic, we know. As for sacred things, this symbol, my crucifix, which was here when we made our vow, to these he is nothing. In their presence he keeps far off and is silent, with respect. There are others, which I will tell you of, in case we need them in our search. A branch of wild rose on his coffin keeps him so he cannot move from it. A sacred bullet fired into the coffin kills him so that he is truly dead. And the stake through him brings peace, as we already know. Or the head cut off gives rest. We have seen it with our eyes. Thus, when we find the place where this man that was lives, we can hold him in his coffin and destroy him, if we follow what we know. But he is clever. I asked my friend Arminius of Budapest University to make a record. From every source he could, he told me what this man has been. He must have been that Voivode Dracula who won his name against the Turk, over the great river on the very edge of Turkey land. If this is so, then he was no common man. In that time, and for centuries after, people spoke of him as the cleverest and most cunning, as well as the bravest, of the sons of the land beyond the forest. That great brain and that iron went with him to his grave, and even now they fight against us. The Draculas, says Arminius, were a great and noble race. Yet now and then there were members whom their own time thought had dealings with the evil one. They learned his secrets in the Scholomance, among the mountains over Lake Hermanstadt, where the devil claims the 10th scholar as his right. In the records there are words like Stragoica, witch, Ordog, and Pokol, Satan and hell. In one old paper, this very Dracula is called Wampir, which we all know too well. From this same line there have come great men and good women, and their graves make holy the earth where this foul thing alone can live. For it is not the least of its terrors that this evil is rooted deep in what is good. In ground without holy memories, it cannot rest. While they talked, Mr. Morris kept looking at the window. He stood up quietly and went out. There was a little pause. Then the professor went on. And now we must settle what to do. We have many facts. We must lay out our plan. From Jonathan's inquiry, we know that from the castle to Whitby there came 50 boxes of earth. All were sent to Carfax. We also know that at least some boxes have been moved. To me, the first step is to learn if the rest still remain in the house beyond that wall we looked at today, or if more are gone. If they are gone, we must trace. Here we were cut off in a shocking way. Outside came a pistol shot. The window glass broke with a bullet. It hit the top of the frame, then struck the far wall. I fear I am a coward at heart, for I cried out. All the men jumped up. Lord Godalming ran to the window and threw it open. As he did, we heard Mr. Morris call from outside. Sorry. I fear I have alarmed you. I will come in and tell you. A minute later he entered and said, It was foolish of me, and I ask your pardon, Mrs. Harker, very truly. I fear I frightened you. But while the professor spoke, a big bat came and sat on the sill. I have such a horror of the brutes now that I cannot bear them. I went out to shoot, as I have done of late in the evenings when I see one. You used to laugh at me for it then, Art. Did you hit it? Asked Dr. Van Helsing. I do not know. I think not, for it flew into the wood. He said no more, sat down, and the professor went on. We must trace each of these boxes. When we are ready, we must either catch or kill this monster in his lair, or we must, so to say, make the earth useless so he cannot hide in it again. Then, at the last, we may find him in his man form between noon and sunset and fight him when he is weakest. And now for you, Madam Mina. This night is the end, until all is well. You are too precious to risk. When we part tonight, you must ask no more. We will tell you all in time. We are men, and we can bear it. You must be our star and our hope. We shall act more freely if you are not in our danger. All the men, even Jonathan, seemed relieved. To me, it did not seem good that they should take more danger and maybe lessen their safety, since strength is the best safety, just to care for me. But their minds were fixed. Though it was a bitter pill, I could say nothing except to accept their noble care. Mr. Morris spoke again. As there is no time to lose, I say we go look at his house now. Time is everything to him, and fast action by us may save another life. My heart began to fail when action came so near, but I said nothing. I feared that, if I seemed a drag, they might put me out of their plans. They went to Carfax with means to enter the house. Like men, they told me to go to bed and sleep, as if a woman can sleep when those she loves are in danger. I shall lie down and pretend to sleep, so Jonathan has no more worry when he returns. Dr. Seward's Diary. 1 October, 4 a.m. Just as we were leaving the house, a message came in haste from Renfield. He asked if I would see him at once. He said he had something of the greatest importance. I told the messenger to say I would see him in the morning. I was busy. The attendant added, "He is very pressing, sir. I have never seen him so eager. If you do not see him soon, he may have one of his violent fits." The man would not say this without cause. So I said, "All right, I will go now." I asked the others to wait a few minutes while I saw my patient. "Take me with you, friend John," said the professor. "His case in your diary interests me much, and now and then it touches our case. I wish to see him, especially when his mind is stirred." "May I come too?" asked Lord Godalming. "Me too?" said Quincy Morris. "May I come?" said Harker. I nodded, and we all went down the passage. We found Renfield greatly excited, but far more clear in speech and manner than ever before. He seemed to understand himself in a way I have never seen in a lunatic. He took it for granted that his reasons would convince men who are fully sane. We four entered. The others said nothing at first. He asked me to release him at once and send him home. He backed this with reasons about his complete recovery and spoke of his sound mind. "I appeal to your friends," he said. "They will not mind sitting in judgment on my case. By the way, you have not introduced me. I was so astonished that the odd thing of introducing a madman did not strike me. Also, there was a dignity in his manner, a habit of equality, so I made the introductions at once. Lord Godalming, Professor Van Helsing, Mr. Quincy Morris of Texas, Mr. Renfield." He shook hands with each, saying in turn, "Lord Godalming, I had the honor to second your father at the Wyndham. I grieve that you hold the title, so he is gone. He was loved and honored by all who knew him. In his youth he was, I have heard, the maker of a burnt rum punch much enjoyed on Derby night. Mr. Morris, be proud of your great state. Its entry into the Union was a first case that may bring far effects later, when the pole and the tropics may join to the stars and stripes. The power of treaties may prove a vast engine of growth when the Monroe Doctrine takes its true place as a fable of politics. And what shall a man say of his joy in meeting Van Helsing? Sir, I make no apology for dropping all titles. When a man has changed the art of healing by his discovery of the continuous evolution of brain matter, forms are unfitting, for they would bind him to a class. You gentlemen who by nation, birth, or natural gifts are fitted to hold your places in the moving world, I call to witness that I am as sane as at least most men who are free. And I am sure you, Doctor Seward, humanitarian and law doctor as well as scientist, will think it a moral duty to treat me as one under special needs. We were all shaken. For my part, I felt, in spite of all I knew of his past, that his reason was restored. I felt the urge to tell him that I believed he was sane and would arrange the papers for his release in the morning. But I thought it better to wait before saying so grave a thing. I know well the sudden turns of this patient. So I said in general that he seemed to be improving very fast, that I would have a longer talk with him in the morning. Then I would see what I could do to meet his wish. He was not pleased. He said quickly, "But I fear, Doctor." "Seward, you do not understand my wish. I want to go at once, here, now, this very hour, this very moment, if I may. Time presses. In our unspoken bond with the old Scytheman, time is of the essence. I am sure it is only needful to set before a great doctor like you so simple yet so grave a wish, to make sure it is done." He looked at me sharply. Seeing no in my face, he turned to the others and studied them. Not finding a yes, he went on. "Is it possible I was wrong in my thought?" "You were," I said, frankly but, I fear, roughly. There was a pause. Then he said slowly, "Then I must change my appeal. Let me ask another thing. Call it a favor, a boon, a right, what you will. I will beg, not for myself, but for the sake of others. I cannot give you all my reasons, but you may be sure they are good, sound, unselfish, and come from the highest sense of duty. If you could look into my heart, you would fully approve the feelings that move me. Nay, more, you would count me among your best and truest friends." He looked at us keenly again. I felt more and more that this sudden change in his whole way of thinking was only another face of his madness. So I let him go on, knowing from long use that he would, like other lunatics, give himself away in the end. Van Helsing gazed at him with the deepest look. His thick brows almost met with the force of his eyes. He said to Renfield in a tone that did not surprise me then, though later I thought of it, for it was as if he spoke to an equal. "Can you not tell frankly your true reason for wishing to be free tonight? I promise that if you satisfy even me, a stranger, without bias, and used to keeping an open mind, Doctor, Seward will give you, at his own risk and on his own word, the leave you ask." Renfield shook his head sadly with keen regret on his face. The professor went on, "Come, sir, think. You claim the top right of reason, since you seek to prove to us your full reasonableness. You do this, though we doubt your sanity, since you are still under care for this very defect. If you will not help us to choose the wisest course, how can we do the duty you say we have? Be wise, help us, and if we can, we shall help you gain your wish." He still shook his head and said, "Doctor Van Helsing, I have nothing to say. Your argument is complete. If I were free to speak, I would not wait a moment. But I am not my own master. I can only ask you to trust me. If you refuse, the blame is not mine." I thought it time to end the scene, which was becoming too gravely odd. I moved to the door and said simply, "Come, my friends, we have work to do. Good night." As I came near the door, a new change came over the patient. He moved to me so fast that I feared he would attack again. But no. He held up both hands in prayer and pleaded most earnestly. When he saw that his very strong feeling was turning us back to our old ways with him, he grew even more eager. I glanced at Van Helsing and saw my thought in his eyes. So I stood more firm and showed him that his efforts would not succeed. I had seen this rise of excitement before when he wanted something, as when he wanted a cat. I was ready for the usual end, a sudden stop and then sullen quiet. But not this time. When he found he could not move us, he went quite frantic. He fell to his knees, held up his hands, wrung them in prayer, and poured out a flood of pleas. Tears ran down his face. His whole face and body showed the deepest pain. "Let me beg you, doctor." "Seward. Oh, let me ask you, let me out of this house at once. Send me away how you will and where you will. Send keepers with whips and chains. Put me in a strait waistcoat. Manacle me. Chain my legs. Send me even to a jail. But let me go out of this. You do not know what you do by keeping me here. I speak from the deep of my heart, of my very soul. You do not know whom you wrong, or how, and I may not tell. Woe is me, I may not tell. By all you hold holy, by all you hold dear, by your love that is lost, by your hope that lives, by the Almighty, take me out and save my soul from guilt. Can you not hear me, man? Can you not understand? Will you never learn? Do you not know I am sane and in earnest now? I am no madman in a fit, but a sane man fighting for his soul. Oh, hear me, let me go, let me go, let me go. I thought the longer this went on, the wilder he would get, and then a fit would come, so I took his hand and raised him. "Come," I said sternly, "no more of this. We have had enough. Get to your bed and try to behave more wisely." He stopped at once and looked hard at me for several seconds. Then, without a word, he rose, moved over, and sat on the side of the bed. The collapse had come, as before, just as I had expected. When I was leaving last, he said to me in a quiet, well-bred voice, "You will, I trust, doctor. Seward, do me the justice to remember later that I did all I could to convince you tonight." Chapter 19. Jonathan Harker's Journal. 1 October, 5 a.m. I went with the group to search the house. My heart was calm. I had never seen Mina so strong and well. I was glad she agreed to step back and let us men do the work. I dreaded her being in this terrible business at all. But now her work is done. Because of her energy, brain, and care, the whole story is set in good order, and every point helps us. She may feel her part is finished and leave the rest to us. We were all a little shaken by what happened with Mr. Renfield. When we left his room, we did not speak until we were back in the study. Then Mr. Morris said to Dr. Seward, "Jack, if that man was not bluffing, he is the sanest lunatic I ever saw. I think he had a serious purpose. If he did, it was hard on him not to have a chance." Lord Godalming and I said nothing. Dr. Van Helsing added, "Friend John, you know more of madmen than I do. I am glad. If it had been for me to decide, I would, before that last wild outburst, have given him freedom. But we live and learn. In this work, we must take no chances. As my friend Quincy says, all is best as it is." Dr. Seward answered in a dreamy way, "I think I agree. If he were an ordinary lunatic, I might risk trusting him, but he is mixed up with the Count, like an index to him. I fear to help his fancies." I cannot forget how he prayed with the same fire for a cat, then tried to tear my throat with his teeth. He called the Count Lord and Master. He may want to get out to help him in some evil way. That horrid thing has wolves and rats and his own kind to help him, so he is not above using a respectable lunatic. Still, he did seem earnest. I hope we did what is best. These things and our wild work shake a man. The professor laid a kind, grave hand on his shoulder. Friend John, do not fear. We try to do our duty in a sad and terrible case. We can only do what seems best. What else can we hope for, save the pity of the good God? Lord Godalming slipped away for a few minutes. He came back with a small silver whistle. That old place may be full of rats, he said. If so, I have an answer ready. We went over the wall and crossed the lawn. When the moon shone, we kept to the shadows of the trees. At the porch, the professor opened his bag. He took out many things. He laid them on the step in 4 small groups, one for each of us. My friends, he said, we go into great danger. We need many kinds of arms. Our enemy is not only a spirit. He has the strength of 20 men. Our necks and throats are common and can be crushed. His is not easily hurt by strength. Strong men can hold him at certain times, but they cannot hurt him as he can hurt us. We must guard from his touch. Keep this near your heart. He gave me a small silver crucifix. Put these flowers round your neck. He gave me a wreath of withered garlic. For other enemies of this world, take this revolver and this knife. For help in all, take these small electric lamps. You can fasten them to your chest. And, for all, and most of all at the last, this, which we must not use in vain. He put a piece of sacred wafer in an envelope and handed it to me. He gave the same to the others. Now, friend John, where are the skeleton keys? If we can open the door, we need not break a window as we did at Miss Lucy's. Dr. Seward tried one key, then another. His steady surgeon's hands helped him. Soon one fit. After a little back and forth, the bolt yielded with a rusty clang. We pushed the door. The hinges groaned, and the door opened slowly. It was like the picture I had from Dr. Seward's diary of Miss Westenra's tomb. I think the others felt it too, for they drew back as one. The professor moved first. He stepped through the door. In manus tuas, Domine, he said, and crossed himself as he passed the threshold. We shut the door behind us so that the lamps would not be seen from the road. The professor tried the lock from inside in case we needed to leave in haste. Then we lit our small lamps and began our search. The thin beams crossed and made strange shapes. Our bodies threw large, sharp shadows. I could not lose the feeling that someone else was with us. I suppose the place, so like that grim land in Transylvania, brought back the fear. The others kept looking over their shoulders at each sound and shadow. I did the same. Dust lay thick over everything. The floor looked inches deep, except where there were new footprints. When I held my lamp down, I could see hobnail marks where the dust had cracked. The walls were heavy with dust. In the corners, the spider webs were thick with it, like old torn rags hanging down. On a hall table lay a big bunch of keys with yellow labels. They had been used several times. The dust there was broken in several places, like when the professor lifted them. He said to me, "You know this place, Jonathan. You have copied maps of it. You know it better than we. Which is the way to the chapel?" I knew the general way, though I had not got in before. I led them on. After a few wrong turns, We stood by a low, arched oak door bound with iron. "This is it," said the professor, checking a small map copied from my papers about the purchase. We found the key on the ring and opened the door. We expected something bad. As we turned the key, a faint, foul air came out through the cracks. But none of us expected such a smell as we met. The others had not faced the Count so close. When I had seen him, it was in his fasting time in his own rooms, or after he had fed, in a ruined, airy place. Here the room was small and tight. Long disuse had made the air dead and foul. There was a dry, earthy smell, like a sick mist. As for the stench itself, how can I tell it? It held all the worst smells of life and the sharp smell of blood. It was like rot that had rotted again. It sickens me even now. Every breath he had breathed seemed to cling to the place and make it more loathsome. In a normal case, we would have left at once. But this was no normal case. Our high and terrible purpose gave us strength beyond the body. After a first shrinking at the vile whiff, we set to work as if that place were a rose garden. We counted the boxes first. "How many are left?" said the professor. "Then we must search every hole and corner for a clue to the missing ones." A glance was enough. The earth chests were big. We could not mistake them. There were only 29 left out of 50. Once I got a fright. Lord Godalming turned suddenly and looked out through the arched door into the black passage. I looked too. For one instant my heart stopped. It seemed I saw in the shadow the highlight on the nose, the red eyes, the red lips, the awful pale face of the Count. It was only for a moment. Lord Godalming said, "I thought I saw a face, but it was only a shadow," and went on. I shone my lamp down the passage and stepped out. There was no one and no place to hide. There were no doors, no corners, no holes, only solid walls. Fear had helped my fancy. I said nothing. A few minutes later, Mr. Morris jumped back from a corner he was checking. We watched his hands and eyes at once, for our nerves were on edge. There we saw a mass of pale light that twinkled like stars. We all drew back. The place was coming alive with rats. For a moment we stood shocked. Lord Godalming alone seemed ready. He ran to the great iron-bound door we had seen from outside. He turned the key, drew the bolts, and swung it open. He took his little silver whistle and blew a low, sharp call. From behind Dr. Seward's house we heard dogs yelp. In a minute 3 terriers came racing round the corner. We had all moved toward the open door. I saw the dust was much disturbed there. The boxes taken out had gone that way. But even in that minute the rats had grown many more. They swarmed over the floor. The lamplight flashed on their dark, moving bodies and wicked eyes. The place looked like a bank of earth set with fireflies. The dogs dashed forward, but at the threshold they stopped, snarled, and lifted their noses. Then they howled long and low. The rats increased by thousands. We stepped outside. Lord Godalming lifted one dog and set him inside. As soon as his feet touched the floor, he found his courage. He rushed at the rats. They ran from him. Before he had shaken the life from 20, the other dogs were placed in the same way and went to work. Soon there was little left for them, as the mass had fled. When the rats were gone, it felt as if some evil had left with them. The dogs frisked and barked. They darted at the few that lay still, turned them over, and tossed them with sharp shakes. Our spirits rose. Maybe it was the clean air from the open door. Maybe it was the joy of being outside. In any case, the shadow of dread seemed to slip from us like a cloak. Still, we did not slacken our will. We shut, barred, and locked the outer door. We took the dogs with us and searched the house. We found nothing, only a huge depth of dust, and all untouched but for my own old tracks. Not once did the dogs show fear. Even when we went back to the chapel, they frisked like hounds on a summer rabbit chase. The east grew light when we came out to the front. Dr. Van Helsing took the hall door key from the bunch and locked the door properly. He put the key in his pocket. "So far," he said, "our night has gone very well. No harm has come, as I feared it might. We have learned how many boxes are missing. Best of all, our first and perhaps hardest step is done without bringing our sweet Madam Mina into it, or staining her waking or sleep with sights and sounds and smells she could never forget. One lesson, too, though it is from one case only. The beasts the Count can summon are not fully under his spirit power. See the rats that came to his call. As from his castle he called the wolves to your going, and to that poor mother's cry, they came. Yet they ran in fear from the little dogs of my friend Arthur. Other matters and other dangers lie before us. The monster will use his power over beasts again. So be it. It has let us cry check in this game we play for human souls. Now let us go home. Dawn is near. We may be content with this first night's work. There may be many nights and days to come, full of peril. We must go on and shrink from none." The house was quiet when we returned. Far off, some poor soul screamed in a ward. From Renfield's room came a low moan. The poor man was, no doubt, torturing himself with needless pain, as madmen do. I came on tiptoe into our room. Mina was asleep. She breathed so softly that I had to put my ear close to hear it. She looked paler than usual. I hope the meeting last night did not upset her. I am glad she is to be left out of the rest of our work, and even out of our talks. It is too great a strain for a woman. At first I did not think so. Now I know better, and I am glad it is settled. Some things might frighten her, yet to hide them might be worse if she guessed. From now on, our work must be a sealed book to her until we can say it is finished and the earth is free from the monster of the dark. It will be hard to be silent after such sharing, but I must be firm. Tomorrow I will keep from speaking of tonight. I will rest on the sofa, so I do not wake her. 1st of October, later. It was natural that we slept late. The day was busy. The night had no rest. Even Mina must have felt the strain. I slept until the sun was high, yet I woke before her. I had to call 2 or 3 times before she woke. For a few seconds, she did not know me. She looked with a blank fear, like one pulled from a bad dream. She said she was a little tired. I let her rest longer. We now know that 21 boxes have been removed. If several went with each move, we may be able to trace them all. That will make our work much easier. The sooner we begin, the better. I will look up Thomas Snelling today. Dr. Seward's Diary. 1st of October. Near noon, the professor came into my room and woke me. He was more bright and cheerful than usual. It was plain that last night's work had lifted some of the dark weight from his mind. After we talked over the adventure, he said, "Your patient interests me much. May I visit him this morning with you? Or, if you are too busy, I can go alone. It is new to me to find a lunatic who talks philosophy and reasons so well." I had pressing work, so I told him he might go alone, and I called an attendant and gave orders. Before he left, I warned him not to be misled by the patient. He said, "I want him to speak of himself and his old belief about eating live things." He told Madam Mina, as I read in your diary of yesterday, that he once had such a belief. "Why do you smile, friend John?" "Excuse me," I said. "Here is the answer." I put my hand on the typewritten pages. When our sane and learned lunatic spoke of how he used to eat life, his mouth was foul with flies and spiders which he had just swallowed before Mrs. Harker came in. Van Helsing smiled. "Good. Your memory is true, friend John. I should have remembered. Yet this very twist in thought and memory makes mental disease so fascinating to study. Perhaps I shall learn more from the folly of this madman than from the lessons of the most wise. Who knows?" I finished my task sooner than I thought. The professor came back to the study. "Do I interrupt?" he asked at the door. "Not at all," I said. "Come in. I am free now. I can go with you if you like." "It is needless. I have seen him." "Well?" "I fear he does not value me." Our talk was short. He sat on a stool in the middle, elbows on knees, his face all sullen. I spoke as cheerfully as I could, with as much respect as I could. He made no reply. "Do you not know me?" I asked. He said, "I know you well enough. You are the old fool Van Helsing. I wish you would take yourself and your idiotic brain theories somewhere else." Damn all thick-headed Dutchmen! After that he said not a word, but sat in hard silence as if I were not there. So my chance to learn much from this clever lunatic is gone for now. I shall go and cheer myself with a few happy words with that sweet soul, Madam Mina. Friend John, it rejoices me beyond words that she will be pained and worried no more with our terrible things. Though we shall miss her help, it is better so. "I agree with all my heart," I said. I did not want him to soften in this resolve. "Mrs. Harker is better out of it. Things are bad enough for us, men who have seen hard times. It is no place for a woman. If she had stayed in touch with it, it would in time have broken her." So Van Helsing has gone to speak with Mrs. Harker and Mr. Harker Quincy, and Art are out, following clues to the earth boxes. I shall finish my round, and we shall meet tonight. Mina Harker's Journal. 1st of October. It is strange to be kept in the dark today. After so many years of Jonathan's full trust, to feel him plainly avoid some matters, and these the most important of all. This morning I slept late, after yesterday's strain. Though Jonathan slept late too, he was up before me. He spoke to me before he went out, never more sweetly or more tenderly, but he did not say a word of what had happened at the Count's house. Yet he must have known how anxious I was. Poor dear. It must have hurt him more than it hurt me. They all agreed it was best that I should not be drawn further into this awful work, and I agreed. But to think that he keeps anything from me. And now I am crying like a foolish girl, when I know it is from my husband's great love, and from the good wishes of those strong men. The tears have done me good. Some day Jonathan will tell me all. So that he may never think I kept anything from him, I keep my journal as usual. If he doubts my trust, I shall show it to him, with every thought of my heart set down for his dear eyes. I feel strangely sad and low today. It is, I suppose, the reaction after the great excitement. Last night I went to bed when the men had gone, simply because they told me to go. I was not sleepy. I was full of devouring fear. I kept thinking over everything since Jonathan first came to see me in London. It all seems a horrible play, with fate pushing to one fixed end. Every act we do, however right, seems to bring nearer what we most dread. If I had not gone to Whitby, perhaps poor dear Lucy would be with us now. She did not begin to visit the churchyard till I came. If she had not gone there in the day with me, she would not have walked there in her sleep. And if she had not gone there at night in her sleep, that monster could not have destroyed her as he did. Oh, why did I go to Whitby? Crying again! What has come over me today? I must hide it from Jonathan. If he knew I had cried twice this morning, I, who never cry for myself, and whom he has never made shed a tear, the dear fellow would fret his heart out. I shall be brave. If I feel tears, he shall not see them. I suppose this is one of the lessons women must learn. I do not quite remember how I fell asleep. I remember the sudden barking of the dogs and strange sounds like very loud praying from Mr. Renfield's room below. Then all grew silent, so silent that it startled me. I got up and looked out. All was dark and still. The moonlight threw black shadows that seemed full of silent mystery. Nothing stirred. All was grim and fixed as death or fate. A thin line of white mist crept slowly across the grass towards the house. It seemed to have life of its own. The change of thought must have done me good, for when I went back to bed, a heavy drowsiness came over me. I lay a while and could not sleep, so I rose and looked out again. The mist was spreading. It was close to the house, lying thick against the wall, as if it were stealing up to the windows. The poor man below cried out louder than ever. I could not make out the words, but the tones were of passionate begging. Then came the sounds of a struggle. I knew the attendants were holding him. I was so frightened that I crept into bed, pulled the clothes over my head, and put my fingers in my ears. I thought I was not at all sleepy, but I must have slept, for, except for dreams, I remember nothing till morning when Jonathan woke me. It took a little effort to know where I was, and that it was Jonathan bending over me. My dream was very strange, and like the way waking thoughts melt into dreams. I thought I was asleep and waiting for Jonathan to come back. I was very anxious for him, and I was powerless. My feet, my hands, and my brain were weighted. Nothing would move at the usual pace. So I slept uneasily and thought. Then it seemed the air grew heavy, damp, and cold. I put the bedclothes back from my face and found all was dim. The gaslight I had left turned down for Jonathan showed only like a tiny red spark through a fog that had grown thicker and poured into the room. Then I remembered I had shut the window before bed. I would have got up to make sure, but a leaden sleep chained my limbs and even my will. I lay still and endured. I closed my eyes, but could still see through my eyelids. Dreams play such tricks. The mist grew thicker and thicker. I could see how it came in, like smoke, like the white rush of boiling water pouring in, not through the window, but through the cracks of the door. It grew and grew till it seemed to gather into a pillar of cloud in the room. Through its top I could see the gaslight shine like a red eye. Things began to whirl in my brain as the cloudy pillar now whirled in the room. Through all came the words from Scripture, "A pillar of cloud by day and of fire by night." Was some such guidance coming to me in my sleep? But this pillar held both the day and the night signs. The fire was the red eye. The thought gave it a new force for me. As I looked, the fire parted and seemed to shine on me like two red eyes through the fog, like those Lucy spoke of in her wandering on the cliff when the last sun struck the windows of St. Mary's. Suddenly a horror burst on me. It was thus Jonathan had seen those awful women grow real through the whirling mist in the moonlight. In my dream I must have fainted, for all turned black. The last effort of my mind was to show me a white, dead face bending over me out of the mist. I must beware such dreams. Too many would unseat one's reason. I would ask Dr. Van Helsing or Dr. Seward to give me something to make me sleep, but I fear to alarm them. A dream like this just now would be woven into their fears for me. Tonight I shall try hard to sleep naturally. If I cannot, tomorrow night I will ask for a dose of chloral. Once will not hurt me, and it will give a good night's sleep. Last night tired me more than if I had not slept at all. 2 October, 10 p.m. Last night I slept and did not dream. I must have slept soundly, for I did not wake when Jonathan came to bed. But the sleep did not refresh me. Today I feel terribly weak and without spirit. All yesterday I tried to read or lay dozing. In the afternoon Mr. Renfield asked to see me. Poor man, he was very gentle. When I left, he kissed my hand and said, "God bless you." Somehow it moved me much. I am crying when I think of him. This is a new weakness. I must be careful. Jonathan would be miserable if he knew I had been crying. He and the others were out until dinner and came in tired. I did what I could to cheer them, and I think the effort did me good. I forgot my own weariness. After dinner they sent me to bed and then went off to smoke, as they said. I knew they wished to tell each other what had happened in the day. From Jonathan's manner, I could see he had something important to say. I was not so sleepy as I should have been, so before they went, I asked Dr. Seward for a little opiate. I had not slept well the night before. He kindly made me a very mild sleeping draught and said it would do me no harm. I have taken it and wait for sleep, which still keeps away. I hope I have not done wrong, for as sleep begins to play with me, a new fear comes, that I may have been foolish to take away my power of waking. I might need it. Here comes sleep. Good night. Chapter 20. Jonathan Harker's Journal. 1st of October, evening. I went to Bethnal Green to find Thomas Snelling. Sadly, he had started drinking early. He could not remember anything. His wife, a decent poor woman, told me he was only the helper to Smollett. Of the two mates, Smollett was the man in charge. So I drove to Walworth and found Mr. Joseph Smollett at home. He wore shirt sleeves and drank late tea from a saucer. He was decent and smart, a good workman with his own head. He remembered the boxes well. He pulled a dog-eared notebook from some secret place near the seat of his trousers. It was full of marks in thick, half-rubbed pencil. From it he gave me the places the boxes went to. He said there were 6 boxes in the cart he took from Carfax to 197 Chicksand Street, Mile End, Newtown. There were another 6 which he left at Jamaica Lane, Bermondsey. If the Count wanted to spread his terrible hiding places all over London, then these were the first stops, so he could later spread more. The careful way he did this made me think he would not keep to only 2 sides of London. Now he had the far east of the North Shore, the east of the South Shore, and the South. Surely he did not mean to leave out the North and the West, nor the City, nor the rich heart in the Southwest and West. I went back to Smollett and asked if any other boxes had been taken from Carfax. He said, "Well, governor, you've treated me very handsome." I had given him half a sovereign, "and I'll tell you all I know. I heard a man named Bloxham say 4 nights ago in the Hare and Hounds, Pincher's Alley, that he and his mate had a rare dusty job in an old house at Purfleet. There ain't many jobs like this, so maybe Sam Bloxham can tell you something." I asked where to find him. I said it would be worth another half sovereign if he got me the address. He drank the last of his tea, stood up, and said he would start to look at once. At the door he stopped and said, "Look here, governor, no sense in keeping you here. I may find Sam soon or not. Anyhow, he won't be fit to tell you much tonight. Sam is a rare one when he starts to booze. Give me an envelope with a stamp and your address. I'll find where Sam is and post it to you tonight. But you had better be after him early in the morning or you won't catch him. Sam gets off Main early, never mind the drink." This was practical. One of the children ran with a penny to buy an envelope and a sheet of paper and kept the change. When she came back, I wrote my address, stamped it, and gave it to Smollett. He promised again to post the address when found. Then I went home. We are on the track at last. I am tired and want sleep. Mina is fast asleep and looks too pale. Her eyes look as if she has been crying. Poor dear, it must fret her to be kept in the dark and make her more anxious for me and the others. But it is best. Better to be disappointed and worried now than to break her nerve. The doctors were right to keep her out of this dreadful business. I must be firm. This burden of silence is mine. I shall not speak of it with her at all. It may not be hard, for she too is now silent about the matter. She has not spoken of the Count or his acts since we told her our decision. 2nd of October, evening. It has been a long, trying, exciting day. With the first post I got my envelope. Inside was a dirty scrap of paper written in carpenter's pencil, large and sprawling. Sam Bloxham, Corcoran's, 4, Potter's Court, Bartle Street, Walworth, Arsk for the Depeat. I read it in bed and rose without waking Mina. She looked heavy with sleep, pale and not well. I chose not to wake her. When I returned, I planned to arrange for her to go back to Exeter. She will be happier in our own home with daily tasks than here among us and in the dark. I saw Dr. Seward for a moment and told him where I was going. I promised to report to the others as soon as I found anything. I drove to Walworth and, after some trouble, found Potter's Court. Mr. Smollett's spelling misled me. I asked for Potter's Court, not Potter's Court. When I found it, I had no trouble finding Corcoran's lodging house. I asked the man at the door for the Depeat. He shook his head. "I don't know him. No such person 'ere. Never 'eard of him all my days. Don't believe there's anyone of that kind living 'ere or anywhere." I took out the letter. As I read it, I saw the lesson of spelling might guide me. "What are you?" I asked. "I'm the deputy," he said. At once I knew I was right. The phonetic spelling fooled me again. A half-crown opened the deputy's knowledge. I learned that Mr. Bloxham, who had slept off his drink at Corcoran's the night before, had left for work at Poplar at 5 in the morning. The deputy did not know where the work was, but said it was some kind of newfangled warehouse. With this small clue, I went to Poplar. It was 12 o'clock before I got a good hint. In a coffee shop, some workmen at dinner said there was a new cold storage building rising at Cross Angel Street. This fit the newfangled warehouse, so I went at once. A cross gatekeeper and a crosser foreman were softened by coins. They sent for Bloxham when I said I would pay his day's wages for a few private questions. He was sharp enough, but rough in speech and ways. When I promised to pay and gave him a small amount in advance, he told me he had made 2 trips between Carfax and a house in Piccadilly. He took 9 big, heavy boxes from Carfax to Piccadilly with a hired horse and cart. I asked for the number of the Piccadilly house. He said, "Well, governor, I forget the number." It was a few doors from a big white church not long built. It was a dusty old house, though not as dusty as the one we took the blooming boxes from. "How did you get into the houses if they were empty?" "There was the old party who hired me." He waited at the Purfleet house. He helped me lift the boxes into the dray. Curse me, but he was the strongest chap I ever saw, an old fellow with a white mustache, so thin you'd think he could not throw a shadow. This phrase ran through me like a knife. He took up his end like they were pounds of tea, and me puffing and blowing to upend mine, and I'm no chicken. "How did you get into the Piccadilly house?" I asked. He was there too. He must have started and got there before me. When I rang, he opened the door himself and helped me carry the boxes into the hall. "All 9?" I asked. "Yes, 5 in the first load and 4 in the second. It was dry work, and I don't remember well how I got home." I broke in. "Were the boxes left in the hall?" "Yes, a big hall with nothing else in it." "You had no key?" "Never used a key." The old gent opened the door himself and shut it after I drove off. I don't remember the last time, but that was the beer. "And you cannot remember the number of the house?" "No, sir." "But you won't find it hard. It's a high one with a stone front and a bow window and high steps up to the door. I know the steps. I carried the boxes up with 3 loafers who came for a copper. The old gent gave them shillings. They saw they got so much and wanted more. He took one by the shoulder and near threw him down the steps. Then they all went off cursing." With this, I thought I could find the house. I paid Bloxham for his tale and set off to Piccadilly. I learned a new painful thing. The Count could lift the earth boxes himself. If so, time was short. Now he had spread some boxes, he could choose his time and finish the job unseen. At Piccadilly Circus, I left my cab and walked west. After the Junior Constitutional, I found the house he described and felt sure this was the next lair. It looked long empty. The windows were crusted with dust. The shutters were up. All frames were black with time. The paint was peeled from the iron. Lately, a large notice board had been in front of the balcony. It had been roughly torn away. The upright posts still stood. Behind the rail, I saw some loose boards with white raw edges. I would have given much to see the notice board hole. It might have told me who owned the house. I remembered how we found and bought Carfax, and thought that if I could find the former owner here, I might get a way into the house. I could learn nothing more from Piccadilly side, so I went to the back to see the mews. The mews were busy. Most Piccadilly houses were lived in. I asked grooms and helpers if they knew anything about the empty house. One said he heard it had lately been taken, but not from whom. He said there had been a "for sale" board up until lately, and maybe Mitchell, Sons, and Candy, the agents, could tell me. He thought he had seen their name on the board. I did not want to seem too keen or let him guess too much, so I thanked him in the usual way and walked away. It was growing dark. The autumn night closed in, so I hurried. From a directory at the Berkeley, I got the address of Mitchell, Sons, and Candy, and soon reached their office in Sackville Street. The gentleman who met me was very smooth in manner and very close in speech. When he told me once that the Piccadilly house, he called it a mansion, was sold, he felt my business was done. When I asked who bought it, he opened his eyes a touch, waited a few seconds, and said, "It is sold, sir." "Pardon me," I said, just as polite, "but I have a special reason to know who bought it." He waited longer and raised his eyebrows higher. "It is sold, sir," he said again. "Surely you can tell me so much," I said. "But I do mind," he answered. "Our client's affairs are quite safe with Mitchell, Sons, and Candy." He was a prig of the first water. There was no use to argue. I chose to meet him on his own ground, so I said, "Jonathan Harker's journal." I said, "Your clients are lucky to have so firm a guardian of their secrets. I am a professional man. I gave him my card. In this case, I am not curious. I act for Lord Godalming. He wishes to know something about the house that was lately for sale." At once, his manner changed. He said, "I would like to oblige you, Mr. Harker, and especially his lordship. We once rented chambers for him when he was the Honorable Arthur Holmwood. If you give me his address, I will consult the house, and in any case I will write to him by tonight's post. It will be a pleasure if we may bend our rules so far." I wished to make a friend, not an enemy. I thanked him, gave Dr. Seward's address, and left. It was dark. I was tired and hungry. I had a cup of tea at the Aerated Bread Company and took the next train to Purfleet. At home, all the others were there. Mina looked pale and tired, but she tried bravely to be bright. It hurt me to think I had to keep things from her, and so made her anxious. Thank God, this is the last night she must sit and watch our talks and feel the sting of our silence. It took all my courage to hold to our wise plan to keep her out of our grim work. She seems more at peace, or perhaps the whole subject has grown hateful to her, for if anyone hints at it, she shudders. I am glad we decided in time. With such a feeling, our growing knowledge would be torture to her. I could not tell the others what I learned until we were alone. So after dinner, and a little music, to keep up appearances even among ourselves, I took Mina to her room and left her to sleep. She was more loving than ever and clung to me as if to keep me, but there was much to say and I came away. Thank God our not telling has made no change between us. When I came down, the others sat round the fire in the study. On the train I had written my diary. I read it to them so they could catch up. When I finished, Van Helsing said, "This has been a great day's work, friend Jonathan. Surely we are on the trail of the missing boxes. If we find them all in that house, our work is near its end. If some are missing, we must search until we find them. Then we make our final move and hunt the wretch to his true death." We sat silent for a while. Then Mr. Morris said, "Say, how do we get into that house?" "We got into the other," Lord Godalming said at once. "But Art, this is different," said Quincy. "We broke in at Carfax at night, and a walled park hid us. Burglary in Piccadilly, day or night, is a different game. I don't see how we get in, unless that agency fellow finds us a key. Maybe we will know when your letter comes in the morning." Lord Godalming frowned, stood, and walked about. Then he stopped and said, "Quincy's head is level. This burglary business is serious. Once we got off well, now we have a hard job, unless we find the Count's basket of keys." Nothing could be done before morning, and it was best to wait for Lord Godalming's answer from Mitchell's. So we agreed to take no step before breakfast. For a good while we sat and smoked, turning the matter round from many sides. I used the time to bring this diary up to the moment. I am very sleepy and will go to bed. Just a line more. Mina sleeps soundly. Her breathing is even. Her brow is puckered into little lines, as if she thinks even in sleep. She's still too pale, but not so worn as she was this morning. Tomorrow will mend this, I hope. She will be herself again at home in Exeter. Oh, I am sleepy. Dr. Seward's Diary. 1st of October. I am puzzled again about Renfield. His moods shift so fast that it is hard to keep hold. They always mean more than his own comfort. So he is a most interesting study. This morning, after he sent away Van Helsing, he looked like a man who commands fate. In truth, he was commanding fate, inside himself. He cared for no earthly things. He was in the clouds, looking down on the wants of poor mortals. I tried to learn something. I asked, "What about the flies now?" He smiled at me in a superior way, like Malvolio, and said, "The fly, sir, has one striking mark. Its wings show the aerial power of the soul. The ancients did well to show the soul as a butterfly." I pressed his thought. Oh, so it is a soul you want now?" His madness tripped his reason. A puzzled look came. He shook his head, firmly for him. "Oh no, I want no souls. Life is all I want." He brightened. "I am easy about it now. Life is all right. I have all I want. If you wish to study zoophagy, get a new patient." I drew him on. "Then you command life. You are a god?" He smiled, kind and above me. "Oh no, I dare not take to myself the attributes of God. I am not concerned with his spiritual works. My mind as to earthly things is somewhat as Enoch was spiritually." This puzzled me. I could not recall why Enoch was apt, so I asked, though I felt small, "Why Enoch?" "Because he walked with God," he said. I could not see it and went back. "So you do not care for life and you do not want souls. Why not?" I spoke quickly and sternly to shake him. It worked. For a moment he fell into the old servile way. He bowed low and almost fawned as he said, "I don't want any souls. I could not use them. They are no use to me. I could not eat them, or—" He stopped. The old cunning came, like a ripple of wind across water. "And doctor, as to life, what is it?" "When you have all you need and know you will not lack, that is all. I have friends, good friends, like you, doctor." "Seward," he leered, "I know I shall never want the means of life." He must have felt some heat from me, for he at once fell into dogged silence, the last refuge of such as he. Soon I saw it was useless to talk. He was sulky. I left him. Later he sent for me. Ordinarily I would not go without cause, but I am keenly interested now, and I am glad for anything to pass the time. Harker is out on his clue. Lord Godalming and Quincy are with the horses. Godalming wants horses ready at all times, for when news comes we must lose no time. We must make all imported earth useless between sunrise and sunset. Then we catch the Count at his weakest, with no refuge. Van Helsing sits in my study, poring over the Harker's record. He thinks a true knowledge of details may show a clue. He does not wish to be disturbed. I would have taken him to Renfield, but after that rebuff he might not care to go. Also, Renfield may not speak so freely before a third person. I found him on his stool in the middle of the floor. That pose shows some mental force at work. He spoke at once, as if the question lay ready. "What about souls?" My guess was right. His mind had worked on without him. I resolved to have it out. "What about them yourself?" I asked. He looked round, up and down, as if seeking an answer in the air. "I don't want any souls," he said weakly. The thing preyed on him, so I used it. Cruel to be kind. "You like life, and you want life?" "Oh, yes, but that is all right. Do not worry. But how do we get life without the soul with it?" He frowned, so I went on. "You will have a nice time someday, flying about with the souls of thousands of flies and spiders and birds and cats, buzzing and twittering and mewing round you. You have their lives, you know. You must put up with their souls." Something caught his mind. He put his fingers in his ears, shut his eyes, and screwed up his face, like a boy at the wash. It was so childlike it touched me and taught me. Before me was a child, though the face was worn and the stubble white. I saw he was in some mental storm. Knowing how he has twisted strange things into his moods, I tried to go with him. First, to win him back, I said loudly, so he could hear through his shut ears, "Would you like some sugar to bring your flies again?" He woke up and shook his head. With a laugh, he said, "Not much. Flies are poor things." After a pause, he added, "But I don't want their souls humming round me." "Or spiders?" I asked. Blow spiders? What use are spiders? There is nothing in them to eat or... He stopped, as if he had touched a forbidden point. So, I thought, this is twice he stops at the word drink. What does it mean? He knew he had slipped, for he hurried on. I take no stock in such things. Rats and mice and such small deer, as Shakespeare says, chicken feet of the larder. I am past such nonsense. You might as well ask a man to eat molecules with chopsticks as to interest me in the lesser flesh-eaters, when I know what is before me. I see, I said. You want big things, to bite deep. How would you like elephant for breakfast? What nonsense, he said. He grew too sharp, so I pressed harder. I wonder, I said, what an elephant's soul is like. It worked. He fell from his high horse and was a child again. I do not want an elephant's soul or any soul at all, he said. He sat sadly for a few moments. Then he leaped up, eyes blazing, mind on fire. To hell with you and your souls, he cried. Why do you tease me about souls? Have I not enough to worry and pain and distract me without souls? He looked so fierce that I thought a homicidal fit was coming, so I blew my whistle. At once he grew calm. Forgive me, doctor, he said. I forgot myself. You need no help. I am so worried that I am irritable. If you knew the problem I face and am working out, you would pity and pardon me. Do not put me in a strait-waistcoat. I want to think and cannot think when bound. You will understand. He had self-control. When the attendants came, I told them not to mind, and they withdrew. Renfield watched them go. When the door closed, he said, with much dignity and sweetness, Doctor, Seward, you have been very kind to me. Believe me, I am very grateful. It was well to leave him so, and I came away. There is much to ponder in this man. Several points make, as the American says, a story. If only one could put them in order. He will not speak the word drink. He fears being burdened with the soul of anything. He has no fear of lacking life in the future. He despises small life, though he dreads their souls. Logically, these point one way. He has some assurance he will gain some higher life. He fears the cost, the burden of a soul. Then he looks to a human life. And the assurance? Merciful God, the Count has been to him. Some new terror is afoot. Later. After my round, I told Van Helsing my fear. He grew grave. After thought, he asked me to take him to Renfield. I did. At the door we heard the madman singing gaily as he used to in those far-off days. We entered and saw with wonder that he had spread out his sugar, as before. The autumn flies, dull with the season, began to buzz into the room. We tried to bring him back to the old subject, but he would not heed. He sang on as if we were not there. He had a scrap of paper and was folding it into a notebook. We left as ignorant as we came. His case is curious indeed. We must watch him tonight. A letter came to Lord Godalming from Mitchell, Sons and Candy. It said that number. 347 Piccadilly had been sold by the executors of the late Mr. Archibald Winter Suffield. The buyer was a foreign nobleman, Count de Ville. He paid the price himself in banknotes over the counter. They knew nothing more of him. Dr. Seward's Diary. 2nd October. Last night I placed a man in the corridor. I told him to note carefully any sound from Renfield's room and to call me if anything strange happened. After dinner we gathered by the fire in the study. Mrs. Harker had gone to bed. We spoke of the day's work. Harker alone had a result, and we hope much from his clue. Before bed, I looked in at the trap of the patient's door. He slept soundly. His chest rose and fell in regular breaths. This morning, the man on duty reported that a little after midnight the patient was restless and said his prayers rather loudly. I asked if that was all. He said it was all he heard. There was something in his manner, so I asked him bluntly if he had slept. He denied sleep, but admitted he had dozed. It is bad that men cannot be trusted unless watched. Today, Harker is out on his clue. Art and Quincy are seeing to horses. Godalming thinks we should always have horses ready. When the news comes, we must move at once. We must make all the imported earth useless between sunrise and sunset. Then we catch the Count at his weakest, with nowhere to flee. Van Helsing is at the British Museum reading on ancient medicine. The old physicians considered things their followers do not. The professor is seeking witch and demon cures. They may help later. Sometimes I think we are all mad and will awake sane in strait waistcoats. Later. We have met again. We seem at last on the trail, and tomorrow's work may begin the end. I wonder if Renfield's quiet has to do with this. His moods follow the Count's doing so closely that the coming fall of the monster may be felt by him in some subtle way. If only we could get a hint of his thoughts between my argument today and his going back to fly catching, it might be a clue. He is quiet now? Or is he? That wild yell seemed to come from his room. The attendant burst into my room and said Renfield had met with some accident. He heard him yell. When he went in, he found him lying on his face on the floor, all covered with blood. I must go at once. Chapter 21. Doctor, Seward's Diary. I write calmly what happens as well as I can remember. I go to Renfield's room. He lies on the floor on his left side in a bright pool of blood. When I try to move him, I see he has terrible injuries. His body does not move as one. His face shows many bruises, as if beaten on the floor. The blood comes from these cuts. The attendant kneels beside him. We turn Renfield over. The man says, "I think his back is broken. Look, his right arm and leg and this side of his face are weak or still." He is puzzled. He could bruise his face by hitting the floor. I once saw a young woman do this at Eversfield. And maybe he broke his back by falling out of bed. But how can both things happen? If his back is broken, he cannot beat his head, and if his face was like this first, there would be signs of a fall. I say, go to Dr. Van Helsing at once. Ask him to come here now. He runs off. In a few minutes the professor comes in his dressing gown and slippers. He looks at Renfield, then at me. He speaks quietly for the attendant to hear. Ah, a sad accident. He needs careful watching. I shall stay, but first I dress. Please remain. I come back in a few minutes. Renfield breathes loud and hard. It is clear he is badly hurt. Van Helsing returns very quickly with his surgical case. He has a plan. Before he looks close, he whispers to me, "Send the attendant away. We must be alone when he wakes after the operation." I say, "That will do now, Simmons. Go on your round. Dr. Van Helsing will operate. Call me at once if anything strange happens." The man goes. We examine the patient. The face wounds are shallow. The real harm is a depressed fracture of the skull over the motor area. The professor thinks, then says, "We must ease the pressure and try to bring things back to normal." The blood is spreading fast. The whole motor area is affected. It will grow worse quickly. We must trephine at once, or it may be too late. There is a soft tap at the door. I open it. Arthur and Quincy stand there in pajamas and slippers. Arthur says, "Your man called the professor about an accident." I woke Quincy. None of us sleep soundly now. I think tomorrow night will change things. May we come in? I nod. They enter. When Quincy sees the state of the room and the pool of blood, he says softly, "My God, poor devil." I tell them shortly what we know, and that we hope he will wake for a short time after the operation. They sit on the edge of the bed. We all wait. "We shall wait only long enough," says Van Helsing, "to choose the best spot for trephining so we can remove the clot quickly and well. The bleeding increases. The minutes pass very slow. My heart sinks. I see fear on Van Helsing's face, too. I dread the words Renfield may say. His breathing comes in gasps. It often seems he will open his eyes, but then a long, heavy breath comes, and he is still again. I hear my own heartbeat. The blood in my head sounds like hammer blows. The silence hurts us all. At last he seems to sink fast. He may die at any time. I look at the professor. His face is hard as he says, "There is no time to lose." His words may save many lives. Maybe a soul is at stake. We operate just above the ear. He makes the operation. For a few moments the breathing stays hard and rough. Then one long breath comes as if to tear his chest. His eyes open wide and wild. Soon the look softens into glad surprise, and he sighs. He moves and says, "I will be quiet, doctor. Tell them to take off the strait waistcoat. I had a terrible dream. I am weak. What is wrong with my face? It feels swollen and it hurts." He tries to turn his head. His eyes grow glassy. I put his head back gently. Van Helsing says, in a quiet, grave voice, "Tell us your dream, mister." Renfield. He brightens. "That is Doctor." Van Helsing. "How good of you to be here. Give me water. My lips are dry. I will try to tell." He stops and faints a little. I call to Quincy. "The brandy! In my study. Quick!" Quincy runs and returns with brandy and water. We wet Renfield's lips. He revives. His poor brain works hard. He looks at me with a sharp, pained look I shall never forget, and says, "I must not lie to myself. It was no dream. It was real." His eyes go round the room. He sees Arthur and Quincy on the bed and says, "If I was not sure before, I am sure now." He closes his eyes for a second, as if to gather strength, then opens them and says, hurried and stronger, "Quick, doctor, quick. I am dying. I have only a few minutes, and then I must go to death, or worse, wet my lips again. I must speak before I die, or before my poor brain dies." It was that night, after you left me, when I begged you to let me go. I could not speak then. My tongue felt tied, but I was as sane then as I am now. I was in deep despair for a long time. It felt like hours. Then a sudden peace came. My brain grew cool and I knew where I was. I heard the dogs bark behind our house, but not where he was. Van Helsing's eyes never blink. His hand grips mine. He nods and says low, "Go on." He came to the window in the mist as I have seen him before. But now he was solid, not a ghost. His eyes were fierce like an angry man. He laughed with his red mouth. His sharp white teeth shone in the moonlight when he turned to look back over the belt of trees to where the dogs barked. I would not ask him in at first, though I knew he wanted it. Then he began to promise me things, not with words, but by doing them. "How?" asked the professor. "By making them happen." He sent in flies when the sun was shining, big fat ones with steel and blue on their wings. At night, He sent big moths with skull and crossbones on their backs. The death's head moth, whispers the professor to me. Renfield goes on. Then he began to whisper, rats, rats, rats. Hundreds, thousands, millions, everyone a life, and dogs to eat them, and cats too. All lives. All red blood with years in it. Not only buzzing flies. I laughed. I wanted to see what he could do. Then the dogs howled, far beyond the dark trees by his house. He beckoned me to the window. I looked out. He raised his hands and called without words. A dark mass spread across the grass, like a tongue of flame. Then he moved the mist to right and left, and I saw thousands of rats with red, blazing eyes, like his, but smaller. He held up his hand, and they all stopped. He seemed to say, all these lives I will give you, and many more through long ages if you fall down and worship me. Then a red cloud like blood came over my eyes. Without knowing, I opened the sash and said, Come in, Lord and Master. The rats were gone. He slid into the room through the sash, though it was open only an inch, just as the moon has seemed to come in by the smallest crack and stand before me in her size and beauty. His voice grows weak. I wet his lips again. He speaks on, farther in his story now. I would call him back, but Van Helsing whispers, Let him go on. Do not break the thread. All day I waited to hear from him. He sent nothing, not even a blowfly. When the moon rose, I was angry. He slid in through the window, though it was shut, and did not knock. I was mad at him. He sneered, his white face in the mist, his red eyes gleaming. He moved as if he owned the place, and I was no one. He did not even smell the same as he passed me. I could not hold him. I thought that somehow Mrs. Harker had come into the room. Arthur and Quincy stand and move behind him to hear better. The professor starts and shakes, but his face grows harder. Renfield does not notice. When Mrs. Harker came to see me this afternoon, she was not the same, like tea after the pot is watered. I did not know she was there until she spoke. She did not look the same. I do not like pale people. I like them with much blood in them, and hers seemed gone. I did not think then, but when she left I began to think. It made me mad to know he had taken her life from her. So when he came tonight, I was ready. I saw the mist steal in, and I grabbed it tight. I have heard madmen have strange strength. I knew I am a madman at times, so I used my power. He felt it. He had to come out of the mist to fight me. I held fast. I thought I would win, for I would not let him take more of her life. Then I saw his eyes. They burned into me, and my strength turned to water. He slipped free. When I tried to hold him again, he lifted me and threw me down. A red cloud came before me, and a noise like thunder. The mist slid away under the door. His voice is faint. His breath is rough. Van Helsing stands. We know the worst now, he says. He is here, and we know his purpose. It may not be too late. Arm yourselves as before. Lose no time. We do not speak our fear. We all feel the same. We hurry to our rooms and take the same things we used when we entered the Count's house. The professor is ready first. As we meet in the corridor, he points to our gear and says, with meaning in his voice, Van Helsing said he would not leave his tools. He told us to be wise. He said our enemy was not common. He cried for Madame Mina. His voice broke. I did not know if my own heart held more fear or more rage. We stopped outside the Harkers' door. Arthur and Quincy stayed back. Quincy asked, Should we wake her? Van Helsing said, We must. If the door is locked, I will break it. Quincy said, "It may frighten her." "It is not usual to break into a lady's room." Van Helsing said, "You are right, but this is life and death. All rooms are the same to a doctor. Friend John, if the handle will not turn, push with your shoulder. You too, my friends. Now!" He tried the handle. It did not move. We threw ourselves on the door. It burst with a crash. We nearly fell. The professor did fall, and I saw over him as he rose to his knees. What I saw froze me. My hair stood up. My heart stopped. Moonlight came through the thick yellow blind. The room was bright enough to see. On the bed by the window lay Jonathan Harker. His face was red. He breathed hard, as if in a stupor. His wife knelt on the bed facing out. A tall, thin man in black stood by her. We knew him at once. It was the Count. With his left hand he held both Mina's hands, keeping her arms straight out. With his right hand he gripped the back of her neck. He forced her face down on his breast. Her white nightdress was stained with blood. A thin stream ran down the man's bare chest, for his shirt was torn open. The pose looked like a child forcing a kitten to drink from a saucer. We burst in. The Count turned his face. The hellish look leaped into it. His eyes burned red with evil passion. His wide white nostrils quivered. His white sharp teeth showed behind lips wet with blood. He wrenched his victim back so she fell like one thrown from a height. Then he sprang at us, but the professor had his feet now. He held up the envelope with the sacred wafer. The Count stopped as Lucy had done at her tomb. He shrank back. We raised our crucifixes and stepped forward. He cowered further and further. The moonlight failed as a black cloud passed. Quincy lit the gas. We saw only a faint mist that slipped under the door, which had swung almost shut again. Van Helsing, Arthur, and I ran to Mrs. Harker. She drew her breath and gave a scream so wild and sharp that I shall hear it till I die. For a few seconds she lay helpless and in disarray. Her face was deathly pale. Blood smeared her lips, cheeks, and chin. A thin stream ran from her throat. Terror filled her eyes. She put up her poor crushed hands. Red marks from the Count's grip showed on their whiteness. From behind her hands came a low, lonely wail, as if that one scream was only the start of endless sorrow. Van Helsing drew the coverlet over her. Arthur looked once at her face in despair and ran out. Van Helsing whispered, "Jonathan is in a stupor that the vampire can make. We can do nothing for Madame Mina for a few moments. I must wake him." He dipped a towel in cold water and flicked Jonathan's face. Mina kept her face in her hands and sobbed. I raised the blind and looked out. The moon was bright. I saw Quincy run across the lawn and hide in the shadow of a great yew tree. I wondered why. Then I heard Jonathan's quick cry as he woke a little, and I turned to the bed. His face showed wild surprise. He seemed dazed. Full sense came all at once. He started up. His wife moved, reached out her arms as if to embrace him. Then she drew them back, pressed her elbows together, held her hands before her face, and shuddered till the bed shook. "In God's name, what does this mean?" he cried. "Dr. Seward, Dr. Van Helsing, what is it? What has happened? Mina, dear, what is it? What does that blood mean? My God, has it come to this?" He rose to his knees and clapped his hands together in pain. "God help us! Help her!" He jumped from the bed and dressed fast. "What has happened? Tell me," he cried. "Dr. Van Helsing, you love Mina. Do something to save her. It is not too late. Guard her while I look for him." Through her terror and sorrow, Mina saw danger for Jonathan. Forgetting herself, she held him and cried, "No, Jonathan, do not leave me. I have suffered enough without fearing he will harm you. Stay with me. Stay with our friends. They will watch." Van Helsing and I tried to calm them. The professor held his little golden crucifix and said, "Do not fear, dear one. We are here. While this is near you, no foul thing can come close. You are safe tonight. We must be calm and take counsel." She shuddered and was silent, her head on her husband's breast. When she raised it, his white nightrobe was stained where her lips had touched and where the thin wound in her neck had sent out drops. At once she drew back with a low cry and whispered through sobs, "Unclean, unclean! I must not touch or kiss him any more." "Oh, that I should be his worst danger now," Jonathan said firmly. "Nonsense, Mina." "It shames me to hear that word. I will not hear it. May God judge me and punish me if ever anything comes between us by my will." He wrapped his arms round her. She lay there, weeping. He looked over her bowed head at us. His eyes were wet, his mouth hard as steel. Her sobs grew fainter. Then he said to me, very calm though his nerves were, sore tried, "Now, doctor, Seward, tell me all." I told him exactly what we had seen. He listened without a word, but his nostrils trembled and his eyes blazed when I told how the Count held his wife and pressed her mouth to the wound in his breast. It struck me even then that while his face worked with rage, his hands stroked her hair so gently. Quincy and Godalming knocked and came in. Van Helsing looked at me. I knew he wished to turn their report to help the unhappy pair. He asked what they had seen. Lord Godalming said, "I could not see him in the passage or our rooms." I looked in the study. He had been there but had gone. He stopped and glanced at Mina. Van Helsing said, "Go on, friend Arthur." We must hide nothing. Now Art said, he had been there, and in only a few seconds he made wreck of the place. All the manuscript was burned. Blue flames flickered among white ashes. The phonograph cylinders were thrown on the fire. The wax fed the flames. I cried, "Thank God there is the other copy in the safe." Arthur's face lit for a moment, then fell. I ran downstairs. No sign of him. I looked into Renfield's room. There was no trace except he paused. "Go on," Harker said hoarsely. Art bowed his head and said, "Except that the poor fellow is dead." Mina raised her head and said, "God's will be done." I felt Arthur held back something, but I kept quiet. Van Helsing asked Quincy, "And you?" Quincy said, "A little." It may be much later. I wanted to know where the Count would go when he left. I did not see him, but I saw a bat rise from Renfield's window and fly west. I thought he would go to Carfax, but he went to another lair. He will not be back tonight. The east is red, and dawn is near. We must work tomorrow. He shut his teeth on the words. There was silence for a minute or two. It seemed I could hear our hearts. Then Van Helsing laid his hand very gently on Mina's head and said, "Now, Madam Mina, poor dear, tell us exactly what happened. God knows I do not want to hurt you, but we must know all. Our work must be quick and sharp now. The day comes that must end all if it can." She shivered. She held her husband closer and bent her head. Then she raised it proudly, gave one hand to Van Helsing, who kissed it and held it, and kept her other hand in Jonathan's. She ordered her thoughts and began. "I took the sleeping draught you kindly gave me, but for a long time it did not work. I grew more wakeful. Many horrible ideas came to me: death, vampires, blood, pain, and trouble. Jonathan groaned. She said, "Do not fret, dear. Be brave and help me. It costs me much to tell this." I tried to help the medicine by my will. Soon sleep must have come, for I remember no more. Jonathan did not wake me when he came in. He lay by my side. The same thin white mist was in the room. I felt the same fear and the same sense of a presence. I tried to wake Jonathan, but he slept so deeply it seemed he had taken the draught, not I. I could not wake him. I was very afraid. I looked round. Then my heart sank. Beside the bed stood a tall, thin man in black, as if he had stepped from the mist, or the mist had become him. It was gone. I knew him from your tales. The waxen face, the high aquiline nose with the thin white line of light on it, the parted red lips and the sharp white teeth, the red eyes I thought I saw in the sunset on the church windows at Whitby, the red scar on his forehead where Jonathan struck him. For a moment I could not move or cry. He spoke in a keen, low whisper, pointing at Jonathan. "Silence. If you make a sound, I shall take him and dash his brains out before your eyes." I was shocked and could not speak. He smiled and put one hand on my shoulder. He held me tight and bared my throat with the other. He said, "First, a little refreshment for my work. Be quiet. It is not the first or the second time your veins have fed me." I was confused, and I did not try to stop him. It must be part of the curse when his touch is on a victim. "Oh my God, pity me." He put his bloody lips on my throat. Jonathan groaned again. She gripped his hand and looked at him with pity, as if he were hurt, and went on. My strength went. I half fainted. I do not know how long it lasted. At last he lifted his foul mouth. I saw it drip with fresh blood. She drooped and would have fallen, but Jonathan held her. She gathered herself and went on. He mocked me. "So you would fight me with your brain, like the others. You would help these men to cross me. Now you know, and they know a little and will know fully soon, what it is to cross my path. They should have kept their strength for use at home. While they played wits against me who ruled and planned and fought for nations long before they were born, I was digging under them. And you, their best beloved, are now to me flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood, kin of my kin, my rich winepress for a while, and later my companion and helper. You shall be avenged. Not one of them shall fail to serve your needs. But first you shall be punished for what you have done. You have hindered me. Now you shall come when I call. When my brain says come, you shall cross land or sea to obey. And for that, this." He opened his shirt, and with his long, sharp nails he opened a vein in his breast. When the blood spurted, he took my hands in one of his and held them tight. With the other, he held my neck and pressed my mouth to the wound, so I must either choke or swallow some of the— Oh my God, what have I done? I have tried to walk in meekness and truth all my days. God pity me. Look down on a poor soul in worse than mortal danger and have mercy on those who love her. She rubbed her lips as if to clean them. As she spoke, the east grew light. All things were clearer. Jonathan sat still and quiet, but his face grew gray as the tale went on. When the first red line of dawn shot up, his darkening face showed against his whitening hair. "We have agreed that one of us will stay within call of the unhappy pair until we can meet and plan our action. I am sure of this. Today the sun rises on no house more miserable in all its round." Chapter 22. Jonathan Harker's Journal. 3rd October. I must do something or I will go mad, so I write. It is 6 o'clock. We meet in the study in half an hour. We must eat, or we cannot work well. God knows we must do our best today. I will keep writing whenever I can. I dare not stop to think. Big things and small things must all go down. Maybe the small things will help us most in the end. Poor Mina said, with tears on her face, that trouble and trial test our faith. We must keep trusting. God will help us to the end. The end, oh God, what end? To work. When the doctors came back from Renfield, we talked very gravely. Dr. Seward said they found him on the floor in a heap. His face was bruised and crushed. The bones of his neck were broken. The attendant in the passage had half dozed. He heard loud voices in the room. Then Renfield cried out, "God! God! God!" He heard a fall, then ran in. Renfield lay face down, just as the doctors later saw him. When Van Helsing asked if he heard one voice or two, the man said he could not be sure. At first it seemed two, but there was no one inside. He could swear the word God was Renfield's. Dr. Seward told us when we were alone that he did not wish for a full inquiry. No one would believe the truth. On the attendant's words he could sign death by misadventure, a fall from bed. If the coroner asked, there would be a short inquest with the same end. Then we spoke of our next step. First, we agreed that Mina must know all. Nothing must be kept from her, no matter how hard. She said the same. It was pitiful to see her so brave and so sad. "No more secrets," she said. "Nothing can hurt me more than I have suffered now. Whatever comes must bring new hope or new courage." Van Helsing looked at her fixedly and asked, quiet and sudden, "Dear Madam Mina, are you not afraid? Not for yourself, but of yourself after what has happened?" Her face grew set and her eyes shone like a martyr's. "No," she said. "My mind is made up." "To what?" he asked gently. We were very still. Each of us guessed what she meant. She answered simple and direct. "If I find any sign in me that I may harm those I love, I shall die." "You would kill yourself?" he asked hoarsely. "I would, if no friend loved me enough to save me from such pain and such a desperate task." She looked at him with meaning. He rose, came close, and laid his hand on her head. "My child," he said solemnly, "there is one who would, if it were for your good. I could answer to God for such a gentle death, even now, if it were best. Nay, if it were safe. But—" he choked. A great sob rose. He mastered it and went on. "There are some here who would stand between you and death. You must not die, least of all by your own hand. Until he who has fouled your sweet life is truly dead, you must not die. If he still lives as one of the undead, your death would make you like him. No, you must live. You must fight to live, though death seems a sweet rest. Fight death itself, whether he comes with pain or with joy, by day or by night, in safety or in danger. On your living soul I charge you, do not die, nor think of death, till this great evil is past." The poor dear grew white as death. She shook and shivered like a quicksand at a turning tide. We were silent. At last she grew more calm and said, sweet and very sad, holding out her hand, "I promise, dear friend. If God lets me live, I shall strive to live till, in his good time, this horror has passed." Her courage lifted all our hearts. We were ready to work and endure for her. I told her she should have the papers in the safe and all other papers, diaries, and phonograph words we may use. She would keep the record as before. This gave her something to do, and she was glad of it, if glad can be used for such dark work. As always, Van Helsing had thought ahead and set our order of work. "It is well," he said, "that after Carfax we did nothing to the earth boxes there. If we had, the Count would have guessed, and moved against us at once. Now he does not know our aim. Perhaps he does not even know we can make his lairs useless to him. We now know more of where they are. When we have searched the house in Piccadilly, we may track the last of them. Today is ours. While the sun runs, it guards us. Until it sets, that monster must keep whatever earthly form he now has. He cannot melt to air, nor slip by cracks. If he goes through a doorway, he must open it like a mortal. So today we hunt all his lairs and make them sterile. If we do not catch and destroy him yet, we will drive him to bay, and in time make sure of him." I sprang up. The minutes that hold Mina's life were flying. "We waste time," I cried. Van Helsing lifted his hand. "And how do we get into Piccadilly?" he asked. "Any way," I said. "We break in if we must." "And your police?" he asked. "Where will they be, and what will they say?" I knew he had a reason to wait. "Do not delay more than need be," I said. "You know my torture." "Ah, my child, I do," he said kindly. "But think, what can we do until the world is moving? Then comes our time. The simple way is best. We wish to enter, but have no key. If you were the owner and could not get in and had no fear of being called a breaker, what would you do?" "I would hire a locksmith," I said, "and have him pick the lock." "And the police?" "They would not care if the man was properly hired." "So," he said keenly, "all turns on the employer's conscience and the policeman's belief about it. Go take the lock off 100 empty houses. If you do it rightly and at the right time, none will stop you. I have read of a burglar who robbed a locked house in London, opened the front, walked in and out, held an auction, sold all, then sold the house to a builder who pulled it down, all on regle. The owner came back to find a hole. We too shall be on regle. We will not go too early, when idle policemen could notice. We will go after 10, when many are about, and such things could be done by owners." He was right. I saw Mina's face ease a little. There was hope in such clean planning. "Once inside," he went on, "we may find more clues. Some of us can stay there, while the others find the lairs at Bermondsey and Mile End. My people can have horses and carriages ready," said Lord Godalming. "Good idea," said Quincy, "but not your smart carriage with coats of arms in Walworth or Mile End. Better take cabs, leave them near Friend Quincy is right," said the professor. Mina listened more and more. I was glad to see action help her forget the night, yet she was very pale, almost ghastly, and so thin that her lips drew back and showed her teeth a little. I did not tell her this, lest I hurt her, but my blood ran cold, remembering Lucy. As yet her teeth were not sharper, but the time was short, and there was time for fear. We set the order of work and the use of our strength. We agreed first to destroy the Count's lair near at hand, in case he guessed too soon. If he came in his earthly shape at his weakest, we might learn something. For the next moves, Van Helsing said that after Carfax we should all go to Piccadilly. The 2 doctors and I should stay there, while Lord Godalming and Quincy went to Walworth and Mile End to destroy those lairs. It was possible, even likely, the Count would appear in Piccadilly by day. If so, we might face him there, or at least follow him in force. I objected. I wanted to stay and guard Mina, but she would not hear of it. She said there might be law papers I could read, that there might be a clue among the Count's papers that I could understand from my time in Transylvania, and that we needed every ounce of strength against his strange power. I had to yield. For me, she said, I have no fear now. Things are as bad as they can be. Whatever comes must hold some hope or comfort. Go, my husband. God can guard me alone if he wills. I cried, then in God's name let us go at once. He may come to Piccadilly early. Not so, said Van Helsing, raising his hand. Why? I asked. He smiled sadly. Did you forget? Last night he made a heavy banquet. He will sleep late. Forget. Shall I ever? Can any of us? The thought hurt Mina. She put her hands to her face and shuddered and moaned. The professor had not meant to wound her. He was lost in his plan. When he felt what he had said, he was grieved and tried to comfort her. Oh, Madam Mina, he said, dear, dear Madam Mina, that I, who so revere you, should say such a thing. These old lips and this old head, will you forgive? He bent low by her. She took his hand, and looking at him through her tears, said hoarsely, Mina said, I will not forget. It is good that I remember. I also remember many sweet things about you. I take them all together. Now you must go soon. Breakfast is ready. We must eat so we can be strong. Breakfast felt strange to us. We tried to smile and cheer each other. Mina was the brightest of all. When we finished, Van Helsing stood and said, My dear friends, we go now to a hard task. Are we all armed as we were on the night we first went to the enemy's lair? Are we ready for ghostly danger and for common danger? We all said yes. He went on, Madam Mina, you are safe here until sunset. Before then we shall return. Yes, we shall return. But first, let me guard you against any personal attack. Since you came down, I have made your room safe with the things we know. Now let me also guard you. He took a small piece of sacred wafer and said, In the name of the Father and the Son, and he touched it to Mina's forehead. At once, she screamed. The wafer burned her skin like hot iron. She knew at once what it meant. Her mind felt the meaning as fast as her nerves felt the pain. She fell to her knees, hid her face with her long hair like the leper of old, and cried, Unclean! Unclean! Even the Almighty turns from my flesh. I must wear this mark until the judgment day. I fell beside her, helpless, and held her tight. For some minutes our hearts beat together in sorrow. Our friends turned away with silent tears. Then Van Helsing spoke in a deep, grave voice, as if the words came from beyond himself. Perhaps you must bear that mark until God himself sets it right on the judgment day. Oh, Madam Mina, dear one, may we who love you be there to see it pass away, and your forehead become as pure as your heart. As surely as we live, that scar will go when God lifts this heavy burden. Until then, we carry our cross as his Son did. Maybe we are chosen tools of his goodwill and must climb to his command through stripes and shame, through tears and blood, through doubts and fears, through all that marks the line between God and man. His words gave us hope and a kind of calm. Mina and I each took one of his hands and kissed it. Then, without a word, we all knelt, held hands, and promised to be true to each other. We men pledged to lift the veil of sorrow from the head of her we loved, each in his own way. We prayed for help and guidance in the task before us. It was time to go. I said goodbye to Mina. We shall never forget that parting. I made up my mind to one thing. If we learn that Mina must become a vampire in the end, she shall not go into that dark land alone. I think that is how, in old times, one vampire soon became many. As their unholy bodies needed holy earth, so a holy love pulled new souls into their dreadful band. We entered Carfax easily and found all as before. It was hard to believe that a house so dull with dust and neglect could hold any reason for such fear. If our minds had not been firm, and if dark memories had not pushed us on, we could hardly have gone forward. We found no papers and no signs that anyone used the rooms. In the old chapel, the great earth boxes looked the same as last time. Van Helsing said, "My friends, we have a duty. We must make this earth useless to him. He brought it from far away because it was holy. We will beat him with his own weapon. We will make it more holy still. Once this earth was blessed for the use of man, now we bless it to God." He took a screwdriver and a wrench, and soon we opened a lid. The earth smelled close and stale, but we did not mind. He laid a piece of the sacred wafer on the soil, closed the lid, and screwed it down. We helped him. We treated each great box the same and left them looking as before, but now a host rested in each. When we closed the door behind us, the professor said, "So much is done. If we can do the same with all the others, then the sunset this evening may shine on Madame Mina's forehead as white as ivory, with no stain." We crossed the lawn to the station. I looked up at the asylum. In my window, I saw Mina. I waved and nodded to show our work was done there. She nodded back to show she understood. She waved as we walked on. My heart was heavy as we reached the platform and caught the train. I wrote these lines in the train. Piccadilly, 12:30. Near Fenchurch Street, Lord Godalming said to me, "Quincy and I will find a locksmith. You should not come. It will look less bad for us to enter an empty house. You are a solicitor. Your law society might say you should have known better." I wanted to share any blame, but he added, "Fewer men will draw less notice. My title will calm the locksmith and any policeman. Go with Jack and the professor to the Green Park. Sit where you can watch the house. When the door opens and the smith goes, you all come across. We shall let you in." "The advice is good," said Van Helsing. So we did it. Godalming and Morris took a cab. We followed in another. We got out at Arlington Street and walked into the park. The house stood grim and empty among its brighter neighbors. We sat on a bench with a clear view and smoked cigars, so we looked like idle men and drew no eye. At last a four-wheeler drove up. Godalming and Morris got out slowly, and the smith climbed down from the box with his wicker tool basket. Morris paid the cabman. The two went up the steps. Godalming showed what he wanted. The man took off his coat and hung it on a spike of the railings. A policeman strolled by. The smith said a word. The policeman nodded. The man knelt, set down his bag, laid out some tools neatly, stood, peered into the keyhole, blew into it, and spoke again to his employers. Godalming smiled. The man lifted a bunch of keys, tried one, then a second, then a third. The door opened with a light push. All three went in. We sat still. My cigar burned fast. Van Helsing's went out. We waited. The smith came back, fetched his bag, then held the door partly open with his knee while he fitted a new key to the lock. He handed the key to Godalming, who paid him. The man touched his hat, put on his coat, took his bag, and left. No one took the least notice. When he was gone, we crossed the street and knocked. Quincy opened at once. Godalming stood beside him, lighting a cigar. "The place smells vilely," he said. It did, like the old chapel at Carfax. At once we knew the Count had used this house often. We kept together and began to search. We did not know if the Count was inside, and we knew he was strong and cunning. In the dining room at the back, we found 8 earth boxes. Only 8 out of 9. Our work was not over and would not end until we found the missing one. We opened the shutters. The window looked over a narrow stone yard to the blank wall of a stable front built like a tiny house. There were no windows, so we did not fear any eyes. We lost no time. With our tools, we opened each chest and treated the earth as we had at the chapel. It was clear the Count was not in the house just then, so we searched for his things. We went from basement to attic and looked quickly in every room. We found nothing that mattered, so we came back to the dining room. Here lay the things we wanted. On the great table were many items, set out in a neat, messy way. There were title deeds of the Piccadilly house, tied in a thick bundle, deeds for the houses at Mile End and Bermondsey, paper, envelopes, pens, and ink. All were wrapped in thin paper against dust. There was a clothes brush, a hairbrush and comb, a jug and basin. The water in the basin was dirty and red, as if with blood. Last, there was a small heap of keys of many kinds and sizes, likely for his other houses. We checked each paper and wrote down each address. Lord Godalming and Quincy copied carefully the places in the east and the south. They took the big bunch of keys and set out to destroy the boxes at Walworth and Mile End. They would use cabs and keep out of sight, as we planned. The rest of us stayed in the Piccadilly house. We waited with what patience we could find, either for our friends to return or for the Count to come. We spoke in low voices about what to do if he came. The shutters were open to give us a little light, but the room stayed dim. We kept our crucifixes close, our knives and pistols at hand, and the small lamps in our pockets. The smell of the place pressed on us, heavy and foul. It felt like the air in a tomb. Still, we held steady. We had taken away 8 of his rests. We had sealed the earth in Carfax. We had a list of his other lairs and keys to their doors. The sun was high, and as long as it shone, he must walk in his earthly shape. He could not pass like mist or dust. He must open doors like any man. So we watched and waited. Every footstep in the street made us start. Every clink of iron on stone in the mews set our hearts beating hard. Van Helsing sat with his hands folded on his stick, his eyes bright and still. Dr. Seward listened, head bent a little as if hearing his phonograph. I stood by the table, looking at the deeds and the stained basin, and I thought of Mina's mark and her brave promise. I thought of our oath. I thought of the red eyes at the window, the mist that creeps like a living thing, and the cruel hands that held my dear wife. Then I set my jaw and waited for the door to open. Chapter 23. Dr. Seward's Diary. On October 3rd, the group waited for Godalming and Quincy Morris. The professor tried to keep everyone busy. He looked at Harker often. Harker was very sad. The night before, he looked happy and young. He had dark brown hair. Now he was like an old man. His hair was white. His eyes were sad. But he was still strong. The professor hoped this would help him feel better. Harker was like a bright fire. The professor wanted to keep his mind active. The professor said he studied all the papers about the monster. He saw that the monster was getting stronger and knew it. He learned that the monster was a powerful man. He was a soldier, a leader, and a man of science. He had a great mind. He was not afraid. He did not feel sorry for anyone. He even went to the scholomance school. His mind was still strong after his body died, but he did not remember everything. He was like a child in some ways, but he was learning. He was doing a good job of learning. If they did not stop him, he would start a new group of beings. Harker said, "He is a danger to my dear wife." "How is he learning? This knowledge can help us stop him." The professor said the monster had been learning slowly. His childlike mind was getting bigger. It was good for them that his mind was still like a child's. If he had been stronger at first, he would be impossible to stop now. He was in no hurry. He could wait for centuries. Harker said, "I do not understand. My mind is not working well." The professor put his hand on Harker's shoulder. "I will make it clear. The monster has been trying to learn about his powers. He used the patient to enter John's house. Vampires can only enter a new place if someone lets them in, but those are not his biggest experiments. He used other people to move his boxes. Then his mind grew. He began to think he could move the boxes himself. He started to help. Then he moved them all alone. He spread his graves out. Only he knows where they are. He may want to bury them deep. This knowledge came to him too late. We have already cleaned out most of his graves. By sunset, there will be only one left. He will not have a place to hide. I waited this morning to be sure. It is 1 o'clock now. Arthur and Quincy should be on their way to us. Today is our day. We must be careful." Suddenly, they heard a knock on the door. It was the telegraph boy. They all went to the door. Van Helsing opened it. The boy gave him a letter. The professor read it. It said, "Look out for D. He has just left Carfax and went south. He may want to see you." Mina Harker said, "Thank God, we will meet him soon." Van Helsing said, "God will act in his own time. Do not be happy yet. What we want now may be bad for us." "I do not care about anything but destroying this beast," said Harker. "I would sell my soul to do it." "Do not say that," said Van Helsing. "God does not buy souls. The devil does, but he does not keep his word. God is kind and fair. He knows your love for Mrs. Mina. She would be sad to hear your words. Do not be afraid. We are all ready to fight. Today will be the end. He can only be stopped by men. He cannot change his shape until sunset. It will take time for him to get here. It is 1:20. He will not be here for a while. We hope Arthur and Quincy get here first." About half an hour later, there was another knock. It was a normal knock, but it made the professor's heart beat fast. We went to the door. We were ready with our weapons. Van Helsing opened the door. We were happy to see Lord Godalming and Quincy Morris. They came in quickly and closed the door. Godalming said, "It is all good." We found all 12 boxes. We destroyed them all. "Destroyed?" asked the professor. "For him." We were silent for a minute. Then Quincy said, "Now we wait. If he does not come by 5, we must leave. We cannot leave Mrs. Harker alone after sunset." "He will be here soon," said Van Helsing. He looked at his notes. Mina's letter says he went south from Carfax. He had to cross the river. He could only do that before 1 o'clock. He is not here yet. That means he went to Mile End next. It took him time to get across the river. We will not have to wait long. We must have a plan. Be ready." He held up a hand. They heard a key turning in the lock. Quincy Morris made a plan quickly. He was good at this from his hunting trips. He placed everyone. Van Helsing, Harker, and I were behind the door. When the door opened, Van Helsing would guard it. We would get in the way. Godalming and Quincy were by the window. They waited for him to come in. The seconds went by very slowly. He walked slowly. He was expecting something. Suddenly, he jumped into the room. He was fast, like a big cat. He got past them before they could stop him. Harker was the first to act. He stood in front of the door. The Count snarled. His teeth were long and sharp, but then he looked cold and mean. They all moved forward at once. They did not have a good plan. Harker tried to hit him with a big knife. The Count moved fast and just missed. The knife cut his coat. Money fell out. The Count looked full of hate. I was afraid for Harker. I moved forward. I held up the cross and the holy wafer. I felt a power go through me. The monster moved back. We all did the same thing. The Count's face showed his anger. His face became yellow. The red mark on his head looked like a wound. He went under Harker's arm. He grabbed some of the money. He threw himself at the window. Glass broke. The gold coins fell to the ground. We ran to the window. He was on the ground. He was not hurt. He ran to the stable. He spoke to them. You think you have stopped me, you weak people. You will be sorry. You think I have no place to rest, but I have more. My revenge has just started. I have a long time to wait. Your girls are mine already. Through them, you will be my creatures. You will do my work. Ha! He went through the stable door. They heard him lock the door. Another door opened and closed. The professor said, "We learned a lot. He is afraid of us. Why did he hurry? Why did he take the money? He needs it. You can follow him. I will make sure he cannot use this place again." He put the money in his pocket. He took the papers. He put everything else in the fireplace and set it on fire. Godalming and Morris ran outside. Harker climbed out the window, but the stable door was locked. By the time they opened it, he was gone. Van Helsing and I looked behind the house. No one saw him leave. It was late in the day. The sun would set soon. We knew our game was over for now. We were all sad. The professor said, "Let us go back to Mrs. Harker. She is so dear. We have done what we can. We can at least protect her. We should not be without hope. There is one more box. We must find it. Then everything will be okay." He said this to make Harker feel better. Harker was very sad. He was thinking about his wife. We went to my house. Mrs. Harker was waiting for us. She looked happy. She was very brave. When she saw our sad faces, she became pale. She closed her eyes for a moment. Then she said, "I cannot thank you all enough." Oh, my poor darling. She put her hands on her husband's gray hair. She kissed him. "Rest your head here. Everything will be okay. God will protect us." He groaned. He was too sad to speak. We had supper together. It helped us feel a little better. We had not eaten since morning. Being together made us feel better. We were not so sad. We had hope for tomorrow. We told Mrs. Harker everything. She turned pale when we talked about the danger to her husband. She listened calmly. She held her husband's arm tightly when we talked about how he had gone after the Count. She did not let go until we finished the story. Then she stood up. She spoke. She looked so beautiful. She had the red scar on her head. We knew where it came from. Her kindness was strong. Our hate was strong. Her faith was strong. Our fears were strong. We knew that she was not with God now. "Jonathan," she said. The word was full of love. "Jonathan, dear, and all my true friends, remember this. You must fight. You must destroy him. But it is not a fight of hate. That poor soul is the saddest case of all. Think of his joy when he is destroyed. His soul can live forever. You must feel pity for him, but it must not stop you from destroying him." I saw her husband's face change. His love for her made his hand hold her hand tighter. She did not show any pain. She looked at him. When she finished speaking, he jumped up. He almost pulled his hand from hers. "I pray God gives him to me just long enough to destroy him. I would send his soul to hell forever if I could." "No, no. In the name of God, do not say such things," said his wife. "You will crush me with fear. I have been thinking about it all day. Maybe I will need such pity one day. Maybe someone with a reason to be angry will not give it to me. Oh, my husband, I wish I did not have to make you think about this. But I pray that God does not remember your words. They are just the words of a sad man. Oh God, let his white hair show what he has been through." We all cried. We could not stop. She cried too. She was happy that she had made him feel better. Her husband got on his knees. He put his arms around her. He hid his face in her dress. Van Helsing told us to go. We left them alone. Before we went to bed, the professor made the room safe. He said Mrs. Harker could rest in peace. She tried to believe him. She tried to look calm for her husband's sake. It was a brave thing to do. Van Helsing placed a bell nearby. They could ring it if they needed help. We decided to take turns watching over her. Quincy would watch first. The rest of us would go to bed. Godalming was already in bed. He would watch second. Now that my work is done, I will go to bed too. I thought yesterday would never end. I wanted to sleep. I hoped that when I woke up, things would be better. Before we said goodbye, we talked about what to do next, but we did not decide anything. We knew there was only one box of earth left. The Count was the only one who knew where it was. If he hid, he could be gone for years. And what would happen in that time? The idea is too scary to think about. I know one thing. Mina is a perfect woman. I love her even more because she was so kind last night. Her kindness made my own hate for the monster seem bad. God will not let us lose such a good person. This gives me hope. We are all lost at sea, and faith is our only anchor. Thank God Mina is sleeping without bad dreams. She has been very calm. Her face looked like spring after a cold winter. I thought it was the light from the sunset, but I now think it means something more. I am not sleepy, but I am very tired. I must try to sleep. There is tomorrow to think about. Later, I must have fallen asleep. Mina woke me up. She was sitting up in bed and looked surprised. The room was not dark. She put her hand on my mouth and whispered, "Hush." Someone is in the hallway. I got up quietly. I opened the door. Mr. Morris was sleeping on a mattress right outside. He was awake. He put up his hand for me to be quiet and whispered, "Go back to bed. It is okay. One of us will be here all night. We are not taking any chances." He looked serious, so I went back. I told Mina. She smiled a little. She put her arms around me and said softly, "Oh, thank God for good, brave men." She sighed and went back to sleep. I am not sleepy, but I will try again. On October 4th in the morning, Mina woke me up again. We had all slept well. The sun was coming up. The gas lamp looked small and weak. She said, "Go, call the professor." "I want to see him now." "Why?" I asked. "I have an idea." It must have come to me while I was sleeping. He must hypnotize me before the sun comes up. "Then I can speak. Go quickly. The time is short." I went to the door. Dr. Seward was on the mattress. He jumped up when he saw me. "Is something wrong?" he asked. "No," I said, "but Mina wants to see Doctor Van Helsing right away." "I will go," he said, and went to the professor's room. A few minutes later, Van Helsing was in the room. He was in his robe. Mr. Morris and Lord Godalming were at the door with Dr. Seward. When the professor saw Mina smile, his face looked happy. He rubbed his hands and said, "Oh, my dear Mrs. Mina, this is a change. See, Jonathan, we have our dear Mrs. Mina back today." Then he said to her, "What can I do for you? You do not want me here for nothing at this hour." "I want you to hypnotize me," she said. "Do it before the sun comes up. I feel that then I can speak. Be quick, the time is short." Without a word, he told her to sit up in bed. He looked at her. He moved his hands in front of her. My heart was beating fast. I felt that something important was about to happen. Her eyes slowly closed. She sat very still. You could only tell she was alive because her chest moved. The professor made a few more moves. Then he stopped. His face was covered in sweat. Mina opened her eyes. She did not seem like herself. Her eyes looked far away. Her voice was dreamy. The professor told me to bring the others in. They came in quietly. They stood at the end of the bed. Mina did not seem to see them. The professor asked her quietly, "Where are you?" Her answer was a quiet voice. "I do not know." Sleep has no home. For a few minutes, no one spoke. Mina sat still. The professor stared at her. We did not dare to breathe. The room was getting brighter. Van Helsing told me to open the blinds. I did. The sun was about to rise. A red light came into the room. The professor asked again, "Where are you now?" Her voice was dreamy but clear. It was like she was reading from her notes. "I do not know. It is all strange to me. What do you see?" "I see nothing. It is all dark." "What do you hear?" The professor's voice was getting tired. "The sound of water. It is moving. I hear little waves. I can hear them outside." "Then you are on a ship?" We all looked at each other. We were afraid to think. Her answer was fast. "Oh, yes." "What else do you hear?" "The sound of men running above." A chain is making a sound. The capstan makes a loud sound when it stops. "What are you doing?" "I am still." "Oh, so still. It is like death." Her voice got quieter. Her eyes closed again. The sun was up now. The room was bright. Dr. Van Helsing put his hands on Mina's shoulders. He helped her lie back down. She lay like a sleeping child for a few moments. Then she sighed and woke up. She looked at us, surprised to see us all there. "Have I been talking in my sleep?" she asked. She seemed to know what had happened. She wanted to know what she said. The professor told her everything. She said, "Then there is no time to lose. It may not be too late." Mr. Morris and Lord Godalming started to leave, but the professor's quiet voice stopped them. "Wait, my friends." The ship was leaving while she spoke. There are many ships leaving London. Which one is it? Thank God we have a clue. We do not know where it will lead. We were a little blind. We can now see what was in the Count's mind when he took the money. Jonathan's knife made him afraid. He wanted to escape. He saw that with only one box left, London was not safe for him. He took his last box on a ship. He is leaving the land. He thinks he will get away, but no. We will follow him. Our old fox is smart. We must be smart too. I am also smart. I will figure out his mind soon. For now, we can rest. There is water between us. He cannot cross it unless the ship stops at land. The sun just came up. We have all day until sunset. Let us take a bath, get dressed, and have breakfast. We need to eat. We can eat well because he is not on the same land as us." Mina asked, "But why do we need to find him now that he is gone?" He took her hand and patted it. He said, "Do not ask me now. After breakfast, I will answer all your questions. He would not say anything else. We went to get dressed. After breakfast, Mina asked her question again. He looked at her sadly. Then he said, "Because, my dear Mrs. Mina, we must find him now more than ever. We must follow him to the end of the world." She became pale. She asked, "Why?" "Because," he said, "he can live for hundreds of years. You are just a human woman. We must be afraid of time now. He put that mark on your neck. I caught her just as she fainted." Chapter 24. Dr. Seward's Phonograph Diary, spoken by Van Helsing to Jonathan Harker. Stay with your dear wife Mina. We will go to search for the Count. We do not need to search because we already know where he is. We just need to confirm it. Please stay and take care of her today. This is the most important and best thing you can do. The Count cannot be here today. I will tell you what the four of us already know. I have told them already. Our enemy has gone away. He has gone back to his castle in Transylvania. I know this for sure, as if a great hand of fire wrote it on the wall. He was ready for this. The last box of earth was ready to be sent. He took the money for this. He hurried at the end so we would not catch him before the sun went down. This was his last chance, unless he could hide in the tomb he thought Lucy would keep open for him. But there was no time. When that did not work, he went to his last resort. He is very clever. He knew his game was over here, so he decided to go home. He found a ship going the way he came and got on it. We are going now to find what ship it is and where it is going. When we find out, we will come back and tell you everything. Then we will give you and Mina new hope. It will be hope when you think about it. All is not lost. This creature we are chasing took hundreds of years to get to London. In just one day when we learned about him, we drove him out. He is not all-powerful even though he is strong and can do much harm. But we are strong. Each of us is strong, and we are all stronger together. Be brave, dear husband of Mina. This battle has just begun. We will win in the end. God is watching over us. So be happy until we come back. Van Helsing, Jonathan Harker's Journal. October 4th. I read Van Helsing's message to Mina from the phonograph. The poor girl felt much better. Knowing that the Count is out of the country has made her feel strong. For me, now that the terrible danger is not right in front of us, it is hard to believe it was real. Even my terrible experiences in Dracula's castle seem like a dream I had a long time ago. Here in the cool autumn air and bright sunlight, it is hard to believe. But how can I not believe it? As I was thinking, I saw the red scar on my dear wife's white forehead. As long as that scar is there, I will believe. And after it is gone, the memory of it will keep my belief clear. Mina and I are afraid to do nothing, so we have read all the diaries over and over. Even though the reality seems bigger each time, the pain and fear feel smaller. There is a reason for all of this, and that is comforting. Mina says, maybe we are helping to do something good. Maybe we are. I will try to think like she does. We have not talked about the future yet. It is better to wait until we see the professor and the others after they finish their search. The day is going by faster than I thought it ever could again. It is now 3 o'clock. Mina Harker's Journal. October 5th, 5 p.m. We had a meeting to talk about what happened. Everyone was there. Professor Van Helsing, Lord Godalming, Dr. Seward, Mr. Quincy Morris, Jonathan Harker, and Mina Harker. Dr. Van Helsing told us what they did today to find out what boat Count Dracula was on and where he was going. I knew he wanted to go back to Transylvania, So I was sure he would go by the Danube River or the Black Sea, because that is the way he came. It was a long process for us. We started to find what ships left for the Black Sea last night. He was on a sailing ship, because Mina said she saw sails. These ships are not in the newspaper, so Lord Godalming said we should go to your Lloyd's. They have a list of all the ships, even the small ones. There, we found that only one ship going to the Black Sea left with the tide. It is the Tsarina Catherine. It left from Doolittle's Wharf for Varna and then other places up the Danube. This is the ship with the Count, I said. So we went to Doolittle's Wharf. There we found a man in a small wooden office. The man looked bigger than the office. We asked him about the Tsarina Catherine. He swore a lot. His face was red and his voice was loud, but he was a good person. Quincy gave him some money that made a sound when he rolled it up and put it in a small bag he had hidden in his clothes. Then he was a better person and helped us. He came with us and asked many men. The men were rough and hot. They were also better people when they were not thirsty. They said a lot and told us everything we wanted to know. They told us how a man came last afternoon at about 5 o'clock. He was in a hurry. He was a tall man, thin and pale, with a high nose and very white teeth, and eyes that seemed to be on fire. He was all in black, but he had a straw hat that did not fit him. He gave his money away to find out what ship was sailing to the Black Sea and where. Some people took him to the office and then to the ship. He did not get on the ship. He stood at the end of the ramp and asked the captain to come to him. The captain came when he was told he would be paid well. He swore at first, but he agreed to the terms. Then the thin man left. Someone told him where he could get a horse and cart. He went there and came back, driving the cart himself with a big box on it. He lifted it down himself, but it took many people to put it on the ship's truck. He talked a lot to the captain about where to put his box, but the captain did not like it. He swore at him in many languages. He told him that if he liked, he could come and see where it would be, but the man said no. He said he would not come yet because he had a lot to do. The captain told him he had better be quick because his ship would leave before the tide changed. The thin man smiled and said that of course the captain must leave when he thought fit. But he would be surprised if he left so soon. The captain swore again in many languages. The thin man bowed and thanked him. He said he would be so kind as to come on board before the ship sailed. In the end, the captain, more red than ever and in many languages, told him that he did not want any Frenchmen on his ship. So, after asking where he could buy ship forms, he left. No one knew where he went. They said they did not care, because they had something else to think about. It was soon clear that the Tsarina Catherine would not sail as planned. A thin mist began to come up from the river. It grew and grew. Soon a thick fog covered the ship and everything around it. The captain swore in many, many languages. But he could not do anything. The water rose and rose. He began to fear that he would miss the tide. He was not in a good mood when the thin man came up the ramp again at full tide. He asked to see where his box was stored. The captain said he wished he and his box were in hell, but the thin man was not offended. He went down with the mate and saw where it was placed. He came up and stood on the deck for a while in the fog. He must have left by himself because no one saw him. They did not think about him. Soon the fog began to go away, and everything was clear again. My friends, the ones with the thirst and the language of blood, laughed. They told how the captain's swearing was more than his usual languages. When he asked other sailors on the river, he found that few of them had seen any fog at all, except around the wharf. But the ship left on the outgoing tide. It was probably far down the river mouth by morning. It was well out at sea when they told us. And so, my dear Mina, we have to rest for a time. Our enemy is on the sea, with the fog he can control, on his way to the Danube mouth. A ship takes time to sail. When we start, we will travel faster by land. We will meet him there. Our best hope is to find him in the box between sunrise and sunset. Then he cannot fight, and we can deal with him. We have days to get our plan ready. We know everything about where he is going. We saw the owner of the ship. He showed us all the papers. The box we are looking for is to be landed in Varna. It will be given to an agent, a man named Ristix. He will show his papers. Our merchant friend will have done his part. When he asked if anything was wrong, we said no. We told him he could send a message to Varna and have a check made. But what we have to do is not for the police or the customs people. We must do it alone and in our own way. When Dr. Van Helsing was done talking, I asked him if he was sure the Count had stayed on the ship. He said, "We have the best proof of that. Your own words when you were in the trance this morning." I asked him again if they really had to chase the Count. I was afraid of Jonathan leaving me. I know he would go if the others went. Van Helsing answered with growing anger. At first he was quiet, but as he went on, he became more angry and more powerful. We could see why he was a leader among men. Yes, it is necessary. It is necessary for your sake first, and then for the sake of all people. This monster has already done a lot of harm. He has only been here for a short time. All this I have told to the others. You, my dear Mina, will hear it in my friend John's recording, or in your husband's. I have told them how it took him hundreds of years to leave his own empty land. He came to a new land where there are many people. Another one of the undead would not be able to do what he has done. All the strange and powerful things in nature must have worked together in a wonderful way for him. The place where he has been alive for centuries is full of strange things. There are deep caves that no one knows where they go. There have been volcanoes. Some of their holes still send out strange water and gases that can kill or give life. There is something magnetic or electric in some of these things. In him, there were great qualities from the start. He was very brave, had a good mind, and a strong heart. In him, life has become very strong. His body and his mind grew. All of this is without the help of the devil. And now this is what he is to us. He has infected you. Please forgive me, my dear, for saying this, but I speak for your good. He has infected you in such a way that even if he does nothing more, you only have to live. You have to live in your own sweet way, and so in time, death will come to you, but it will make you like him. This must not be. We have sworn together that it must not be. We are doing God's will. The world will not be given to monsters. He has allowed us to save one soul already, and we go out like the old knights of the cross to save more. Like them, we will travel toward the sunrise. And like them, if we fall for a good reason. He stopped, and I said, "But will the Count not be wise? Since he has been forced out of England, will he not avoid it, like a tiger does the village he has been hunted from?" "Aha," he said, "your idea of the tiger is good. I will use it. A tiger that has tasted human blood will not care for other food. He will hunt until he gets another human. The creature we are hunting from our village is also a tiger. He will never stop hunting. In his life, he went over the Turkey border and attacked his enemy on his own land. He was pushed back, but did he stop? No. He came again and again and again. Look at how he keeps going. He thought a long time ago about coming to a great city. What did he do? He found the best place in the world for him. Then he took time to get ready for the task. He was patient and found out how strong he was and what his powers were. He learned new languages. He learned about new social life, new laws, new money, new science, and the habits of a new land. He had only a small look, but it made him want more. It also helped his brain grow. It showed him that he was right in his ideas from the start. He has done all of this alone. What more can he not do when the bigger world of thought is open to him? He can smile at death as we know it. He can live in the middle of diseases that kill many people. Oh, if such a person came from God and not the devil, what a force for good he could be in our world. But we have promised to free the world. We must work in secret. In this modern time, men do not even believe what they see. The doubts of smart men would be his greatest strength. It would be his shield and his weapon to destroy us. We are willing to risk our own souls for the safety of one we love, for the good of people, and for the honor and glory of God. After we talked, we decided that we would not decide anything for tonight. We would all sleep on the facts and try to think of the right answers. Tomorrow at breakfast we will meet again. After we tell each other our ideas, we will decide on what to do. I feel a great peace and rest tonight. It is as if a bad presence has left me. Maybe... My thought was not finished. I saw the red mark on my forehead in the mirror, and I knew that I was still not clean. _Doctor, Seward's Diary. October 5th. We all woke up early. I think sleep helped all of us. When we met for breakfast, we were all more happy than we thought we would ever be again. It is amazing how people can bounce back. If a problem is removed, even by death, we go back to hoping and enjoying life. More than once, as we sat around the table, I wondered if the past days had been a dream. Only when I saw the red mark on Mrs. Harker's forehead was I brought back to reality. Even now, when I am thinking about it, it is hard to believe that the reason for all our trouble still exists. Even Mrs. Harker seems to forget her trouble for a while. Only when something reminds her does she think of her terrible scar. We are going to meet in my study in half an hour to decide what to do. I see only one problem. I know it by feeling, not by thinking. We will all have to speak honestly. But I am afraid that in some way poor Mrs. Harker cannot speak. I know she has her own ideas. From what has happened, I can guess how good and true they must be, but she will not or cannot say them. I have told Van Helsing this. We are going to talk about it when we are alone. I think it is some of that terrible poison that has gotten into her. The Count had his own reasons when he gave her what Van Helsing called the vampire's baptism of blood. Well, there may be a poison that comes from good things. In this time, we should not be surprised at anything. One thing I know, if my feeling about poor Mrs. Harker's silence is true, then there is a terrible problem and a danger ahead of us. The same power that makes her be silent may make her speak. I do not want to think more about it. I do not want to dishonor a noble woman. Van Helsing is coming to my study a little before the others. I will try to talk to him about it later. When the professor came in, we talked about things. I could see that he had something on his mind that he wanted to say, but he did not want to say it. After talking about other things for a little, he suddenly said, "John, we need to talk alone. Later we can tell the others. Madam Mina is changing. She is like Miss Lucy was. I am scared. Her face is changing. Her teeth are sharper. Her eyes are harder. She is also quiet now. She does not talk. The Count has given her his blood. He can control her. He can make her tell him what she knows. So we must not let her know our plans. We must keep our plans from her. This is sad for me, and I do not want to do it. But we must. I must tell her that she cannot be with us. We will keep her safe. I am sad about this. I told Van Helsing that I also felt this way. He was happy to hear it. He has gone to get ready for our meeting. I think he will go to pray. Later, at the meeting, Mina sent a message. She would not come. She said we could talk more freely without her. This was a relief for us. We were happy to know she felt this way. We did not talk about our plan with her. We went to work on our plan. Van Helsing told us his plan. The ship, the Tsarina Catherine, left yesterday. It will take 3 weeks to get to Varna. We can get there in 3 days by land. The Count can make the weather bad. So let's say the ship gets there in 2 days less. We will also add a day for our travel. We will still get there 2 weeks early. We must leave on the 17th. We will be in Varna one day before the ship. We can get ready. We will all have guns. We will fight evil things. Quincy Morris said we should bring Winchesters. He said they are good for this kind of fight. Van Helsing said it was a good idea. He said we can get ready now, then we can leave in 2 days. Van Helsing said the 4 of us will go. Jonathan Harker asked about this. He said, "We 4?" Van Helsing said, "You must stay with your wife." Harker did not say anything. He said he would talk about it later with Mina. Van Helsing did not want Harker to tell Mina. He put a finger on his lips. I cannot think. My mind is full of new things. Mina did not want to join us. I do not know why. We had agreed to not hide things. Mina is now sleeping. She looks happy. Later. I watched Mina sleep. I was happy. Mina woke up and looked at me. She said, "Jonathan, I need you to promise me something. It is important. You must promise me now." I said, "I cannot promise. I do not know what it is." She said, "I want it. It is not for me. You can ask Van Helsing. If he says no, you do not have to keep it." I promised. She looked happy. She said, "Promise me you will not tell me our plans. Do not tell me anything about our plans to fight the Count." She pointed to the scar on her head. I promised. I felt a door close between us. Later, at midnight, Mina was happy tonight. She made us all feel better. We went to bed early. She is sleeping like a child. This is good. At least she can forget her troubles. October 6th, morning. Another surprise. Mina woke me up. She told me to get Van Helsing. I went to get him. He was already dressed. He came to our room. He asked if the others could come. She said no. She said she must go on the trip with us. Van Helsing and I were surprised. He asked her, "Why?" She said, "I must go with you. I am safer with you, and you will be safer too." He said, "You are in danger. We are in danger. We want to keep you safe." He was embarrassed. She pointed to her forehead. "I know," she said. "The Count can make me go to him. He can make me lie. I might even have to lie to you, Jonathan." I was sad. I could not speak. She went on, "You are brave. You are strong. You are many. I can help. You can use hypnotism to learn what I know." Van Helsing said, "You are very smart. You will come with us." She fell asleep. Van Helsing told me to come with him. We went to his room. The others came too. He told them what Mina said. He said, "Mina will come with us. Her soul is true. We are warned. We must be ready when the ship arrives." Morris asked, "What will we do?" Van Helsing said, "We will get on the ship. When we find the box, we will put a wild rose branch on it. The monster cannot leave the box with the rose there. This is what people say. Then, when no one is there, we will open the box, and we will be okay." Morris said, "I will not wait. I will open it. I will kill the monster even if 1,000 people are there." I shook his hand. It was strong. Van Helsing said, "You are a good boy. We will all be brave. We will not be scared. We do not know what will happen. But we will be ready. We must get ready today. We must put our affairs in order. We must get ready for what may come. My things are ready. I will go get tickets for our trip." We had nothing more to say. We left. I will get my things ready. I have made my will. Mina will get my things if she lives. If not, my friends will get them. It is now near sunset. Mina is not feeling well. I am sure something will happen at sunset. I write these things down so that she cannot read them. She is calling my name. Chapter 25. Dr. Seward's Diary. 11th of October, evening. Jonathan Harker asked me to write this. He feels too weak, and he wants an exact record. None of us were surprised when we were asked to see Mrs. Harker a little before sunset. Now we know that sunrise and sunset are special times for her. At these times she is more free, and her old self can appear. This begins about half an hour before the sun rises or sets. It lasts until the sun is high, or while the clouds are still red with the light. First there is a quiet time, as if a tie is loosened. Then comes her short freedom. When it ends, the change back comes quickly, and there is a short warning silence before it. Tonight she looked tense and struggled inside. I thought she tried very hard to be free as soon as she could. After a few minutes she was calm. She called her husband to sit beside her on the sofa where she lay half back. She asked the rest of us to bring our chairs close. She took her husband's hand and began, "We are together in freedom, maybe for the last time. I know you will stay with me to the end." She said this to her husband, whose hand held hers tighter. "Tomorrow we start our task. God alone knows what will happen to us. You are good to take me with you. I know brave, serious men will do all they can for a poor, weak woman whose soul may be lost. No, not yet, but at risk. You must remember I am not like you. There is poison in my blood and in my soul. It may destroy me. It must destroy me unless help comes. My friends, you know my soul is at risk. There is one way out for me, but we must not take it. I must not, and you must not." She looked at each of us in turn, beginning and ending with her husband. Van Helsing asked in a rough voice, "What is that way which we must not take?" "That I may die now, by my own hand or by another's hand, before the greater evil is done. If I were dead, you could set my spirit free as you did for poor Lucy. If only death stood in the way, I would not fear to die here and now with my friends who love me. But death is not all. I do not believe God wishes me to die while there is hope and hard work to do. So I give up the sure rest I long for, and I go out into the dark where the blackest things may be." We were silent, for we felt this was only the start. The others' faces were firm. Harker's face turned ashy gray. Maybe he guessed best what was coming. She went on, "This is what I can give to the common pot." I noticed the odd legal word she used so seriously. "What will each of you give?" "Your lives, I know. That is easy for brave men. Your lives are God's, and you can give them back. But what will you give to me?" She looked at us again, but not at her husband. Quincy seemed to understand. He nodded, and her face grew brighter. "I will be plain. There must be no doubt between us. You must promise me, all of you, even you, my dear husband, that if the time comes, you will kill me." Quincy asked in a low, strained voice, "What time is that?" "When you are sure I am so changed that it is better I die than live. When I am dead in the flesh, you must not wait. Drive a stake through me and cut off my head, or do whatever is needed to give me rest." Quincy rose first. He knelt before her, took her hand, and said, "I am only a rough man, not one who has lived well enough to earn such trust, but I swear by all I hold dear, if that time comes, I will not fail. I will make sure. If I am even doubtful, I will take it that the time has come. My true friend," she said through tears, and kissed his hand. "I swear the same, dear Madam Mina," said Van Helsing. "And I," said Lord Godalming. Each of us knelt to take the oath. I also swore. Then her husband, pale and with a green shade under his white hair, asked, "Must I too make this promise, my wife?" "You too, my dearest," she said with deep pity in her voice and eyes. "Do not shrink. You are nearest and dearest, my whole world. Our souls are joined for all life and time. Think of brave men who killed their wives long ago to save them from the enemy. Their hands did not stop, though the women begged them to strike. This is a man's duty in such a hard time, and if I must meet death by any hand, let it be the hand that loves me best. Dr. Van Helsing, I remember your mercy with poor Lucy and the man who loved her. No, the man who had the best right to give her peace. If such a time comes again, help my husband, so it will be a kind memory for him that his loving hand set me free from this awful power on me." "Again I swear," said the professor in a ringing voice. Mrs. Harker smiled and with a sigh of relief leaned back and said, "Now a warning. Do not forget. If this time ever comes, it may come quickly and without warning. You must not lose your chance. At such a time I myself may be, no, if it comes I shall be, joined with your enemy against you. One more request," she said very seriously. "It is not as vital as the other, but I ask it if you will." We all agreed and were silent. "I want you to read the burial service." Her husband gave a deep groan. She took his hand and held it over her heart. "You must read it over me some day. Whatever happens, it will be a sweet thought to some of us. You, my dearest, I hope you will read it, so I will hear your voice in my memory forever, whatever may come." "But death is far from you," he said. "No," she said, raising a warning hand. "I am more in death now than if a grave were heavy on me." "Oh, my wife, must I read it?" he asked before he began. "It would comfort me, my husband," she said. She made the book ready, and he began to read. How can anyone tell of that strange scene, so serious, so dark, so sad, so terrible, and yet so sweet? Even a skeptic would be moved to the heart if he saw our small group of loving friends kneel round that suffering lady, or heard the tender love in her husband's voice. His voice was so broken that he often had to stop as he read the simple and beautiful words from the burial of the dead. "I cannot go on. Words and voice fail me." She was right in her feeling. Strange as it was, it comforted us. When her free time ended and silence showed her coming relapse, it did not seem as full of despair as we had feared. Jonathan Harker's journal. 15th of October, Varna. We left Charing Cross on the morning of the 12th, reached Paris that night, and took our seats on the Orient Express. We traveled day and night and arrived here at about 5 o'clock. Lord Godalming went to the consulate to see if there were telegrams. The rest of us came to the hotel, the Odysseus. I did not care about the trip. I only care for the ship, the Tsarina Catherine. Thank God, Mina is well and seems stronger. Her color is coming back. She sleeps a lot. On the trip, she slept almost all the time. But before sunrise and sunset, she is very wakeful and alert, and Van Helsing now hypnotizes her at those times. At first, he had to try hard, making many passes. Now she yields at once, as if by habit. At these moments, he seems able to will, and her thoughts obey. He always asks what she can see and hear. She says, "Nothing. All is dark." And then, I hear waves on the ship and water rushing by. The canvas and ropes strain. The masts and yards creak. The wind is high. I hear it in the shrouds. The bow throws back the foam, so the Tsarina Catherine is still at sea, hurrying to Varna. Lord Godalming has just returned. He had 4 telegrams, 1 for each day since we left. All say the same. The Tsarina Catherine has not been reported anywhere to Lloyd's. Before we left London, he told his agent to send a telegram every day saying if the ship was reported or not, so he would know the watch was kept. We had dinner and went to bed early. Tomorrow we will see the vice-consul and try to arrange to go on board as soon as the ship arrives. Van Helsing says our chance is to board between sunrise and sunset. The Count, even as a bat, cannot cross running water by his own will. He cannot leave the ship. He also dares not take a man's shape without drawing notice, so he must stay in the box. If we get on board after sunrise, he will be in our power. We can open the box and make sure of him, as we did poor Lucy, before he wakes. We think we will not have much trouble with officials or sailors. This is a land where money can do much, and we have money. We must make sure the ship cannot enter port between sunset and sunrise without warning us. Then we shall be safe. Judge Moneybag will decide this case, I think. 16th of October. Mina's report is the same. Dark, waves, rushing water, and good wind. We are in time, and when we hear of the Tsarina Catherine, we will be ready. She must pass the Dardanelles, so we should get some report. 17th October. Almost all is ready to welcome the Count back. Godalming told the shippers he thinks the box on board may hold something stolen from a friend. He got a half consent to open it at his own risk. The owner gave him a paper telling the captain to let him do anything he wished on the ship, and another paper for the agent at Varna. We saw the agent. He liked Godalming's kind manner and will help us. We have a plan if we can open the box. If the Count is there, Van Helsing and Seward will cut off his head and drive a stake through his heart at once. Morris, Godalming, and I will stop any who try to stop us, even with arms if needed. The professor says if we do this, the Count's body will soon fall to dust. Then there will be no proof against us if people suspect murder. Even if there is proof, we will stand or fall by our act. Maybe this very writing will one day be used in court. For me, I would take that chance gladly if it comes. We will leave no stone unturned. We set up with some officials that a special messenger will warn us the moment the Tsarina Catherine is seen. 24th October, a week of waiting. Daily telegrams to Godalming say the same. Not yet reported. Mina's hypnotic answer morning and evening is the same. Waves, rushing water, and creaking masts. Telegram October 24th. Rufus Smith, Lloyd's, London, to Lord Godalming, care of HBM Vice-Consul, Varna. Tsarina Catherine reported this morning from Dardanelles. Dr. Seward's diary. 25th October. I miss my phonograph. Writing by pen is hard, but Van Helsing says I must. We were wild with joy yesterday when Godalming got his telegram. Now I know how men feel when the call to battle sounds. Mrs. Harker alone showed no sign. This is not strange, for we kept all news from her and tried to hide our excitement. In the past, she would have noticed at once, but in the last 3 weeks, she has greatly changed. The deep sleep grows on her. She looks strong and well, and her color is coming back, but Van Helsing and I are not pleased. We often talk about her, but we say nothing to the others. It would break Harker's heart and his nerve if he knew we even feared this. Van Helsing tells me he looks at her teeth carefully while she is under hypnosis. He says, as long as they do not grow sharper, there is no active danger of a change in her. If the change comes, we must act. We both know what steps these are, though we do not say the words. We would not shrink, hard as it is. Euthanasia is a good, comforting word. I am grateful to whoever made it. It is only about 24 hours' sail from the Dardanelles to here at the ship's speed from London, so she should arrive sometime in the morning. As she cannot come in before then, we will go to bed early. We will get up at 1 o'clock to be ready. 25th of October, noon. Still no news of the ship. Mrs. Harker's report this morning was the same as usual, so we may get news at any moment. We men are all hot with excitement, except Harker. He is calm. His hands are ice cold. An hour ago, I saw him wetting the edge of the great Gurkha knife he now always carries. It will go badly for the Count if that kukri touches his throat under that cold, steady hand. Van Helsing and I were a little worried about Mrs. Harker today. Around noon, she fell into a deep sleep. We did not like it, but we kept quiet. She had been restless all morning, so at first we were glad she slept. When her husband said he could not wake her, we went to see for ourselves. She breathed calmly and looked peaceful and well. We agreed the sleep was the best thing for her. Poor girl, she has so much pain to forget. If sleep brings her rest, it must help her. Later, she woke after some hours. The sleep refreshed her. She looked brighter and better than for many days. At sunset, she gave the usual report under hypnosis. Wherever he is in the Black Sea, the Count is moving fast toward his goal. I hope it is toward his doom. 26th October. Still no news of the Tsarina Catherine. She should be here by now. We know the ship is still somewhere at sea, for at sunrise Mrs. Harker gave the same words as before. There may be fog. Some steamers that came in last evening said there were fog banks to the north and to the south of the port. We must keep watch. The ship may be signaled at any moment. 27th October, noon. Still no news of the ship. Mrs. Harker reported last night and this morning as usual. Lapping waves and rushing water. She added that the waves were very faint. The telegrams from London say the same. No further report. Van Helsing is very anxious. He told me he fears the Count is escaping us. He said, I did not like that deep sleep of Madame Mina's. Souls and memories can do strange things in trance. I was going to ask more, but Harker came in, and the professor raised a warning hand. We must try again at sunset to make her speak more clearly when she is under hypnosis. 28th October. Telegram from Rufus Smith, London, to Lord Godalming, care of the Vice-Consul, Varna. Tsarina Catherine reported entering Galatz at 1 o'clock today. Dr. Seward's diary, 28th October. The news that the ship reached Galatz did not shock us as much as one might think. We did not know where or how the blow would fall, but we all felt that something strange would happen. The delay at Varna had warned each of us that plans would change. Still, it was a surprise. Nature makes us hope that things will go as they should, even when we know they will not. We each felt it in our own way. Van Helsing raised his hand for a moment as if to argue with heaven, then stood firm. Lord Godalming turned very pale and breathed hard. I was half stunned and looked from face to face. Quincy pulled his belt tight in his quick way that always means action. Mrs. Harker became very white, and the scar on her forehead seemed to burn. She folded her hands and prayed. Harker smiled a dark, hopeless smile, but his hands went at once to the hilt of his great kukri and stayed there. "When does the next train start for Galatz?" asked Van Helsing. "At 6:30 tomorrow morning," answered Mrs. Harker at once. We all started. Art asked, "How do you know?" She said, "I am a train fiend. At home in Exeter, I made the timetables to help Jonathan. I still study them. I knew that if we went to Castle Dracula, we would go by Galatz, or at least through Bucharest. So I learned the times. There are few trains. The only one tomorrow is at 6:30. "Wonderful woman," the professor murmured. "Can we get a special?" asked Lord Godalming. Van Helsing shook his head. "I fear not. This land is not like yours or mine. Even with a special, we might not arrive sooner than the regular train. Also, we must prepare. Let us plan. Arthur, go to the station, buy the tickets, and arrange all for the morning. Jonathan, go to the ship's agent and get letters to the agent in Galatz, so we may search the ship there as here. Quincy, see the vice-consul and get his help with his fellow in Galatz, so our way is smooth and no time is lost when we cross the Danube. John will stay with Madame Mina and me. We shall consult. If time is long, you may be delayed, and it will not matter when the sun sets, for I am here with Madame to take her report." Mrs. Harker said, bright as her old self, "I will try to be useful. I will think and write for you as before. Something is leaving me in a strange way, and I feel freer." The three younger men looked happier at her words, but the professor and I met each other's eyes with a grave look. We said nothing. When the men had gone to their tasks, Van Helsing asked Mrs. Harker to bring the copy of the diaries and find the part of Jonathan's journal from the castle. She went to get it. When the door shut, he said to me, "We think the same." "Speak," I said. "There is a change. It is a hope that makes me sick, for it may be false." "Yes," he said. "Do you know why I asked for the manuscript?" "No," I said, "unless you wanted to speak to me alone." "That is part," he said, "but I must tell you a risk I take. I think it is right. When Madame Mina said those words, I had an idea. 3 days ago, in her trance, the Count sent his spirit to read her mind, or he took her spirit to him in the earth box on the ship, with water rushing, as happens at sunrise and sunset. He learned that we are here. She knows more in her open life than he does shut in his box. Now he makes his greatest effort to escape us. He does not want her now. He is sure she will come when he calls, but he cuts her off for the moment, takes her out of his own power, so she does not come. Here I have hope that our man brains, with God's grace, will rise higher than his child brain that has lain in a tomb for centuries and works selfish and small. Hush! Here comes Madame Mina. Say nothing of her trance. She does not know. It would break her courage at the time we need it most." He held himself steady as she came in, bright and busy, trying to forget her sorrow with work. She gave him some typed pages. He read them and his face grew brighter. Holding the pages, he said, "Here is a lesson. Do not fear to think." I had a half-thought often, but I feared it. Now, with more knowledge, I see it is a whole thought. He read from Jonathan's journal. That other of his race, who, in a later age, again and again, brought his forces over the great river into Turkey land, who, when beaten back, came again and again, even alone after a bloody field, knowing he could in the end triumph. Van Helsing asked. "What does this tell us?" He said we saw nothing before, but now there was another key, a word spoken without knowing its full meaning, like a sudden flash of lightning that shows the land below for many miles. "I will explain," he said. "Have you studied the ways of crime? The true criminal tends to work at one kind of crime again and again. He has not a full man brain. He is clever and cunning, but childlike in some ways. Once he learns to do a thing, he does it again the same way. So it is with our enemy." He took Mrs. Harker's hand and said, "Now you speak. Tell us what you see." He lightly held her pulse as she spoke. She said, "The Count is a criminal type, with an imperfect mind. In a tight place he falls back on habit. His past is a clue. Once before, when he failed in a land he tried to invade, he went home and prepared for a new attempt. He returned better equipped and won. So he came to London to invade a new land. He was beaten. When hope was gone and his life was in danger, he fled by sea back to his home, as before he fled over the Danube from Turkey land." "Good, good," said Van Helsing, and kissed her hand. Then to me, cool and doctor-like, he said, 72 only, and in all this excitement. I have hope." He turned back to her. "Go on." She said, "As a criminal he is selfish. His small mind keeps to one hard purpose. He thinks only of safety now. His selfishness frees my soul a little from his terrible power. I feel it. Thank God! My soul is freer than since that awful night, but I fear that in trance or dream he may have used my knowledge." The professor stood and said, "He has used your mind." By it he left us watching in Varna while his ship rushed through fog to Galatz, where he had planned to escape us. But his child mind sees only so far. By God's will, the very thing he counted on may harm him most. He thinks he is free of us and has many hours' start, so his selfish child brain will let him rest. He also thinks that, since he cut himself off from your mind, you cannot know of him. There he fails. The terrible baptism of blood he gave you lets you go to him in spirit at sunrise and sunset, but now by my will, not by his. This power for good is yours because you suffered, and he does not know you still have it. We are not selfish. We trust God through these dark hours. We shall follow him and not turn back, even if we risk becoming like him. Friend John, this hour has helped us. Write it all down, so when the others return, they will know as we do. So I wrote while we waited, and Mrs. Harker typed everything from the moment she brought us the manuscript. Chapter 26. Dr. Seward's Diary. 29th of October. I write this on the train from Varna to Galatz. Last night we all met a little before sunset. Each person had done his best work. We felt ready for the whole journey and for the work to do when we reached Galatz. When the usual time came, Mrs. Harker prepared for hypnosis. Van Helsing had to try longer and more seriously than before. At last, she fell into a trance. She did not speak with a hint this time. The professor had to ask firm questions again and again. At last she answered, "I see nothing." We are still. There are no waves lapping. I only feel a steady swirl of water that runs softly against a rope. I hear men's voices near and far. I hear oars creak in the rowlocks. A gun fires somewhere. The echo is far away. Feet tramp overhead. Ropes and chains drag. What is this? There is a small light. I feel air blowing on me. She stopped. She rose from the sofa suddenly and lifted both hands, palms up, as if to lift a weight. Van Helsing and I looked at each other. Quincy raised his eyebrows and watched her closely. Harker's hand closed on the hilt of his kukri by habit. We waited. We all knew the time when she could speak was passing, and words would be useless. Suddenly she sat up, opened her eyes, and said sweetly, "Would any of you like tea? You must all be so tired." We wished to please her, so we agreed. She went to make the tea. When she had gone, Van Helsing said, "You see, my friends, he is close to land. He has left his earth chest, but he has not yet reached the shore. In the night he may hide. If no one carries him to land, or if the ship does not touch land, he cannot reach it. If it is night, he may change form and jump or fly to shore, as he did at Whitby. But if day comes first, then unless someone carries him, he cannot escape. And if someone carries him, the customs men may see what is in the box. So, if he does not reach land tonight or before dawn, he will lose a whole day. Then we may arrive in time. If he does not escape at night, we shall find him by day, still boxed and in our power. He dares not be his true self by day where men may see him." There was nothing more to say. We waited in patience for dawn to learn more from Mrs. Harker. Early this morning, we listened in fear for her new report. The trance came even slower than before. The time left before sunrise grew short, and we began to lose hope. Van Helsing seemed to pour his whole soul into the work. At last, under his will, she answered, "All is dark. I hear lapping water at my level, and a creaking like wood on wood." She paused, and the red sun rose. We had to wait until night. So now we travel to Galatz with hearts full of fear and hope. We should arrive between 2 and 3 in the morning, but we were already 3 hours late at Bucharest, so we cannot arrive until after sunrise. We shall have 2 more times for hypnosis before we get there. Either or both may tell us more. Later. Sunset came and went, and we were lucky to be quiet when it came. If we had been in a noisy station, we could not have made the calm we needed. Mrs. Harker yielded to hypnosis even less easily than in the morning. I fear her power to feel the Count may be dying away just when we need it most. I think her imagination is beginning to work. Before now, she spoke only the plainest facts. If this change continues, she may mislead us without meaning to. If only the Count's power over her grew weak at the same time, I would be glad, but I fear it may not. When she did speak, her words were like riddles. Something is going out. I feel it pass me like a cold wind. I hear confused sounds far away, men speaking strange tongues, a fierce falling of water, and the howling of wolves. She stopped. A shiver went through her and grew stronger until she shook like a person with a long chill. She said no more, not even when the professor pressed her. When she woke, she was cold, tired, and weak, but her mind was clear. She could not remember anything and asked what she had said. When she heard it, she thought deeply for a long time in silence. 30 October, 7 a.m. We are near Galatz now. I may not have time to write again soon. We all waited for sunrise with tight hearts. Knowing the trance comes harder now, Van Helsing began his passes early. They did nothing until the usual time, and then she yielded only a minute before sunrise. The professor asked quickly, and her answer came quickly, "All is dark." I hear water swirling by at my ears. I hear wood creak on wood, cattle low far off. There is another sound, a strange one like... She stopped and grew very white. "Go on! Speak, I command you!" cried Van Helsing in pain. But the sun rose. Its red light reached even her pale face. She opened her eyes and said sweetly and calm, "Oh, Professor, why ask me to do what you know I cannot?" I do not remember anything. She saw our surprise and said, troubled, "What did I say? What did I do? I know only that I lay here half asleep and I heard you say, 'Go on! Speak, I command you!' It seemed funny to hear you order me like a naughty child. Oh, Madam Mina," he said sadly, "believe that I love and honor you. A word spoken for your good, more earnest than ever, may sound strange when I command the woman I am proud to obey." The train whistles sounded. We drew near Galatz. Our hearts burned with anxiety and eager fear. Mina Harker's Journal. 30 October. Mr. Morris took me to the hotel where our rooms were already ordered by wire. He could be spared best, since he speaks no foreign language. We divided the tasks much as at Varna. Lord Godalming went to the vice-consul. His rank might help at once, for we are in great haste. Jonathan and the two doctors went to the shipping agent to learn details about the Tsarina Catherine. Later, Lord Godalming has returned. The consul is away, and the vice-consul is sick. A clerk does the work. He was kind and ready to help in any way. Jonathan Harker's Journal. 30 October. At 9 o'clock, Van Helsing, Dr. Seward, and I called on Messrs. Mackenzie and Steinkopf, the agents of the London firm of Hapgood. They had a wire from London in answer to Lord Godalming's request, asking them to show us every civility. They were truly polite and took us at once on board the Tsarina Catherine, which lay at anchor in the river harbor. We saw the captain, Donaldson. He told us of his voyage. He said he had never had so fine a run. "Man," he said, "it made us afeard. We expected to pay for it with bad luck. It is not canny to run from London to the Black Sea with a fair wind behind you, as if the devil blew your sail for his own end, and all the time we could not see a thing. If we neared a ship or a headland, a fog fell and moved with us. When it lifted, there was nothing near. We passed Gibraltar and could not signal. Until the Dardanelles, where we had to wait for a permit, we were never within hail. At first I thought to slow and beat about until the fog cleared, but I thought if the devil wished us quick into the Black Sea, he would get us there. A quick trip would please the owners and not hurt the trade, and the old one who got his wish would be grateful we did not hinder him." Van Helsing smiled and said, "My friend, that devil is clever, but he knows when he meets his match." The captain liked the words and went on. Past the Bosphorus the men grumbled. Some of them, the Romanians, asked me to heave overboard a big box placed on board by a queer old man in London. I saw them watch him and make signs with 2 fingers against the evil eye. Their superstition is ridiculous. I sent them away. But when a fog closed in, I felt a little as they did, though not against the box in particular. The fog stayed 5 days, and I let the wind carry us. If the devil wished to reach some place, he would fetch it, and if not, we kept a sharp lookout. We had fair way and deep water all the time. 2 days ago, when the morning sun pierced the fog, we were in the river opposite Galatz. The Romanians were wild and wanted to throw the box into the river. I argued with a handspike. When the last man rose with his head in his hands, I had proved that the trust of my owners was safer with me than in the Danube. They had already lifted the box onto the deck to fling it in. It was marked Galatz via Varna, so I let it lie to discharge in port and be rid of it. We did not clear much that day and stayed at anchor overnight. In the morning, an hour before sunrise, a man came aboard with an order from England to take a box marked for Count Dracula. The matter was ready to his hand. His papers were correct, and I was glad to be rid of the thing. I was uneasy. If the devil had any luggage on board, I think it was that. What was the man's name? asked Van Helsing, holding himself in. "I will tell you quick," he said, and brought a receipt signed Emanuel Hildesheim, address Bergenstrasse 16. That was all he knew. We thanked him and left. We found Hildesheim in his office, a Jew with a fez and a long nose. He liked payment, and we set the marks with our coin. With a little bargaining, he told us what he knew. It was simple, but important. He had a letter from Mr. de Ville of London telling him to receive, if possible before sunrise to avoid customs, a box arriving in the Tsarina Catherine. He was to give it to a man named Petrov Skinsky, who traded with Slovaks down the river. He was paid by English banknote, changed for gold at the Danube International Bank. When Skinsky came, he took him to the ship and handed over the box to save Porter's work. That was all. We went to look for Skinsky but could not find him. A neighbor who did not like him said he had left 2 days ago for no one knew where. His landlord said he got the key by messenger with the rent in English money between 10 and 11 last night. We were at a standstill again. While we spoke, a man ran up and said the body of Skinsky had been found inside the churchyard wall of St. Peter. His throat was torn as by a wild animal. Those who heard ran to see. The women cried, "This is the work of a Slovak!" We hurried away, lest we be drawn in and delayed. On the way back, we reached no sure end. We all felt the box was going by water to somewhere, but we did not yet know where. We returned to Mina with heavy hearts. When we met, we first spoke about telling Mina all again. Things grow desperate. It is a chance, though risky. As the first step, I was freed from my promise to her. Mina Harker's journal. 30 October evening. The men were tired, worn out, and sad. Nothing more could be done until they rested. I asked them to lie down for half an hour while I wrote everything up to the moment. I thank the person who invented the traveler's typewriter and Mr. Morris for getting me one. I would be lost without it if I had to write by pen. It is all done. Poor Jonathan, what he has suffered, what he suffers now. He lies on the sofa, hardly breathing, his whole body weak. His brows are tight, his face is drawn with pain. Perhaps he is thinking hard. I see his face lined with effort. If only I could help. I will do what I can. I asked Dr. Van Helsing. He gave me all the papers I had not yet seen. While they rest, I will read everything carefully. Perhaps I can reach a conclusion. I will try to think like the professor, clearly, fairly, without fear. I believe that, by God's help, I have found something. I will get the maps and study them. I am more sure now that I am right. My new idea is ready. I will gather our friends and read it. They can judge. We must be exact, and every minute is precious. Mina Harker's memorandum, in her journal. Ground of inquiry. Count Dracula's problem is to get back to his own place. A. He must be brought back by someone. This is clear. If he had power to move as he wished, he could go as man, wolf, bat, or otherwise. He fears discovery or being stopped while helpless in his wooden box between dawn and sunset. B. How is he to be taken? By road, by rail, or by water? 1. By road. There are many hard points, especially in leaving a city. People are everywhere and curious. A hint about the box would destroy him. There are customs or gate officers. His hunters might follow. This is his greatest fear. To keep safe, he has even pushed away me, his victim. 2. By rail. No one would be in charge of the box. It might be delayed, and delay is deadly, with enemies close. He might escape at night, but he would be in a strange place with no safe house. He does not plan this and will not risk it. 3. By water. This is safest in one way, most dangerous in another. At sea he is powerless except at night. Then he can call fog, storm, snow, and wolves. But if the ship wrecks, the running water would cover him and he would be lost. He could drive the ship to land, but if the land is unfriendly and he cannot move freely, he is still in danger. We know he was on the water. We must learn what water. First, we must see clearly what he has done so far. Then we may see his next move. First part, what he did in London under pressure, when he had to act quickly and arrange things as he could. Second part, what he has done here, as we can guess from known facts. As to the first, he planned to arrive at Galatz and sent papers to Varna to trick us, so we would not learn his real way out of England. His first and only purpose then was to escape. Proof: the letter to Emanuel Hildesheim to take away the box before sunrise. There is also an order to Petrov Skinsky. We do not have that letter, but there must have been one since Skinsky came to Hildesheim. So far, we know his plan worked. The ship Tsarina Catherine sailed very fast. Captain Donaldson became suspicious, but his fear and his careful ways helped the Count. With a strong wind and many fogs, he reached Galatz as if blindfolded. The Count's orders were good. Hildesheim cleared the box, took it, and gave it to Skinsky. Skinsky took it, and there the track is lost. We only know the box is somewhere on the water and still moving. No customs man stopped it. Now we think what the Count did when he reached land at Galatz. Skinsky got the box before sunrise. At sunrise, the Count could leave the box and appear as himself. Why did he choose Skinsky? In my husband's diary, Skinsky works with Slovaks who trade on the river. A man also said a murder looked like the work of a Slovak. People dislike that group. The Count wanted to be alone and unseen. I think this. In London, he chose to go home by water. It was the safest and quietest way. The Scani brought him from the castle. They likely gave the boxes to Slovaks who took them to Varna. From there, they were shipped to London. So the Count knew which people could do this work again. When the box reached land before sunrise or after sunset, he came out, met Skinsky, and told him how to send the box up a river. When all was ready, he hid his trail by killing the man who helped him. I looked at the map. The most likely rivers for the Slovaks to go up are the Pruth or the Sereth. In my trance, I said I heard cows low, water swirling at my ear level, and wood creaking. So the Count, in his box, was on a river in an open boat. The men likely used oars or poles, because the banks were near and they moved against the stream. We would not hear those sounds if the boat drifted down. It may be not the Sereth or the Pruth. We can still check. The Pruth is easier to travel, but the Sereth meets the Bistritza at Fundu, and the Bistritza runs up around the Borgo Pass. That loop brings a boat as close to the castle as water can go. Mina Harker's journal continued. When I finished reading, Jonathan held me and kissed me. The others shook my hands hard. Dr. Van Helsing said, "Our dear Madam Mina teaches us again. She sees where we were blind. We are on the right track once more. If we reach him by day on the water, we can end this. He has a start, but he cannot hurry. He must stay in his box, or the men will wonder and throw him into the river. He knows this, so he will not risk it. Now, to our council of war. I will get a steam launch and follow him," said Lord Godalming. "And I will get horses to follow on the bank in case he lands," said Mr. Morris. "Good," said the professor. "But no one must go alone." The Slovaks are strong and rough. They carry hard weapons." The men smiled. They had a small store of guns. Mr. Morris said, "I brought some Winchesters. They are good in a crowd. There may be wolves." The Count also asked for other things that Mrs. Harker could not hear. "We must be ready." Dr. Seward said, "I should go with Quincy. We have hunted together. The two of us, well armed, can face anything. Art, you must not be alone. The Slovaks may fight with knives. One quick thrust could ruin all. No chances this time. We rest only when the Count's head and body are cut apart, and we know he cannot live again." He looked at Jonathan, and Jonathan looked at me. I saw his pain. He wanted to stay with me, but the boat might be the surest way to end the vampire. He was silent. Then Dr. Van Helsing spoke gently. "Friend Jonathan, you must go for 2 reasons. You are young and brave, and we may need all strength at the end. Also, it is your right to destroy the one who hurt you and yours. Do not fear for Madam Mina. I will care for her. I am old. I cannot run or ride or fight long, but I can serve in other ways. I can fight in another way, and I can die if needed. My plan is this. While you and Lord Godalming go up the river in the fast launch, and while John and Quincy ride and guard the bank, I will take Madam Mina into the enemy's land. While the old fox is boxed on the running water, unable to touch land, we will follow Jonathan's old road from Bistritz over the Borgo. We will find the castle. Madam Mina's trance will guide us after sunrise when we are near that dark place. There is much to do there. We must make other places holy, so we can destroy that nest of vipers." Jonathan cried out hotly, "You would take Mina, sick with that devil's touch, into his trap?" "Not for the world, not for heaven or hell." He shook and then said, "Do you know that place? Have you seen that foul den? The very moonlight is full of evil shapes. The dust in the air is like tiny monsters. Have you felt the vampire's lips on your throat?" He looked at my scar and cried, "Oh God, why is this on us?" and fell on the sofa. The professor's voice was calm and sweet. "I would save Madam Mina from that awful place. God forbid we take her inside. There is wild work to do there that her eyes must not see. We men, all but Jonathan, have seen what must be done to make that place clean. We are in great danger. If the Count escapes, he may sleep for 100 years. Then in time our dear one," he took my hand, "would be drawn to him, like the others you saw. You heard their bad laugh when they held the moving bag he threw them. Forgive me. It hurts you, but I must speak. Is this not a strong reason? If anyone must go into that place to stay, it should be me." "Do as you will," said Jonathan, shaking with a sob. "We are in God's hands." Later, it cheered me to see how these brave men worked. How can a woman not love such men, so earnest, so true, so brave? I also saw the power of money, what good it can do if used well, and what harm if not. I thanked God that Lord Godalming is rich, and that he and Mr. Morris spend freely. Without them, our small band could not start so fast or so well. In under 3 hours, each job was set. Lord Godalming and Jonathan had a fine steam launch, with steam up, ready to start. Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris had 6 good horses, well fitted. We had maps and tools. The professor and I would take the 11:40 train to Veresti. There we would buy a carriage and drive to the Borgo Pass. We took much money to buy what we needed. We would drive ourselves. We could trust no one else. The professor knows many languages, so we will manage. We all had weapons. I had a large revolver. Jonathan could not rest unless I was armed too. I cannot carry one weapon the others carry. The scar on my forehead forbids it. Dear Van Helsing says I am well armed anyway. There may be wolves. The cold grows each hour. Snow flurries come and go like warnings. Later. It took all my courage to say goodbye to my dear one. We may never meet again. Courage, Mina. The professor watches me keenly. His look warns me. No tears now, unless God lets them be tears of joy. Jonathan Harker's Journal. October 30th night. I write by the fire door of the launch. Lord Godalming feeds the fire. He knows the work. He has a launch on the Thames and one on the Norfolk Broads. We agree that Mina is right. If the Count uses any river, it is the Sereth, then the Bistritza. Near the 47th line of north, he will leave the water and cross land to the Carpathians. We are not afraid to run fast at night. There is plenty of water and the banks are wide. Godalming tells me to sleep. I cannot. Mina is in danger, and she goes to that awful place. Only God's care keeps me from despair. Without faith, it would be easier to die than live. Mr. Morris and Dr. Seward started before us. They keep to the right bank, far enough to climb higher ground, so they can see long stretches and not follow each bend. At first, they took 2 men to lead the spare horses, 4 in all, to avoid talk. Soon they will send the men away and care for the horses themselves. If we must join, they can mount us all. One saddle has a horn that can move. It can fit Mina if needed. It is a wild adventure. We rush in the dark. The cold rises from the river and strikes us. Night voices are on every side. We seem to drift into unknown places and ways, into a whole world of dark, dreadful things. Godalming shuts the furnace door. 31st October. Still hurrying. Day has come. Godalming sleeps. I watch. It is bitterly cold. The furnace is welcome. We wear heavy furs. We pass only a few open boats. None carry a box the size we seek. When we turn the electric lamp on them, the men kneel and pray. 1st of November evening. No news all day. We find nothing. We are now in the Bistritza. If we guessed wrong, we lose our chance. We have stopped every boat, big and small. Early this morning, one crew took us for a government boat and treated us so. We used this to smooth our way. At Fundu, where the Bistritza joins the Sereth, we got a Romanian flag and now fly it high. Since then, all show us respect. No one refuses our search. Some Slovaks say a big boat passed them fast, with a double crew. That was before they reached Fundu, so they cannot tell if the boat turned into the Bistritza or kept up the Sereth. At Fundu no one heard of such a boat, so it must have passed in the night. I am very sleepy. The cold may be telling on me. Godalming will keep first watch. God bless him for all his kindness to Mina and me. 2nd of November morning, full daylight. That good man did not wake me. He says it would be a sin, for I slept well and forgot my pain. I feel selfish for sleeping and letting him watch all night, but he was right. I am a new man. While he sleeps, I can mind the engine, steer, and watch. My strength returns. Where is Mina now? And Van Helsing? They should have reached Veresti at noon on Wednesday. Then they would buy carriage and horses. If they drove hard, they would be near the Borgo Pass now. God guide them, I fear to think. Oh, if we could go faster. We cannot. The engine works as hard as it can. I wonder how Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris area. Many streams run from the mountains into this river. None are large now, but in winter and snow melt they are terrible. Maybe the riders are not much delayed. I hope we will see them before Strasbourg. If we have not caught the Count by then, we must meet and plan our next move. Dr. Seward's Diary. 2nd of November. 3 days on the road. No news and no time to write if there were. Every moment is dear. We rest only for the horses. We bear it well. Our old roaming days help us now. We must push on. We will not rest till we see the launch again. 3rd of November. At Fundu we heard the launch went up the Bistritza. I wish it were not so cold. Snow signs are in the air. If it falls heavy, it will stop us. Then we must get a sledge and go like Russians. 4th of November. Today we heard the launch was held by an accident at the rapids. Slovak boats go up with a rope and good steering. Some passed only hours before. Godalming is handy with tools. He must have fixed the launch. With local help, they got her up the rapids and went on the chase. But the boat is not better for the accident. People say that after smooth water, she kept stopping now and then while in sight. We must push harder. They may need us soon. Mina Harker's Journal. 31st October. We reached Foresti at noon. At dawn, the professor could hardly hypnotize me. I could only say, "Dark and quiet." He has gone to buy a carriage and horses. Later he will try to buy more, so we can change on the way. We must go more than 70 miles. The land is beautiful and so interesting. If only times were different. If Jonathan and I could drive here alone, what joy! We would stop, meet people, learn their lives, and fill our hearts with the color and charm of this wild, lovely land and its quaint folk. But alas, later. Dr. Van Helsing is back. He has the carriage and horses. We will have dinner and start in an hour. The landlady packs a huge basket of food. It looks enough for soldiers. The professor smiles and whispers it may be a week before we get good food again. He also bought many furs and warm wraps and other things. We shall not be cold. We start soon. I am afraid of what may happen. We are in God's hands. He alone knows what will be. I pray with all my sad and humble soul that He will watch over my dear husband, that whatever comes, Jonathan will know I loved and honored him more than I can say, and that my last and truest thought will always be for him. Chapter 27. Mina Harker's Journal. 1st of November. We travel all day at good speed. The horses know we are kind, so they work well. We change horses many times, and each time it is easy. I am hopeful. Dr. Van Helsing speaks little. He tells the farmers we hurry to Bistritz, and he pays well. We get hot soup, or coffee, or tea, and then go on. The country is very beautiful. The people are brave, strong, and simple. They are also very superstitious. In the first house, the woman saw the scar on my forehead. She crossed herself and held up 2 fingers to keep off the evil eye. I think they put extra garlic in our food, and I do not like garlic. After that, I keep my hat or veil on, and they do not suspect me. We travel fast, and because we have no driver to talk, we go in front of gossip. But I think fear of the evil eye will follow us. The professor does not seem to tire. He made me sleep a long time, but he himself took no rest all day. At sunset, he hypnotized me. I answered, "Darkness, lapping water, creaking wood." So our enemy is still on the river. I am afraid to think of Jonathan, but I do not fear for him or for myself now. I write this in a farmhouse while we wait for the horses. Dr. Van Helsing sleeps. He looks very tired and old and gray, but his mouth is firm like a conqueror's. When we start, I will make him rest while I drive. I will tell him we still have days before us, and we must not break down when his strength is most needed. All is ready. We go soon. 2nd of November morning. I was successful. We took turns driving all night. Day has come, bright but cold. The air feels heavy and strange. It presses on us. We are warm only because of our furs. At dawn he hypnotized me. I answered, darkness, creaking wood, roaring water. The river changes as they go up. I hope my dear one will not meet danger more than need be, but we are in God's hands. 2nd of November night. We drive all day. The land grows wilder. The great arms of the Carpathians, small at Veresti, now rise around us and tower in front. We both try to cheer each other, and so we cheer ourselves. Dr. Van Helsing says we will reach the Borgo Pass by morning. There are few houses now. He says the last horse we got must go on with us, as we may not change again. He got 2 more as well as 2 we changed, so we now have a rough 4 in hand. The dear horses are patient and good. There are no other travelers, so even I can drive. We will reach the pass in daylight. We do not want to come before. We go gently and take long rests in turn. Oh, what will tomorrow bring? We go to the place where my poor darling suffered so much. May God guide us, watch over my husband and our dear friends who are in deadly peril. As for me, I am not worthy. Alas, I am unclean in his eyes, until he lets me stand in his sight as one who has not felt his wrath. Memorandum by Abraham Van Helsing. 4th of November. To my true friend John Seward, M.D., of Purfleet, London, in case I do not see him. It may explain. I write in the morning by a fire that I kept alive all night, Madam Mina helping me. It is very cold. The gray, heavy sky is full of snow, and when it falls it will stay all winter, for the ground is hard. It seems to touch Madam Mina. Her head was heavy all day. She was not like herself. She slept and slept and slept. She, who is always alert, did nothing. She even lost her appetite. She made no diary. She who writes at every pause. Something whispers to me that all is not well, but tonight she is more lively. Her long sleep refreshed her, and now she is sweet and bright as before. At sunset I tried to hypnotize her, but it failed. The power is less each day, and tonight it failed completely. God's will be done, whatever and wherever it leads. Now to the facts, for since Madam Mina does not write, I must in my slow old way, so no day is lost. We reached the Borgo Pass just after sunrise yesterday. When I saw dawn, I made ready to hypnotize. We stopped and got down for quiet. I made a bed of furs. Madam Mina lay down and more slow and for less time than ever, yielded to sleep. As before, she said, darkness and the swirling of water. Then she woke bright and we went on, and soon reached the pass. Here she burned with zeal. Some new guiding power showed in her. She pointed to a road and said, this is the way. I asked, how do you know? She said, of course I know it. Jonathan traveled it and wrote of it. At first this seemed strange, but I saw there was only one such by-road. It is little used and very different from the coach road. So we went down this way. When we met other tracks, sometimes hardly roads at all under light snow, the horses knew, and only they. I gave them rein, and they went on, patient. By and by, we found all the things Jonathan noted in his diary. We went on for many hours. I told Madam Mina to sleep. She tried, and she slept. She slept all the time. At last I grew suspicious and tried to wake her, but she slept on and I dared not press, for she has suffered and must rest. I think I dozed, for suddenly I felt guilt. I sat up with the reins in my hand, and the good horses jogged on as before. Madam Mina still slept. It was near sunset, and the yellow light lay on the snow, and our shadows were very long on the steep mountain sides. We were climbing, and all was wild and rocky, like the end of the world. I woke Madam Mina. I tried to put her to sleep again, but she would not sleep, as if I were not there. I tried and tried until all at once darkness came. The sun had gone down. Madam Mina laughed, and I looked at her. She was wide awake and looked as well as I had ever seen her since that night at Carfax. I was amazed and uneasy, but she was so kind and thoughtful for me that I forgot fear. I lit a fire with our wood. She prepared food while I unharnessed the horses and tethered them to feed. When I returned, she had my supper ready. I went to help her, but she smiled and said she had eaten already. She was so hungry she could not wait. I did not like it and had grave doubts, but I feared to frighten her, so I was quiet. I ate, then we wrapped in furs and lay by the fire. I told her to sleep while I watched. Soon I forgot to watch. When I remembered, I found her lying quiet, awake, looking at me with bright eyes. This happened again and again. I slept much before morning. When I woke, I tried to hypnotize her. She closed her eyes, but she did not sleep. The sun rose higher and higher. Then sleep came to her too late, and so heavy I could not wake her. I lifted her and placed her sleeping in the carriage. I harnessed the horses and made all ready. She still slept, and in her sleep she looked healthier and more red than before, and I did not like it. I am afraid of everything, but I must go on. We play for life and death, and more than these, and we must not fail. 5th of November, morning. I must be exact in all, for you may think I am mad. All yesterday we traveled closer to the mountains, into more wild and empty land. There were great frowning cliffs and much falling water, as if nature had once held a wild feast. Madam Mina still slept. I ate, but I could not wake her, not even for food. I began to fear the fatal spell of the place on her, tainted by that vampire baptism. Well, I said, if she sleeps by day, I shall not sleep by night. On the rough old road I bent my head and slept. Again I woke with guilt and time lost. Madam Mina still slept, and the sun was low. But all was changed. The mountains seemed further, and we were near the top of a steep hill. On the summit was a castle like the one Jonathan wrote of. At once I rejoiced and feared. The end was near. I woke Madam Mina and tried to hypnotize her, but it was no use. Before full dark, while the snow still held a pale light, I took out the horses and fed them in what shelter I could. I made a fire. Near it I set Madam Mina on her rugs. I got food ready, but she would not eat. I did not press her. I ate, for I must be strong. Then, fearing what might be, I drew a big ring round her, and over the ring I scattered the holy wafer, broken fine, so all was guarded. She sat still, like one dead, growing whiter and whiter till the snow was not more white, and said no word. When I came near, she clung to me. I felt her shake from head to foot with a painful tremor. Later I said, "Will you come to the fire?" I wished to test what she could do. She rose and took a step, then stopped, as if struck. "Why not go on?" I asked. She shook her head, came back, sat down, and said with open eyes, like one awake from sleep, "I cannot." I rejoiced, for I knew that what she could not do, none of those we fear could do either. Her body might be in danger, but her soul was safe. Soon the horses began to scream and pulled at their tethers until I quieted them. When they felt my hands, they whinnied low and licked my hands, and were quiet for a time. Many times in the night I went to them. Each time they were calmer at my touch. In the coldest hour, the fire began to die. I was about to step out to gather more wood, for the snow came in flying sweeps with a chill mist. Even in the dark, there was always a light on the snow. The snow and mist moved as if they took the shapes of women with long robes. All was dead and silent. Only the horses whinnied and crouched in terror. I began to fear horrible things, but I felt safe inside my holy ring. I thought maybe my mind played tricks from the night and gloom and worry, and from all Jonathan's terrible memories in my head. The flakes and mist turned and turned until I saw, like a shadow, those women who would have kissed him. The horses crouched lower and moaned in pain and fear, but did not break free. I feared for Madame Mina when the strange shapes came near and circled us. I looked at her. She sat calm and smiled at me. When I moved to feed the fire, she held me and whispered in a low dream voice, "No, no, do not go out. Here you are safe," I said. "But you? I fear for you." She laughed low and unreal and said, "Fear for me? Why fear for me? None are safer from them than I am." As I wondered, a puff of wind made the flame leap, and I saw the red scar on her forehead. Then I knew. Soon the circling shapes came closer, but stayed outside the holy ring. They slowly took form, and if I am not mad, I saw the same 3 women Jonathan saw by his bed. I knew the swaying forms, the bright hard eyes, white teeth, red color, and full lips. They smiled at poor Madame Mina, and in sweet ringing voices said, "Come, sister, come to us, come." I turned to Mina in fear, and my heart leaped with hope, for I saw terror and disgust in her sweet eyes. She was not yet one of them. I grabbed firewood and the holy wafer and went at them towards the fire. They drew back and laughed their low, terrible laugh. I fed the fire and did not fear, for we were safe within our protections. They could not approach me while I was so armed, nor Mina while she stayed inside the ring, which she could not leave, and they could not enter. The horses stopped moaning and lay still. Snow fell on them gently and made them white. I knew the poor beasts had no more fear. So we stayed until the red of dawn showed through the snow gloom. I was desolate, afraid, and full of sorrow and terror. But when the beautiful sun began to rise, life came back to me. At the first light, the terrible shapes melted into the mists and snow, drifted towards the castle, and were lost. I turned to Madame Mina to hypnotize her, but she fell into a sudden deep sleep, and I could not wake her. I tried to hypnotize her in sleep, but she did not answer. Day broke. I still fear to move. I made my fire and looked to the horses. They are all dead. Today I have much to do, and I wait until the sun is high, for there may be places where the sunlight, though weak in snow and mist, will keep me safe. I will eat, and then I will do my terrible work. Madame Mina still sleeps. God be thanked she is calm. Jonathan Harker's Journal, 4th of November evening. The accident to the launch was terrible for us. Without it, we would have overtaken the boat long ago, and Mina would be free. I fear to think of her out on the wild land near that awful place. We have got horses and follow the track. I write this while Godalming gets ready. We have our weapons. The Sconnie must take care if they plan to fight. Oh, if only Morris and Seward were here. We must hope. If I write no more, goodbye, Mina. God bless and keep you. Dr. Seward's Diary, 5th of November. At dawn, we saw a body of Cisgani in front of us, driving fast from the river with their leader wagon. They crowded around it and hurried on as if someone hunted them. Snow falls lightly, and there is strange excitement in the air. Maybe it is our feeling, but the heaviness is strange. Far off I hear wolves. The snow brings them down from the mountains. There is danger for us from every side. The horses are nearly ready, and we set off soon. We ride to the death of someone. God alone knows who, or where, or how, or when. Dr. Van Helsing's Memorandum. 5th of November afternoon. I am at least sane. Thank God. The proof was dreadful. When I left Madame Mina sleeping within the holy ring, I went to the castle. The blacksmith's hammer from Veresti was useful. Though the doors were open, I broke them off the rusty hinges, lest some evil chance should close them and trap me. I remembered Jonathan's bitter story. By his diary, I found my way to the old chapel. I knew my work lay there. The air was heavy. It seemed to have a sulfur fume that made me dizzy. There was a roaring in my ears, or it was the wolves far away. Then I thought of Madame Mina, and I was in a terrible fix. I did not dare to bring her into this place, but I left her safe from the vampire in the holy circle. Yet even there were the wolves. I decided my work lay here, and as for wolves, we must submit if it were God's will. At least it meant only death and freedom beyond. So I chose for her. If it had been only for me, the wolf's mouth were better than the vampire's grave. I chose to go on with my work. I know there are at least 3 graves here. The graves are used. I look and look. I find one. A woman lies there in a vampire's sleep. She looks full of life. She is very beautiful. I, Van Helsing, shake with fear. I feel as if I am going to do a murder. I think many men in old times came to do this work. I think many were weak. They waited and waited. The undead woman was so lovely that they stopped. They stayed until sunset. Then her eyes opened. She looked with love. Her mouth asked for a kiss. The man became weak. He became one more victim. He became one of the undead. There is a strange pull in such a place. I feel it even now. The tomb is old. Dust lies heavy. There is a bad smell like the Count's lairs. Even so, I feel delay pulling at me. I am Van Helsing. I have a strong purpose. I hate the evil one. Still, I feel a sweet sleep fall on me. The air is heavy. I am almost lost. Then, through the still snow, I hear a long, low cry. It is full of sorrow and pity. It wakes me like a trumpet. It is the voice of my dear Madame Mina. I take heart again. I go to my awful task. I pull the tops off the tombs. I find another of the sisters. I do not look long at her. I fear I will be charmed again. I search more. I find the 3rd sister in a high, great tomb, made for one much loved. I had seen her once gather herself from mist. She is very fair. She shines with beauty. My head turns. I feel the old man's wish to protect such a woman. But God be thanked, I still hear Madame Mina's soul cry in my ears. Before the spell grows, I make myself hard and ready. I search all the tombs in the chapel. I think there are only these 3 undead here. In the middle is one tomb greater than all. It is huge and noble. On it is one word, Dracula. This is the home of the king vampire. Many are his debtors. The tomb is empty. It tells me he is not here. Before I set the women free, I put holy wafer in Dracula's tomb. Now the undead count can never enter there again. Now I begin my terrible work. I dread it. 1 would be easier. 3 is very hard. I must begin again and again. With sweet Miss Lucy it was terrible. How will it be with these old ones who have lived for centuries? They are strong with the long years. They would fight for their foul lives if they could. Oh, my friend John, it is butcher's work. I would fail if I did not think of the dead we loved and the living who fear. I still tremble. Yet, God be thanked, my nerve stands until all is done. I see peace come to each face just before the end. I see gladness, as if the soul knows it is free at last. This gives me strength to go on. The sound is horrible when the stake goes in. The body jumps and twists. Blood foams on the lips. I want to run away. I do not. I finish the work. It is over. Now I can pity them and weep. They lie still in true death. They fade to dust. As soon as I cut each head, the body melts and crumbles to native earth. It is as if the true death, late by centuries, calls out, "I am here." Before I leave the castle, I fix the doors and ways. The Count can never enter here again as undead. I step back inside the holy circle. Madame Mina wakes and sees me. She cries that I have suffered too much. "Come," she says, "come away from this awful place. Let us go to meet my husband. He is coming to us." She looks thin and pale and weak, but her eyes are pure. They shine with a holy light. I am glad to see her paleness. My mind is full of the horror of that red vampire's sleep. We trust and we hope, yet we fear. We go east to meet our friends and him who come to meet us, as Madame Mina says she knows. Mina Harker's Journal. 6th of November. It is late afternoon. The professor and I walk to the east. I know Jonathan is coming from there. We do not go fast, though the road goes down. We must carry heavy rugs and wraps. We fear cold and snow at night. We take food too. The land is empty. We see no house through the blowing snow. After a mile, I am tired from the deep snow. I sit to rest. We look back. We see the hard line of the castle on the sky. We are so far under the hill that the line of the high mountains is far below it. The castle stands high, 1,000 feet above a sheer cliff. On every side there seems a great gap between it and the next mountain. The place looks wild and uncanny. We hear wolves far away. The sound is full of terror, even through the thick snow. Dr. Van Helsing looks around for a safe spot. He wants a place to stand strong if we are attacked. The rough road leads down. We can see it under the drifts. Soon the professor calls to me. I get up and go to him. He has found a good place, a natural hollow in rock, with a doorway between two big stones. He takes my hand and brings me in. "See," he says, "here you are safe. If the wolves come, I can meet them one by one." He brings in our furs and makes a warm nest for me. He takes out food and begs me to eat. I cannot. The thought of food turns me sick. He looks sad but does not scold. He takes his glasses and climbs on the rock. He looks far. Suddenly he cries, "Look, Madame Mina! Look!" I jump up and stand with him. He gives me the glasses and points. The snow falls harder. A strong wind rises. But the snow comes in waves, and between the waves I can see far. From this height I can see a great distance. Far off, beyond the white land, I see the river like a black ribbon, twisting. Right in front of us, and not far away, I see riders. They hurry. In the middle is a cart, a long leader wagon. It swings from side to side on the rough road like a dog's tail. Against the white snow I can see their clothes. They are peasants or gypsies. On the cart is a great square chest. My heart leaps. I feel the end is near. The evening draws in. I know at sunset the thing in the box will be free again. Then it can take many shapes and escape. I turn in fear to the professor. He is not there. In a moment I see him below. He draws a holy circle around the rock. When he finishes, he stands by me again. "Here, at least you are safe from him," he says. He takes the glasses and looks when the snow eases. "See," he says, "they come quickly. They whip the horses. They gallop hard." He stops and speaks in a low voice. "They race the sunset. We may be too late. God's will be done." A white wall of snow hides all. It passes. He looks again. He cries, "Look!" 2 horsemen follow fast from the south. It must be Quincy and John. Take the glass. Look before the snow hides them, I look. It may be Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris. I know that neither is Jonathan, but I feel Jonathan is near. I look north of the cart. I see 2 men ride at full speed. One is Jonathan, the other must be Lord Godalming. They also run after the cart. I tell the professor. He shouts with joy. He watches until the snow hides all, then lays his Winchester at the mouth of our shelter. They all come together, he says. When the time comes, the gypsies will be on all sides. I get my revolver ready. The wolves howl closer. When the storm eases, we look again. Near us, the snow falls heavy, but beyond we see clear light, for the sun shines bright as it sinks on the far peaks. I sweep the glass around. I see small dots alone, in 2s, in 3s, in more. The wolves gather for prey. Every moment is long. The wind strikes hard. The snow whips in circles. Sometimes we cannot see an arm's length. Sometimes the hollow wind clears the air and we see far. We have watched sunrise and sunset so often that we now can guess the time. We know sunset is near. By the watch it is less than an hour, but it feels longer. Now the wind blows more from the north. The snow falls less. We can see each group better, the chased and the chasers. The chased do not seem to know they are chased, or they do not care. They only drive faster as the sun drops. They come close. The professor and I crouch behind the rock. We hold our weapons ready. He will not let them pass. They do not see us. 2 voices shout, "Halt!" One is my Jonathan's, high with passion. The other is Mr. Morris's, strong and quiet. The gypsies may not know the words, but they know the tone. They pull up. In a flash, Lord Godalming and Jonathan ride to one side, and Dr. Seward and Mr. Morris to the other. The leader of the gypsies is a splendid man. He sits his horse like a centaur. He waves our men back and shouts to his people to go on. They whip the horses. The wagon jumps forward. But our 4 men level their Winchesters. Their meaning is clear. Stop. At the same moment, Dr. Van Helsing and I stand behind our rock and point our guns. The gypsies are surrounded. They stop. The leader gives a word. Every gypsy draws a knife or a pistol. They are ready to fight. The fight begins. The leader swings his horse in front. He points to the sun low on the hills. He points to the castle. He says something I cannot hear. At once our 4 men jump from their horses and run to the cart. I should fear for Jonathan, but the heat of the battle is in me too. I feel no fear. I want to act. The leader gives a sharp order. The men crowd around the cart. They push and block each other, but they try to obey. I see Jonathan on one side of the ring and Quincy on the other. They press to the cart. They must finish before the sun goes down. Nothing stops them. Not the knives flashing, not the wolves howling. Jonathan runs so straight and fast that the men fall back from him without knowing why. He leaps onto the cart. With amazing strength, he lifts the great box and throws it to the ground. Mr. Morris must fight his way through. I watch Jonathan, but I see Mr. Morris with the side of my eye. He pushes on. Knives slash at him. He blocks with his big Bowie knife. I think he is safe. Then he springs beside Jonathan, who has jumped from the cart. I see blood spurting through Quincy's fingers. His left hand presses his side. He does not stop. Jonathan attacks one end of the lid with his great kukri. Quincy attacks the other with his Bowie. The lid gives. Nails screech. The top flies back. Now the gypsies see the guns. They give in. They make no more fight. The sun is almost down. The long shadows lie on the snow. I see the Count in the box. Some earth fell on him when the box fell. He is white like wax. His red eyes glare with a cruel look I know too well. He looks at the sinking sun. His hate turns to triumph. Then I see the sweep and flash of Jonathan's great knife. I scream as it cuts the throat. At the same moment, Quincy's bowie goes into the heart. It is like a miracle. In one breath, the body falls to dust. It is gone. I am glad that at the last, the face looks at peace. I never thought peace could rest there. The castle stands sharp against the red sky. Every stone is clear in the sunset. The gypsies think we caused this strange end. They turn and ride away fast. The men on foot jump on the wagon and shout to the horsemen not to leave them. The wolves, who had moved back, follow after them. We 3 women and men are left alone. Mr. Morris sinks to the ground. He leans on his elbow. He holds his side. Blood still runs through his fingers. I fly to him. The holy circle does not hold me now. The 2 doctors come too. Jonathan kneels, and Quincy lays his head back on Jonathan's shoulder. Quincy sighs. He takes my hand with his clean hand. He sees my pain and smiles at me. He says, "I am happy to help." Oh God. He struggles up and points at me. "It is worth it to die for this. Look, look." The sun is just on the mountain top. The red light falls on my face. It shines like a rose. All the men drop to their knees at once. "Amen," they say. The dying man says, "God be thanked. It was not in vain. Look, her forehead is more clean than the snow. The curse is gone." He smiles. He dies in silence. He dies a brave gentleman. Note: 7 years have passed. We went through fire then. Now we have some joy that is worth the pain. Mina and I are glad that our boy's birthday is the day Quincy Morris died. His mother believes in her heart that some of our brave friend's spirit lives in him. He has many names to link our band of men. We call him Quincy. This summer we went back to Transylvania. We went over the old ground. It was hard to believe what we saw and heard are true things. Every trace is gone. The castle still stands, high above a dead waste. When we came home, we spoke of the old time. We can talk now without despair. Godalming and Seward are married and happy. I took the papers from the safe. They have been there since we came back long ago. We see that almost nothing is an original paper. There is almost only typewriting, except the late notebooks of Mina, Seward, myself, and Van Helsing's memo. We could hardly ask anyone to believe such wild things. Van Helsing holds our boy on his knee and says, "We want no proofs. We ask none to believe. One day, this boy will know how brave and good his mother is. He already knows her sweet love and care. Later he will learn that some men loved her so much that they dared much for her sake." Jonathan Harker, The End.